Okay, I'm alive. Hi, chat. How are we doing? Hope we're having a fine afternoon or morning or wherever you are in the world. But how are we all doing? I have some really cool news. We are very close to getting a new computer. I believe I am only like 200 to 300 away. So, what if I do? I'm just going to calculate this. 5 times 30, right? That's 150. So if I do 5 times 50, that's 250. So yeah, if we somehow Raven gets a non-messed up PC. All right, so if we somehow get all of that, we're golden on a new PC that I can actually get. I'm about 300 away from it after help from Doctor and my recent YouTube paycheck. I'm that close. Also, hello Minwad, hello JBat, hello Terminal, hello Clipsy, hello Hatster, hello MJ. And I believe that's everybody that's messaged so far. Really quick. In the Discord server, I did make it a thing where you could submit your mayo pizza videos if you really wanted to, and I'll react to them on stream for fun. And I would love to see y'all like try that out. And it would just be, it's something fun we could do as a community, I think. It would be a lot of fun. Oh, hi, MC. Nothing much. We, like, just started. You haven't missed a thing. We're just talking a little bit. So, yeah, that goal up there, that's how much money I would need to get a new computer. About, like, maybe, like, you know, 30 or 40 more bucks, but. Yeah, and then I won't have a PC that's dying. And then I'll be able to get back to editing full-time and all that fun stuff, as well as making nicer videos, because honestly, the laptop I've been editing on, the editing you see in my videos is about the limit I literally could do on this laptop. Yeah, we're gonna watch all of the stuff with all the interviews. So actually, I'm gonna get that pulled up. Steel Wool interviews, because I believe there's 2 from Daco and 1 from John FuhNaff, if I remember correctly. 4 years ago, yeah, an interview with Steel, yeah, the creators of Security Breach. So we're gonna watch that one first, because that's like the one from long time ago. And then we're gonna do John FuhNaff's, and then we're gonna do Daco's on Secret of the Mimic. So yeah, what this was, yeah, December 12th. Okay, how old is my PC? 2023. It's a laptop though. I need about 300 bucks to get it. So that's why I've been streaming so much as of late, guys. You know what? Sure. Set in a pizza suggestion instead of mayo pizza, since you're not a yeah, feel free. Feel free. Go for it. Go for it. I think that'd be a lot of fun to also see what other people like. I genuinely just kind of want to turn it into like a really fun community thing. And eventually one day get Gibby to do it. If we can, I would love to get Santi from Food Theory to try it. That would be amazing if we could push it that far to get Santi to try it. If we can all get Santi from Food Theory to try mayo on pizza, I've succeeded in life, and I can die happily. Honest to God. All I want for Christmas is Santi to try mayo on pizza. Hi, fan artist. We're getting there, boys. Oh, sorry if I'm being a little quiet. I'm just kind of jamming out to the music right now. You've become mayo yet? No, I'm not mayonnaise yet. I think it's going to be a while until I'm just, you know, pure mayonnaise. Should I do a stream where I just eat like a whole entire, like, Hellman's jar of mayonnaise? I don't have a way to make the one I currently, because we're out of what I put on it. And I had to learn because the stream where you first brought mayo pizza made me crave my pizza. I look like I do not look like mayonnaise. Chat. From what you see right now, do I look like a tub of mayonnaise? I don't think I look like a tub of mayonnaise. I think I look just fine. Also, why is my thing so like crooked? I don't like that it's that far up, though. I want to, like, angle it down just a little bit more. Okay. Do I look like mayonnaise right now? Do I look like mayonnaise? Same color is crazy. That is actually crazy. Thank you on the compliment. I look like how... Okay, maybe I am a little pasty, but come on! Come on, man! Yeah, hand picks for free. Yeah, I mean, here, you know, eat them up. You know, I mean, yeah. Man is made of mayo. Wow. I see all of you. I see how all of you are moving. I see how all of you, I see how all of you are moving. All right, Allen wrench. I like fidgeting with the Allen wrench. I like doing this. Narrow mayo. Wow. Wow. I know what all of you are doing. And I have been disrespected for the last time. I just clicked something. Oh, no. Okay, I didn't end stream. Okay. Thank God. I genuinely almost panicked for a second. You know what? I'll take it. I'm mayo god. I'm pasty. I do go out, though. I'm not, like, too much of a hermit crab. I definitely am, but I do go out. I think just because of winter, I'm just way more pasty than I usually am. But wow, guys. I see how it is. Midnight Motorist music. All hail the male lord. I am indeed the male lord. Oh my gosh, hand reveal. I have revealed my hands so many times. Why is this always a shock to you guys when I do this? I've even revealed my face a little bit, like from like the nose upwards. I've done that, you know. Yeah, I don't like, I just don't like wearing light colors just because I just don't think light colors look good. Also, right, display capture. There we go. Okay, we're here. All right, so we need to get this going a little bit. So we're just gonna do steel wool interviews notes. We'll do the classic title Times New Roman. I think this is unrestricted, but I'll change it to where y'all can view it. I'll change it to where y'all can view. I don't care if you see what I'm doing. I don't care. All right. Steel wool interviews notes. And we're going to be starting off with Daco's. So we'll do PNG reveal. Oh my goodness. Also, I'm turning off my ring light. I think since it's winter, because like during winter time, I don't go outside. I don't like the cold. I don't like the cold. I just don't. We'll do Daco interview. It was December 12th, 2021. December 12th, 2021. Okay. Chrome tab reveal? You know what? I do look for Skylander stuff occasionally from this guy. I really want this so I can play it on my PS5. But yeah, no, I look at this guy. He lives somewhere in the Midwest. I know that. He lives somewhere in the Midwest. But yeah, anyways, full screen it because we can. Okay, so before we get started into this is all Daco and John FuhNaff stuff. So, Daco, John FuhNaff, please do not copyright strike me. I'm only reacting to this for writing down notes as to what Steel Wool has said about their games. And I will do my best to like make it actually reaction content. But all credit to Daco and John FuhNaff. So, yeah. Yeah, no, I have an inbox Skylander that I found at a store randomly. I picked it up immediately. It's Eruptor's motorcycle from Superchargers. But yeah, really quick, chat, if you can, please let me know if audio is ever too loud or too quiet. Otherwise, I think we can get right into this. I'll also check myself.
Hello everybody, and welcome to today's interview. We've been waiting for this
Oh, so I'll turn
such a long time,
captions
and I'm so
for you.
excited to do this with the wonderful Steelwool, the creator.
Also, they did amazing on this. Except maybe the confetti's a little low quality, but the way that they set everything up for this was so cool. Okay, hold on, wait. Y'all want to see the inbox? Hold on, I'm getting the inbox Skylander. Hold on. Hold on. We're postponing for just like a minute more, I promise. I'm so sorry, guys, but I need to show this off because apparently there's a lot of Skylanders fans in here, and I love anyone who's into that stuff. Yeah, see? Yeah, it's a burn cycle from Superchargers. Still in box and everything. What? This was made 2015. This was made. I don't know if you can read it, but yeah, there you go. 2015 is when this was made. In mint condition too. It is like in perfect condition. Even has like, yeah, it has everything. Yeah. Yeah, Trap Team's my favorite too. I can't find any inbox Skylanders of Trap Team that easily, though, around where I live. Like, finding Skylanders where I live is, like, a holy grail for me. So whenever I see them, I always get them. But yeah, there's my inbox Skylander. I have a bunch of other ones, too. Like, I just got Swarm for Giants recently, and I got Legendary Eruptor. Lava Barf Eruptor recently. And I'm only missing, I think, Bouncer and Ninjini for Giants, so. Alright, I'm putting this back over in my collection that's behind me. Is that end of night confetti? I don't know. But yeah, okay. Let's get back into watching this.
The upcoming game Security Breach, which is coming out.
So if I remember correctly, this is J-Top, if I remember correctly.
Next week.
Oh my god.
Yeah, J-Top and yeah, Ray McCaffrey. Yeah. So really quick, when this came out, when Security Breach was coming out, I stayed up all night for it. And I had school the next morning. I did all of my homework for like 3 weeks. And there was a lot of confusion on like the time of it because PlayStation said it was going to be released at like 2 to 3 a.m. my time, so I stayed up. I stayed up till 2 to 3 a.m. and then word came out that it actually wasn't coming out till like 11 a.m. So I just went to bed. I was so upset that I pulled an all-nighter for no reason. Just saying. Just saying.
2.5 years since it was introduced on Scott's website. Really, really excited. I just want to give you guys like a massive round of applause. Don't worry, I'll put in some audio.
You know, this isn't like an actual Security Breach area. This is something completely different. I wonder if they made this for Daco or if he hired someone to, because this is not. Well, no, because these are the assets. This would have to be from Steelwool. So yeah, this might be an early version of like the main atrium.
In the atmosphere, to give you guys a round of applause for what's going to be something mind-blowing. Like from seeing the trailers and everything for the past 2 years, it looks insane. You guys saw our reaction to it, so
yeah, no, this little guy over here ain't in Security Breach.
Yeah, we're all really excited for this, and yeah, so if you guys want to introduce yourselves, and then we'll get straight into it.
My name is Jason Topolsky. I'm one of the co-founders, co-owners.
Okay, Glitching, to explain what I was saying, pretty much, this was before Security Breach was out, and Daco already had the assets for the game. So these backgrounds were either made by Daco when like they gave assets to him for him to use for this stuff, or Steelwool made this for him.
So Steelwool.
This whole background setup thing with him and J-Top and Ray McCaffrey.
Project director, creative director for the studio. And
I'm Ray McCaffrey. I'm executive producer for all things Five Nights here at Steel Wool.
You know, I should probably mark down like
director,
what they are.
Creative, co-founders, co-owners.
Okay, so he's one of the co-founders and co-owners. So what, at 104? J-Top is a co-founder, co-owner. He's a co-founder, co-owner.
Steel Wool. Project director, creative director for the studio.
And project and creative director. Project director and creative director for Steel Wool Studios. Ray McCaff. How do you spell Ray McCaffrey? MCC. Okay. McCaff Ray is a. All right. What are you, Ray McCaffrey?
And
I'm Ray McCaffrey. I'm executive producer for.
Executive is a executive producer.
All things Five Nights here at Steel Wool.
As executive producer for anything FNAF at Steel Wool. Cool. I probably should, yeah. Okay. So now we know who they are.
Awesome. So like I said, the release is coming up very soon. Are you guys excited?
oh yeah.
Yeah, okay, really quick. The reason why I have my Google Docs on light mode is because the extension I had was taking up a lot of memory, and with my dying PC, I just have to give my computer as much possible memory as I can. So literally, if we hit the goal of $55 donations, I'll be able to get a new computer.
Very excited.
I think it's all of the feelings. I think it's the excitement and the oh, everyone's gonna play it soon.
Yeah.
I think it's the combination of all those things. So yeah.
Really quick.
Excited to get it in everyone's hands.
Yeah, because the game's been in works for such a long time as well. I think this is like the.
I don't like how he like paused there on that, where it's like he was about to say, oh, it's been in progress for like 8 years, but then he caught himself. Pre-built. I've been talking to Doctor, who's a computer whiz, and he found one that's really good for me that I'm gonna get. So
Longest we've been waiting for a FNAF game. So yeah, I think it's actually the longest one. I don't know how,
for sure.
I don't know how long Help Wanted was in the works, but I'm guessing Security Breach took long.
I'll take $50 donations, or we could just do one big donation if someone did that.
To make. So with that, did you guys face any challenges while making the game?
I mean,
Okay.
everybody always runs into challenges with every project.
Yeah.
You know, because which ones are you gonna get?
Mhm.
I was just telling J-Top here, like, this is my 12th game, and I don't think that there's a single game that's shipped that didn't have challenges, and this one certainly had its had its challenges. You know, thinking on it, you know, I've only been at the studio now for about 6 months, and when I joined,
Okay.
it took 2 full days for the team to take me through the entire Pizzaplex. 2 full
Oh my
days.
god.
Also, hi Scrat, and yeah, it's the 10th anniversary for FNAF World. So yeah, happy anniversary to FNAF World.
And I was astounded because this is an indie game studio. We are a small team. This is just a few dozen people. And,
Yeah, we only had like 12 people when we started.
yeah, and
Okay, I do want to write that down. So around the 250, there were only 12 people when they started.
what's been built is, you know, it is easily the largest, most ambitious Five Nights game that's ever been built. Shoestring budget, tiny team built this incredible game.
Okay, so yeah, it's when they started working. They started making Security Breach.
And you know, trying to build something as grand as what we're doing with the team the size that we have is that is a challenge. But it's a fun one. You know, it's
Yeah.
it's been a lot of fun bringing this whole thing to fruition. So
With the challenges, do you guys have any like the biggest challenge that you guys had, if you remember any or anything like that? Anything like
Ooh.
super that stands out, or is it just a lot?
So to me, one of the biggest ones was when we started like, geez, 2.5 years ago. This is like back during Fredbear,
Yeah.
right?
So they started around Curse of Dreadbear's release, so 2.5 years ago. Around Curse of Dreadbear's release. Okay, hold on. That's interesting.
One of the biggest ones was
Okay, so around 340. The game started... Okay, so Security Breach started development around the time of Curse of Dreadbear's release. 2.5 years ago, before Daco's interview. Okay.
when we started like, geez, 2.5 years ago. This is like back during Fredbear,
Yeah.
right? Is that one of our other directors, Evan, and I, we sat down with index cards and we did an overhead view of the whole building, right? This is what the space is, right? This is what we want. These are all different areas. And then we handed that off to our sets guys, and then they took what was a 2-story building and they made a 3-story building. And then we were like, we're gonna keep it. Let's just add more stuff. And we, that was one of those moments where it really exploded into a much bigger space. That was,
So the Pizzaplex was intended to be for
what
2.
was a
I'm gonna make sure I
2-story
heard that right.
building, and they made a 3-story building.
So yeah, okay, so it was meant to be a 2-story building. Okay, so what, 405, the Pizzaplex was meant to only be a 2-story building, but was later changed to 3.
And then we were like, we're gonna keep it. Let's just add more stuff. And we, that was one of those moments where it really exploded into a much bigger space. That was,
It's technically more than
Now it's like 5. I mean, do basements count as stories to a building? Do basements count as a story to a building? Yes, a basement can count as a story, but it depends on local building codes. It's designed, especially if it's a walkout with windows, as its intended use. Generally, if it's habitable space with enough ceiling and height above ground, it's counted as a story for legal. So, okay. So, in certain situations.
Oh wow.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge has been, where do you draw the line on the fun? So it's the job on the producer to be like, we need this because it makes the game so special, but do we really need this because we have other things to do?
Yeah.
And so,
and you're like, but it would be super cool.
Exactly. Like, we'll be in a meeting and I'll hear something and I'll go, oh, do we have time for that thing? And then by the time the meeting was over, I'm like, I'm gonna go away and find time. I'm gonna go find a way to make this happen because this is too cool.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that might have been why the game was delayed so much. They wanted to keep adding things in and not realizing that they probably shouldn't have started development on a certain aspect of the game. That's probably what it was.
Well, what if one of the arcades was also a dance club? Hey.
I hope so. Please.
What if one of the arcades was also a dance club? Wouldn't that would be DJ Music Man's, wouldn't it? That would be DJ Music Man's, because that's like a dance area. Because it has a dance floor and everything. So what DJ Music Man might not have been in the original plan for Security Breach. I wonder.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's interesting. So yeah, like 504. J-Top mentions a joke of what if one of the arcades was a dance floor. This could very well be the Fazcade, where there's a dance floor. That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one because that means in the original, and it makes sense. It's on the 3rd floor. That makes sense actually. So if we cut off that 3rd floor, what we wouldn't have Bonnie Bowl, we wouldn't have El Chips, we wouldn't have Mazer Size, we wouldn't have that like prize corner area either. So maybe those areas weren't planned for originally, like those weren't in the original game's plans. That's actually kind of cool. That's cool.
It was also a dance club. Hey.
I hope so. Please. We've got Dance Revolution in the arcade.
I think there is actually Dance Revolution there, actually.
Like a fakey version of one that's around.
Okay.
It's like a fakey one.
There's a fakey one? So there's like a smaller one? And that looks like a biggie one. So there's a small one that looks like a big one. That would have to... Yeah, that would have to be DJ Music Man's because it's a small thing, but it looks like a big one. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know, because since it's on the 3rd floor and they were making a joke about how like, oh, when do we, draw the fun of adding things and stuff, and then J-Top mentions that. Where J-Top's like, yeah, what if we made, an arcade a dance floor? Isn't DJ Music Man's area floor above the 3rd floor? There's only 3 floors. You have like the low, like if we're looking at like the main atrium, like that big area, you have the 1st floor, the 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor of it. If you want to consider the roof as a 4th floor, you can.
Okay. I think I was gonna.
But I guess you could say there is a 4th floor to that area because you technically do go up a lot of stairs, but yeah.
Add on to that. Yeah, I was gonna mention the game. I think people found that the game was going to be like over 70 gigabytes, which pretty much confirms how big the game is going to be.
Yeah, the size on disc, there's 2 parts to it. So the first is, it is huge. The piece of Plex is absolutely massive. And then the second thing is like, transparently, we have some optimizations that we've got to do. And so we're...
Oh yeah, there were some optimizations they had to do. Yeah, there was. Yeah, I'm gonna write. I feel like that's just funny to write down. I'm going to do that. Ray McCaffrey mentions optimization issues they need to do. That's just a fun one because it kind of helps reflect what was happening going into the release as well, of what they knew, what they had to do. There is an elevator. Okay, really quick. I do want to say this. With Security Breach, the elevators were originally meant to be stairs. And those were going to act as the loading areas. That's why in Escape of the Pizzaplex, a lot of the areas where there would be elevators are now staircases. It's a lot more of Scott Cawthon's vision of Security Breach rather than what actually came to fruition.
We're gonna try and bring that down. I don't think that's gonna happen for launch, but as time goes on, we're gonna try and bring that down. Work on adjusted compression settings, things like that, to make people's lives a little bit easier. But when a game is as big as this one, you really you have to do that sort of thing very carefully.
Yeah. Did any of the older FNAF games like inspire Security Breach at all? Anything like that?
Every single one.
Every single one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
every single previous old FNAF game. So every previous FNAF game has inspired it. Interesting. When did this...
Is as big as this one.
Older FNAF games, like...
I'll say 605. That's interesting. So, 605. When asked if any FNAF games from the past inspired Security Breach, J-Top replied with every single one. So, and that makes sense because, yeah.
Like, inspire Security Breach at all? Anything like that?
Every single one.
Every single one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Scott's universe is so rich.
Yeah.
There's so much stuff that you just want to play with, and it's really hard to even hit everything you want to.
Yeah.
You know, it's like all the characters, all the locations. You know, just like the time periods. You know, it's like there's so much that you want to hit and that you want to honor and you want to use that you can't get all of it.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
You added Music Man back though.
Yeah.
I think that took every
Add. Okay. So what I'm gathering at here is that a lot of the animatronics and other things that you see around the Pizzaplex are literally because they wanted to like honor things from the past. So that would be like, for example, the sister location references, especially the Michael room. You know, Music Man, obviously Freddy and Chica, obviously. That whole entire like museum part. Yeah, that adds up.
Surprised, by the way. Apart from Matt
Yeah.
Pat, I think Matt Pat did a video on it and he said it looks like Music Man, so he got it right.
Everybody around the studio is yelling his little catchphrase now, which is kind of funny. You know, where he's like, Music Man. He's like,
Music Man.
Yeah, that was cracking us up. But you know, it's technically not Music Man.
Okay.
Right. Music Man.
Okay, that's interesting because they say it's, which is true. It's technically not Music Man, but it is.
Technically.
But 7:15. J-Top says that DJ MM isn't exactly Music Man. Which is true. He's technically not.
Technically not Music Man.
Okay.
Right. Music Man will not be making an appearance. DJ Music Man, however.
Yeah, and he refers to them as two different characters and refers to them as two separate, I spelt that wrong, my bad, I think, characters. No, I spelled that right. Okay.
He's had an upgrade, basically.
Yes.
He's had an upgrade. Speaking about Music Man then and characters, do you have a favourite character animatronic in Security Breach?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, it's funny. Do you want to do this one right first?
Yeah, I mean, I joining the team, I just feel like I got super close to Freddy, and so I'm just sort of like, I'm a huge Freddy fan. Like, there's
Okay.
the other problem with the
What's yours,
animatronics
J-Top?
and, like, picking a favorite, and what makes it so hard is that they evolve as the night goes on, and there's some that are uncomfortably scared to play, and those ones ended up being my favorites. So, yeah.
I was like, for the whole series, definitely Helpy is my favorite, period. Like, I will try to work Helpy in.
Do I? Okay. 8:15. J-Top mentions his favorite character is Helpy, and that he will try to implement Helpy wherever he can. And yeah, he's done that, and he's done that. What he did in Help Wanted, did in Security Breach, did in Ruin, he did in Help Wanted 2, and kind of did in Secret of the Mimic. Yep.
Into everything. Helpy is like my favorite bot, period. I used to have it on a keychain. Like, Scott sent us some merch really early on when we were working with him. And I had this little Helpy keychain, and I just drove it into the ground. You know, it's like it was just his head and part of its face mixed up, you know, meshed off, and it's exactly what he should have been. But in Security Breach, Sun Moon, our daycare attendant, is my favorite by far.
Okay, and then around 8:40, I'll do just like 8:40 or 8:35. J-Top mentions his favorite character in Security Breach is sun and moon, which explains a lot because yeah, sun and moon has been explored a lot. So franchise-wise, it's Helpy. In terms of Security Breach, it's just Sun and Moon. And that explains why, like, Sun and Moon and Helpy have been so important to the lore as of late. That makes a lot of sense. But it also worries me because if J-Top has biases to certain characters, will other characters get explored as much? That's what concerns me. Definitely one of my favorites, but like, are we ever gonna get the exploration of like, you know, I mean, we did have Music Man, but like more of like Monty and Roxy. I mean, we really didn't get anything of Roxy in Secret of the Mimic, so exactly. Begs the question of if his favorite is because they are making them important or he's making them important because he likes them. Exactly. It then begs that question. And then it worries me for the, like the future of FNAF because like what if like, and I'm not saying like this is what's happening, but like we'll say J-Top all of a sudden is just like, I don't really like the Mimic that much. All right, our new villain's Michael Afton. I mean, yeah, there's Roxy Hat and Puppet and Secret of the Mimic, but like I kind of want to explore their characters a little more and like their importance because like Sun and Moon, oh my god, like they got the most lore out of really any character in Secret of the Mimic besides like M2 and Fiona. And David and Edwin. In terms of animatronics, they definitely got the most lore, for sure. And with also Helpy being so prevalent in all of these games, it's just you get what I'm saying, right? Like it's a scary line to travel across. It's a thin line where if J-Top has this much power to just be like, all right, I want this character to be important no matter what because I like him, can he do the opposite or do it to the wrong character? Because not every character needs exploration, but what if he decides they do and we don't need that? That's kind of my thought process. It's a scary line to walk across because you could definitely fall down the slope of it.
Yeah,
like,
I think that's a
I'm
lot
sure
of
you know
people's favorites as well. Especially the voice of Moondrop.
Oh,
is
yeah.
it Moondrop?
It's the daycare attendant.
Okay.
So they just say officially it's just the daycare attendant. Okay, and this is like what? Yeah, 8:55. 55. J-Top confirms both Sun and Moon's name is actually the daycare attendant. Yeah, and yeah, Eternal, good call. Scott was scared of Bonnie the most, which might have made him decide William uses a yellow Bonnie. Good call out. Honestly, I could see it. Honestly, these are some questions I would personally like to ask Scott and Steel Wool of like, what are your favorite characters and like why do you want to push them or like what happens to the characters? Or so what happens to the characters you're not a favorite of? Is it something where you still write them regardless because you know that they need to have story and backstory? But in that case, do they get as much attention as like your favorites, like Helpy, for example, and then the daycare attendant and Security Breach, like said in previous interviews? So, like these are things I would like to ask personally.
You know,
We'll just say that then. No reveals. What was I gonna say?
Yeah, that's Kellen. That's Goff.
Kellen. Yeah, Kellen announced it. So that was
Those
really cool.
were really fun sessions.
Yeah. It was. I think it was after a Freddy session. We were talking about who we needed for Sun and Moon, and after one of the Freddy sessions, J-Top comes to me and goes, "Let's have Kellen. Let's get Kellen, Sun and Moon." And it was like, yeah,
Right
let's do it. And then the first time I heard it, I was just like, oh, great! Now this thing is going to be even more terrifying than it was yesterday.
So you said your favorite character was Helpy, right?
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm gonna ask? Have you guys have you heard about Buff Helpy?
Oh yeah. Those are hilarious.
Is Buff Helpy going to be in security breach?
I cannot confirm or deny.
Oh god, I'm only...
Okay, is there a buff Helpy anywhere? I don't think there is. Well, no, there is a buff Helpy. It's the arcade cabinet, isn't it? Like, there's an arcade cabinet with buff Helpy on it? Or am I thinking of Into the Pit? And Into the Pit, yeah. I swear there's one where, like, there's a buff Helpy on the side of an arcade cabinet, though. I swear there's one. You know what? Here, really quick, let's go look. FNAF security breach. Arcade cabinets. I swear there was one with buff Helpy. I swear there was one with him on the side. Of Buff Funtime Freddy? Yeah. It might be that. That might be what I'm thinking of if I could find it. You know, looking at these arcade cabinets, it also makes me worried. Are these the favorites of like J-Top and them, like those stories from like Fazbear Frights and all that stuff? And in that case, are they putting it in because it's their favorites? And do they realize that that's going to make people think that like Frights and So Rise and Tales and, you know, maybe even the interactive novels at some point is not canon to the games because now they're being seen as like fictional things in the actual universe? I wonder how meta that is now. Is it just because they like those stories so they want a reference to them, or is it actually something lore relevant? Yeah, Ignited Freddy and Bonnie show up on an arcade cabinet. This is true. Yep, that's true. So yeah, okay, that it worries me a little bit on the extent as to where this line is drawn. So, I don't know.
Joking, I'm only joking. So
you'll see some Helpy. You'll see some
Helpy. That's good because
We do
Helpy's
see
one
some
of my
Helpy.
favorites as well.
Yeah,
that made me happy. Okay, so we talked about characters. Will there be more characters that we have not seen yet?
Yes.
Yes.
yeah. You have not seen everything.
Amazing.
Yeah, for sure.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
There looks like there's going to be from
And what during that time? What we technically saw Blob, we saw DJ Music Man, we obviously saw the main cast, we saw the daycare attendant. Who else were we missing? We were missing Burn. Well, no, we saw Burn Trap too. Who else were we missing? The Wind Up Music Man. Certain staff bot looks. Who else are we missing that we didn't already see in the trailers at that point? We saw the Glamrock Endos. I know they were in one of the trailers. Because that was like a huge hot debate of if they were going to be like Death Angels. What else is there that we have not seen? That was like... Yeah, the full bodies, sure. I can see, like, the full bodies. But if we're talking in terms of just seeing them, like, we've not seen them, I think it's really only the wind-up music men. Yeah, because I think Blob and Burn Trap would probably be the best candidates for that. Because at that point, I think we've seen every other, like, character. So, yeah.
on the trailer and everything, everybody thought that there's a big 80s vibe within the mall. Was there a reason behind it being like very 80s themed at all, or just a choice?
You know, it's funny. It's just a little bit. I mean, for the most part, it's kind of because of my age. I was one of those kids that in the 80s.
Okay, hold on. 1040. J-Top says the big reason for the 80s theming is because of him. Literally. Okay, this is so concerning. How much of this is just because J-Top likes things?
'80s when, you know, the original Chuck E. Cheese's opened.
Yeah.
This is up in Tacoma, Washington. My soccer team, like, you know, grade school soccer team, every single, you know,
Because of
every
him
single party we had
and
was a
his
Chuck E. Cheese.
attachment.
It was this cool 2-story
to
one. I
Chuck
was telling Scott about it,
yeah.
you know.
Cheese
Oh, it was really neat. It was a
from
big
the
one.
80s.
And I always had all that stuck in my head, you know, forever.
Yeah.
And really wanted to hit that feel. And when you grow up in the 80s, you can never forget the 80s.
Yeah, I didn't grow up in the 80s, unfortunately. No, but I really like the aesthetic of the mall and everything.
So far, we can confirm that Helpy and Sun and Moon are being pushed really hard lore-wise. And the 80s is being pushed hard lore-wise as well. The only reason why I'm concerned about it is just because how much of this is like the story and how much of this is like J-Top or other people just wanting to implement things. Like, I agree, Terminal, but it's a line that I'm worried about. That's all. Yeah, I agree. The endoskeletons were my least favorite part of Security Breach as well. And yeah, it was because of the Weeping Angel mechanic. The easiest way to get past that is to literally just run. And don't look at them.
I think it looks awesome. Yeah. And I think it just suits FNAF anyway. The big neon vibes and everything. So here's an interesting question.
It was a good choice, I will say.
Does the game... okay, so from the trailer and everything, it seems to hint that the game takes place in just one night. Can you confirm that or talk about that a bit more or deny it or not answer it?
There's two ways to go, right? You can make it a 5 nights in the one location, right? And this was something that we worked on early on, story-wise. You know, we were talking with Scott about. And you take the player out, and then you come back, and then, like, you know, maybe instead of 5 nights, it's more of like 1 night, and each hour is kind of like a major beat.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
yeah.
There's your like your big 5 nights, right?
Yeah.
So that's where we went with it, which I think works out really, really fantastic.
Yeah. You know? I mean, I think a lot of people.
So it was planned to be 5 nights, but then was changed to the hours in 1 night. I'll do that at like 12:20. There were plans for Security Breach to be a 5 nights game with 5 nights. However, they changed it to what we have now with the hours. Easiest ways to stay in Freddy. I mean, in the endoskeleton part, you can't stay in Freddy the first time, but when you go back there to like do collection stuff, yeah. The best example of that actually is a big example of that is in the daycare theater when you get the major size control key. The best way to do that is just to have Freddy topped off on power, call him down before you grab that, and then get in Freddy and just walk out. I'll say in terms of an actual story, I understand why they chose 1 night and have seemingly stuck with that method through Ruin and Secret of the Mimic. I agree. I would have liked it a little more in Secret of the Mimic with the 5 nights because, like, you are a technician, so it would have been cool to see that kind of like going back and forth, like, day by day kind of thing. But I'm happy with what we got. I don't think it was a bad choice. I think what they did there was a great choice.
People thought that anyway because, like, in the description and stuff, you say, like, you have to survive the night. So I think it was pretty obvious anyway, but just wanted to ask anyway.
Yeah.
And to be clear, there's more than 5 hours.
Yes.
Oh, okay. What is your favorite location in the mall? If you have one, was it just everything? The whole mall?
Mine is actually parts and service, which is attached to a very specific warehouse. That is I cannot wait for people to play.
If y'all can see the smile on my face, you know why? Y'all know why I'm smiling, right? We know why I'm smiling about this, right? With parts and service and all that being his favorite. $12.45. Ray McCaffrey mentions that parts and service is his favorite location in the Pizzaplex, as well as a warehouse near it.
Mine is actually parts and service, which is attached to a very specific warehouse.
Which is attached to a very specific warehouse. The reason why that is so important to me is because I see parts and service as a new and improved, revamped Dolly's Hospital. With endoskeletons to work on, fix, and repair. That's how I see parts and service. So the fact that that's his favorite makes me smile. I love you, Ray.
That is, I cannot wait for people to play in those areas of the game. They are easily my favorite.
Yeah, that hour is fantastic. A lot of people agree with us what Ray's saying. There's a certain warehouse down there that a lot of people are really nuts about.
I'm getting so excited.
Yes, they were the most excited about the Endo warehouse. Which there's a lot of stuff in that Endo warehouse that's important. The Nightmarion plush, that area where there's a lot of like scratch marks. There's the Freddy having a whole entire like mental breakdown over being an endoskeleton that could just be a Monty but has a Freddy casing on him. And then parts of service with all of that. I love that. That means I might have been on the right track of something for once in my life with FNAF.
Honestly.
My favorite is putt-putt.
Okay.
Gator golf.
Yeah.
Man, if I could go play indoor putt.
Okay, I'll also write down that this is a lot of others. This was a lot of other employees' favorites. Locations. And then now we are at 1330. I'll do 1330. J-Top's favorite location in the Pizzaplex is Monty Golf.
A Gator golf, I would be very happy.
I think that was a question that was on here. We might as well go on to it.
Yeah, so I want to say, okay, so that's called the Endo Daycare in game, like in the game files. And then that one, but it's also the Endo Warehouse. That whole area is really interesting to me because there's a lot of, obviously there's those images. And then the other stuff that I mentioned before is connected to a place that has similar wall and floor tiles to Dolly's Hospital and Secret the Mimic. And that's also where we suspect the human-like medical staff bot to be, is in parts and service. I think that was a setup for Dolly's Hospital once we got Secret of the Mimic, which was meant to be the AAA game, by the way. We did get confirmation that Secret of the Mimic was meant to be that AAA game. So the way I'm seeing this right now is that there may be more to the Pizzaplex in terms of, like, it was like Fazbear Entertainment looking at the MCM location and taking things from it and remaking it, but making it more modern and more efficient in the modern day, is how I would view it. And plus, everyone was like, that hour is the best hour of the game, which I believe that's the part where we have to, where we have to save Freddy. Yeah, that's the part where you have to save Freddy. And that's also the a part where Freddy's mentioned, yeah. Why would there be an old monitor then? I believe that's an MCM monitor. I mean, I don't think it's the exact Dolly Hospital, mainly because, like, if this is a sinkhole, it would be way underground at this point. But I think, yeah, there's definitely MCM computers that they have, or at least styled computers, because we also see one in Ruin, right outside where the Mimic is. And then we also see one in Parts and Service and Security Breach. So I do think at least maybe they recovered some things, but I don't think it was flat out. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. So, yeah.
With like the golf and the bowling and stuff, are you able to do those things?
Some things, yes. There are some things that have mini games attached.
Awesome.
You know, you can't like walk into golf and play golf with what's sitting there. You know, you're gonna get killed. You're gonna get caught by bots.
So yeah, so they mentioned that there were going. Okay. So I'll do 1347. 1347. This confirms that a lot of mini games, such as the Bonnie bowling one, were scrapped.
Some things, yes. There are some things that have mini games attached.
Also, hi Maury.
You know, you can't like walk into golf and play golf with what's sitting there. You know, you're gonna get killed. You're gonna get caught by bots. But there are stand-up arcades that give you some game elements at times.
Oh,
So,
awesome.
you know, and for golf, specifically for golf, like one of the ideas there was like, well, do you want to play a putt-putt golf game there in that room, or would you rather play like a heightened fantasy version of what a putt-putt golf course would be? You know, where you are down at the height of the ball, and you know you're seeing sets from older games, and we can do whatever we want. You know?
That's awesome. In the game.
Yeah, okay, and they mentioned sets from older games. So what we're at, I'll do 14. But yeah, no, that should have been 14. No, it was 13. Okay.
Be, you know, where you are down at.
Yeah, 1430. J-Top mentions using old set pieces for Monty Golf. For the Monty Golf arcade machine. We'll do that there.
At the height of the ball, and you know you're seeing.
So, okay, sets from older games. So I was on Impulse Evan's stream earlier today, and he did play Monty Golf. A lot of them are from Help Wanted 1, with a few of them being like areas from the trailers in Security Breach. Or like a mashup of them. That's kind of what it was. So like you had like Vent Repair Mangle for one of them. You had like the Fnaf 1 stage for another one. You had there were so many, but like those are two for example.
Sets from older games, and we can do whatever we want. You know?
That's awesome. In the game, will we, as Gregory, be able to make choices or decisions that change things later on?
The answer is yes. Like in the sense that there are choices that you will make and paths that you can take, and then there are, depending on what choices you want to make and how well you play the game, you'll have multiple you'll have options in the end.
Really quick, glitch. I don't think so, because they were mentioning this in terms of the Monty Golf arcade that you can play. I did see that you just retracted, but I'm still gonna talk about it because that is a good question. They were referring to that in the Monty Golf arcade. So for whatever reason those are there, it could be the same reason. Or it could be something completely else. Maybe we'll get an answer to that in this interview or one of the John FuhNaff ones. So we'll have to see.
You'll have options in the end.
Yeah, like I guess for example, one of those choices could be there's an hour where, hey, there are two things that you could do, but you don't have enough time. You're gonna go upstairs or you're gonna go downstairs. and you have a branching choice at that moment.
That's, yeah, upstairs or downstairs, that's El Chips, or down in the kitchen where Chica is. That's what that is, because the party passes aren't like that. They're both on the same floor. So yeah, upstairs, downstairs, that's El Chips, and yeah.
That's also really good as well because of replayability. So it's going to be a lot of replayability in that, which is really exciting.
Yeah, we're hoping.
We're hoping.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like it's funny because that matters a lot to some of us. Like our lead designer, Brian Fairmouth in the game, he and I had worked at Telltale Games before.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's like giving people meaningful choices and branches, and you know, that's always great.
Yeah, and sometimes making the wrong choice that leads to consequences.
So I wonder, is that guy still working there? Because we don't really get selectable endings like that. We still do, but in Security Breach, it was definitely Telltale-like. But then in Ruin, it was like you do some things that slightly changes it. And then in Secret of the Mimic, it was just, do you give F10N4 the data diver or not? And then do you play the game again on New Game? That's what I wonder. That's what I wonder there. I'm curious about that. I'd like to know more about that, because it seems to have gone like down on how hard it is, but maybe they just dialed it back because of how much in Security Breach it really relied on that. But yeah, I'll do like 1550. 1550. The multiple endings were made possible from someone who worked on Telltale Games. Which, when did Telltale go out of business? Because didn't they shut down? When did Telltale shut down? Yeah, in September 2018. So that would line up. That would line up.
Right.
Consequences and stuff. I just want to say as well, thank you, because a couple of months ago we did the charity stream for St. Jude, and you guys provided a lot of things.
Okay, Tom wasn't Telltale?
Donated as well.
Okay.
So massive thank you again. You guys are amazing. It really means a lot to me.
Dude, thank you for doing it. Like, yeah. I mean, it's so great that you're doing these regularly and getting so many people involved, and you know, we've been watching you do it before we ever got involved with you. It's like, you know, it's fantastic. You know.
It really is.
I'm gonna go red now. I'm blushing. So you provided some interesting posters.
Really quick, I've never seen Daco actually turn like tomato red. I don't think I've ever seen that, except in like an edited picture.
Okay, and it's got a lot of people excited. And,
I need to. What are they? This is important. We need to listen to this.
What's the deal with the Fredbear's Family Diner posters?
It existed.
Okay.
At some point in history.
Yeah.
Right? Wouldn't you like to know more?
I would like to know more.
I would love to know more.
Boss fights, ?
And then it cuts. And then it cuts. 50. When the Fredbear posters are brought up, J-Top just says it existed. Wouldn't you like to know more? Which is interesting because this also helps me prove a little bit more that there were things for Secret of the Mimic being set up in Security Breach. Yeah. I think there are some things in Security Breach that were meant to tease Secret of the Mimic. Because remember, Secret of the Mimic was meant to be that AAA game. So if Security Breach, Ruin, Help Wanted 2 were meant to be leading up to that really hard, and if they were leading up to that AAA game really hard, it would make sense why they try to tease things for that big AAA game. So that would make sense for the parts and service and the Endo warehouse to be like Dolly's Hospital, why the Fredbear's posters were there, maybe even the Michael room, and then later the Mimic. These were all things leading up to that big AAA game being Secret of the Mimic. That's probably what it was. So that makes me wonder what else is there, like Sun and Moon, for example, building up to that. Roxy and Monty probably building up to that. Yeah, there's a lot there.
Mark.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there we go. And
yeah, we've got you know, the animatronics. You will have some.
That is a big question. Was Ruin planned, or was that made because of the security breach blowback? That is true. Well, it was a DLC that they did release shortly after. I think it was planned. I don't think it was originally planned to be free, though. I think they made it free because of the blowback.
Choices. And
Yeah.
you can.
Okay, I didn't hear this.
question mark.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there we go. And
yeah, we've got you know, the animatronics. You will have some choices, and
Yeah.
you can if you think that you've got what it takes, you can choose to take.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But each one's unique, which is really cool. That was
Yeah.
something that's
Yeah, I'm really
There's
excited
multiple-
to see
It sounded like they muted him there.
you can choose to take.
that. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, no, it was just his crappy mic. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. But each one's unique, which is really cool. That was
Yeah.
something that's
Yeah, I'm really
There's
excited to see
multiple
that.
I remember this sparked debates of, can you save the animatronics? I remember that sparked debates of, are we going to be able to save animatronics?
each one totally different than the next.
Yeah.
We try, you know, we're doing everything we can to honor the series.
Yeah.
Right.
And at times, you were in a room, in an office, closing doors, and, you know,
Yeah, I think we got that from the
Monty,
trailer.
Roxy, whoever trying to get in. Yeah, and other
Yeah.
times, you're stuck as Gregory in a place with one of those bots.
Yeah.
I want to hear that one more time.
Closing doors, and, you know,
Yeah, I think we got that from the
Monty,
trailer.
Roxy, whoever trying to get in. Yeah, and other
Yeah.
times you're stuck as Gregory in a place with one of those bots.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's nowhere.
So he mentions that sometimes you're going to be caught with Monty or Roxy trying to get in. And every single time this actually happens, it's always Monty or Roxy trying to get in. There's one time where it's Chica. Every other time it's Monty and Roxy. Like in the backstage area in El Chips. Like Chica is in the kitchen. So that makes sense for her there. You have Monty pounding on the door in the beginning of the game. So yeah. That's probably what that's referencing.
to hide.
Any plans in the future for multiplayer? Have you guys ever thought about that in the back of your minds at all?
Oh, really quick. I'm seeing MC said something. I heard people say security breach isn't scary, but I'm just sitting here having been jump scared so bad by Moon in one of my playthroughs, I need a break. I will say this. When I first played security breach, despite the bugs, when I got to the, like, past the tutorial section, got to, like, Sun and Moon, I thought, oh my god. This game is going to be horrifying if it continues like this. If it continues like how it is in the daycare right now, it is going to be horrifying. The rest of the game kind of dropped the ball on that, to be honest. But another section was when you shatter Roxy. That part's horrifying. I love that part. Sections like that were so scary to me. But now that I've learned how to cheese them, they're not as scary anymore. But yeah.
We've certainly thought about it. We've talked about it, but nothing concrete right now. But it certainly, I mean, as game developers and having made multiplayer.
So yeah.
For multiplayer, have you guys ever thought about that in the back of your minds at all?
We've certainly thought about it.
Yeah, so they thought about it. So like 18 Steel Wool has thought about a multiplayer.
We've talked about it, but nothing concrete
And
right
talked
now.
about.
But it certainly, I mean, as game developers and having made.
So I think they had ideas for it, but it never went anywhere. I think it was one of those things in game development where it was kind of just like, I don't think it's worth doing, especially with the way it released. No. Maybe in the future we'll get something like that from Steel Wool, but right now I don't think that's happening, like, for a long time.
Multiplayer games in the past, like we talk about it all the time.
Mhm.
The thing about multiplayer, and just kind of go back to one of the earlier things I said, like that is an undertaking. That is an undertaking. And again, we are an indie studio. We have built an indie game, building something that, to Jay's point, honors the series. And is a fun, fluid experience. It's complicated, so we talk about it every once in a while. There's nothing, no concrete plans.
I'll throw one thing in there though, just for fun and because I love you and I think this will be a lot of fun. Is when we were working on Help Wanted, we actually did a couch co-op multiplayer mode that.
Yeah. So okay. So like at 1855, J-Top mentions that they did work on a couch co-op for Help Wanted. So interesting. I would have liked that with like Help Wanted. I would have liked like a couch co-op. That would have been fun. Yeah, like it's a COD Zombies.
Never got finished. It never made it.
Yeah.
But we were playing with it. Where one person is sitting in the middle of the room and all the other players, and they've got the headset on and all the other players are in controllers, but they've got the bots and they're trying to jump scare the player that's trying to protect themselves.
Oh, that would have been so much fun. Oh my god, that would have been so much fun. Please, like, I know Help Wanted's an old game, but please do that. That sounds like so much fun. I would love to invite my friends over to do that. Oh my, please. Please, Steel Wool. I know it's old now, but please revisit that. That sounds like so much fun. I would love to invite my friends over, and if I ever one day get rich, invite other creators over to do that. Man.
And it was fantastic.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, we're one player would wear. Where one player would wear the headset defending the office, and the others were on controllers playing as the bots. His exact words, pretty much. I would love that in a Help Wanted 3. But yeah, no, I would love a version where I get to sit down, like either wearing the VR headset or just sit down on a controller and just play that with my friends, where either I'm trying to, get to my friend who is wearing the headset trying to defend themselves from me and like whatever other friends I have, or vice versa where I'm wearing the headset. Because it would also make for a lot of fun. Like, don't you do it. Stop trying to come to my office. Like, it would be fun. It would be fun. I would love it. I think we need to push for that more in the community.
We're talking about that ages ago because somebody found it in the files or something.
Oh, of course they did.
Yeah. I think it was it called Flashlight Freeze?
Yeah, it probably was.
Yeah.
Really quick. Actually, I'm going to take a screenshot of this, as this is essentially a free blueprint for y'all to snag. I'm going to put it in here. And this is like a whole different pizzeria, too. I mean, look at this. Nothing is like it. This is like a whole brand new pizzeria. Interesting.
because somebody found it in the files or something.
Oh, of course they did.
Yeah. I think it was it called Flashlight Freeze?
Yeah, it probably was.
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember talking about that, and everybody was like, "Oh my god, we might be getting multiplayer in the future with Fnaf VR." It was crazy.
we even had a character select screen that was like, it was kind of like Gauntlet with like the 4, player strips.
Yeah.
And it had like the curtains, so it was kind of like Super Mario 2.
Yeah.
So.
And they even had the character select screen kind of being made too. Interesting. 1950. They also had the character select screen in the works. So, dude, please, Steel Wool. It doesn't even have to be lore relevant. I just want it. I just want it.
Yeah, it was pretty sweet.
It's awesome. Well, there you go, guys.
Don't want to bring that one back.
Here's an interesting one as well. Are we able to just take a break from being chased by creepy animatronics and just have fun and enjoy ourselves in the mall?
Really, when you find like these mini games, these arcades.
Yeah,
those do lock you into the game, so you can play the game comfortably and not worry about
not worry
getting
about
stuck
time.
up on.
Yeah. Will we ever get DLC for Security Breach?
That is something that we're talking about right now.
Okay. There we go. There we go. A DLC for Security Breach. Before the game was officially released. Let's see what else they have to say.
We're starting to make some plans. It's nothing concrete yet, but we've got a lot of ideas. We're collaborating with Scott on it. There's, Fredbear in particular had such a positive response to.
Yes. Oh, that was amazing.
We would be silly not to keep giving people more of Security Breach. So yeah, we're laying down plans right now. More information will start coming out probably next year.
Awesome.
And then in the meantime, we're gonna be patching the game. We're gonna continue to do things like quality of life improvements and performance improvements and things like that. So there will be small patches here and there for things that we want to change that we didn't get to. Little things here and there. So you'll see that stuff.
Really quick, actually, yeah. MC just asked a good question. Does that line up with anything we have now? I mean, would have this big area. This might line up with Secret of the Mimic a little bit. Because like back here would be where Bub is. But like in terms of placements of like tables or like these, items, no. But the closest thing you could maybe say is like the Proto Freddy's. Maybe. Proto Freddy's. I feel like would be the closest thing you have to that. And even then that's like really iffy. Even then that's really iffy.
In the next few months, just upgrades, updates, quality stuff, and then DLC after.
Looks kind of like the Help Wanted hub. Yeah, true.
Yeah, that's amazing. Because Fredbear was so good, like, honestly. I just want to say that to you guys.
That does not look like my house.
Fredbear was so good, and I feel like that DLC allowed you guys to just like experiment and do ideas and stuff without having to, do the original FNAF games, if that makes sense. It led you to be more creative.
Yeah, the Pizzaplex is huge, and there's no shortage of stories that we could tell.
So here's an interesting one. Got a cool one here. So back in last year, you released Help Wanted for mobile devices, and there was a very interesting minigame that was included called Princess Quest. Now, I remember at the time, there was a stone door that could never be opened. And a lot of people were thinking, how are we ever going to be able to open this? Is this going to come back in the future or anything? So, will we ever be able to open it? What do you think?
So Fazbear Entertainment disavows all knowledge of said Princess Quest or rumors of sequels.
Okay, that pretty much answers it then. From the trailers,
Okay.
we've noticed.
So yeah, they pretty much were like, yeah, there's gonna be more. So okay.
Freddy is very supportive with Gregory, helping him, guided him. You know, you can go inside of his stomach and roam around the location without getting detected. So why is Freddy a good guy?
Wasn't Freddy always a good guy?
I don't know about that.
Terminal, did the Switch port come out? Yeah, it would have came out after. I mean, with help wanted, yeah, but I don't know what the Switch port, because it's just an eye. But like, if there's other things, it might lead me to believe it more. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I want to say yes, but at the same time, I'm a little skeptical.
You know, there was a point we were talking with Scott, and we were talking. I mean, it's a couple years back about ideas for sequels, and we were all kind of saying, wouldn't it be nice if we had Freddy as a protagonist?
Mm-hmm.
You know, how cool would that be? Like, hey, what if there's a kid and is protecting the kid? You know, like that's. And we started to kind of, you know, we were talking about other things like, oh, you know, there's an old man that's helping you, that's like a security guard, and you know, and it all kind of morphed together at some point into this like, we want a game where Freddy is the good guy.
So they were talking about an old man at one point helping Gregory. And then what do we hear at the end of Ruin? My friend has the schematics and just listen to instructions. An old man security guard. Old man security guard. That's Michael or Edwin. That would have been Michael or Edwin. Hold up.
Yeah.
Like a security guard, and you know, and it all kind of more started to.
Okay, let me listen to this from the beginning. Okay.
Sequels, and we were all kind of saying, wouldn't it be nice if we had Freddy as a protagonist?
Mm-hmm.
You know, how cool would that be? Like, hey, what if there's a kid and is protecting the kid? You know, like that's. And we started to kind of, you know, we were talking about other things like, oh, you know, there's an old man that's helping you, that's like a security guard, and.
2340. Steel Wool, or J-Top, I should say. J-Top mentions that there were plans for an old man security guard to help Gregory until it eventually morphed into being Freddy. That's interesting, because then we get something kind of like that in Ruin a little bit. I wonder if they're keeping that aspect of the story but revealing it later. I wonder. I'm curious now.
You know, and it all kind of morphed together at some point into this like, we want a game where Freddy is the good guy.
Yeah.
You know, all the bots are different. They all have different stories. Mm-hmm. You know, why not? I
think it's a great mechanic, because in sister location, the animatronic.
I wouldn't say that's confirmation Michael is Freddy. I think, you know, maybe it was just, oh, we want an old man security guard, and then they were talking about it a bunch. They're like, what if we have Freddy? Like, it could be. I don't know. Is it a kid helping a kid?
We want a game where Freddy is the good guy.
Yeah.
You know, all the bots are different. They all it's and it all kind of morphed together at some point into this like, we want to. Hey, what if there's a kid and is protecting the kid? You know, like, hey, what if there's a kid and is protecting the kid?
No, what if there's a kid and he's protecting the kid? He doesn't refer to Freddy as a kid. He just says, what if there's a kid and he's protecting a kid?
You know, like, we want a game where Freddy is the good guy.
Yeah.
You know, all the bots are different.
No, he doesn't.
They all have different stories. You know, why not?
I think it's a great mechanic. Because in sister location, the animatronics there, if you went inside those stomachs, you die, you get murdered. So it's nice to have an animatronic that has a stomach like this where you're actually safe and not, you know,
and you know, actually, that's one thing I always loved, is I loved the interactions you have with Circus.
Hydro, the exact, I'm gonna, this is the last I'm gonna say because I don't want to drag on it. He flat out said, what if there is a kid protecting it and he's protecting the kid? That's what it was. What if there is a kid and he's protecting the kid?
Circus baby.
Yes, yeah.
You know, where it's like, can you trust her or not? Or, you know, like, she's a great character. I mean, that's why I think she's one of the fan favorites, you know? It's like, you know, there's a lot of depth there.
Yeah, there is. What are you, like...
Wait, hold on.
You have with Circus Baby.
Yes, yeah.
You know, where it's like, can you trust her or not? Or, you know, like, she's a great character. I mean, that's why I think she's one of the fan favorites, you know? It's like...
Oh my god. I am winning so hard right now. Oh, I'm winning so hard. Wait. Hold on. He only meets one Freddy, and he keeps questioning if he's friendly or not. And Freddy's the only one that's friendly to him here, but by the end of this, he says that the friendly faces he met were masked hiding something wicked. And he just said that he loves how Circus Baby is a character that you might be able to trust or can't trust.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
Oh, I can't stop winning. Mentions how he loves the interactions you have with Circus Baby, with the aspect of trust being at play. Oh my god! I can't stop winning.
A lot of depth there.
Yeah, there is. What are you, like, from when we did the charity stream again, you guys sent memes and stuff, which were amazing, by the way. Like breakdancing Freddy and Roxanne and stuff. 10 out of 10. So what are your thoughts about the memes in the community? For example, have you guys heard of the Goongala?
What? What?
Have you guys heard of the Goongala?
What is the Goongala Fnaf? I don't know.
Me,
learning from you.
Seeing
That's so funny.
Is like the most. You made it. if there's memes about something that you're working on, like you've absolutely made it. Like the problem though with the memes is we'll be in a meeting and somebody will pull up the Goongalar in the meeting and go, "Hey guys, look at the community's throwing around. Like, yeah, check this out." And the whole meeting gets off topic. And then we.
You know what? Yeah, guys. Okay, okay? What does the catchphrase mean, really quick? What does Goongala mean? What does that mean? Does anyone here know what that means? Like, because apparently it's something Casey Jones related, but they applied it to FNAF. Does anyone know what that means at all? What does Goongala mean? Go get him, or just an expression of it? Okay. I don't know.
Spending a half an hour talking about whether or not we can put the Goongalar in the game. And finally, it's got to be like, hey, it's probably not. Probably have to pass on that one.
Maybe let's do a whole DLC about it.
Whole DLC about the Goongalar.
The curse of Goongalar should do something like that. How would you compare the game now versus the game in its original scope? And how yeah, you're already smirking. How big has it changed? Yeah.
10x?
Yeah.
10x?
Times as big.
Oh, it's just, it's
So he says it's like 10 times bigger than the original. 10 times bigger than the original plan for it. So, like, I'll do 25, 50. J-Top mentions that the original scope of the game to now is 10 times as big. I'll rephrase it. Of the game we have now compared to the original plans is 10x as big. Yeah, like MCM size. Yeah.
incredible. I mean, even from when I joined to what's coming out, like wildly different game.
Yeah.
It has come so far, and even the short time that I've been here, and it did.
Actually, how many floors are there in MCM? Isn't there only 2? Does the elevator ever go up to like a 3rd floor?
Impressive.
Yeah.
How quickly and how well this small team was able to.
I mean, yeah, but that's a basement. That's in the basement area. No, I won't count the underground stuff. I'll count 2 stories as above ground. Within a long. Okay, hold on. So Goongalar FNAF meme. What the hell is this? Okay. Okay. That's the Goongalar, guys. Okay. Okay, the Goongalar. There we go.
Pull together probably my favorite game I've ever made. So
yeah,
it's
And he worked on Mortal Kombat.
Wait, so the original plan for Security Breach was there to be 2 floors, 10 times smaller, and a lot of references to past games. Yeah, y'all see what I'm seeing, right? Like I'm not going insane. Y'all are seeing what I'm seeing, right? Please tell me y'all are seeing what I'm seeing. I wonder But if the AAA game was meant to be Secret of the Mimic, then what was this meant to originally be? This is weird because it feels like they're describing MCM. Oh god, it's weird. And a warehouse and okay.
You confirming Security Breach is better than Mortal Kombat?
I think that's
merged into one. That would be my favorite game ever.
Here's one that a lot of people have been asking. So, do you guys have a price of how much it's going to be and
Was
the
it like
age
40
rating?
bucks? It was like
Yeah.
T for teen.
So the game's going to be $39.99.
Yep.
Nice.
And we expect the ESRB rating to be teen.
Awesome. Will Glitch
Yeah,
Trap make a return?
Are any of the Help Wanted recreations on the 3rd floor? No. No. Yeah, we need to learn how they describe things in matches. Yeah, okay, that's interesting because it sounds like they're describing the MCM location in the original plans for Security Breach. 2 floors, 10 times smaller, a lot of references to previous things like Fredbears and some Fnaf references, some sister location. It feels like Secret of the Mimic.
The figure's right there. Behind me. That counts.
Okay, well, you don't have to answer any of this, right? I'm going to give you a theory. I'm going to give you a theory right now. I think Glitch Trap will return. I think it's pretty obvious that he will return. Okay? Somebody found out, you sneaky people, in the Security Breach cartoons, somebody combined
Yes, there is a Secret of the Mimic interview. John FuhNaff did one. It's like about 30 minutes long, about the same length as this.
like the glitches, and it made Glitch Trap.
Fazbear Entertainment.
No.
I love that he does this because I do the exact same thing whenever someone's asking me about like an unfinished project that I can't talk about. I always do the Fazbear Entertainment has told me.
No, I mean, like, again, you don't have to say or not, but I think most people kind of know that it's gonna happen because like the end of Fredbear as well and stuff like that. Like,
Well, so that was in the cartoon?
yeah, the cartoon.
Huh.
There was like, do you know what I'm talking about or not? Are you teasing?
Huh.
What's really cool about the cartoons, actually, is that if you've been paying close attention.
John FuhNaff did 2 interviews. One was more Secret of the Mimic related. One was more Help Wanted 2 related. John did 2 interviews.
To them, you're already playing Security Breach.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's really cool about the cartoons, actually, is that if you've been paying close attention to them, you're already playing Security Breach.
We need to look back at those cartoons. All right, Jay, have a good night, Chief. Thanks for sticking around. I'll just do 28-0 or 28-10. Ray McCaffrey mentions that watching Freddy and friends on tour is the same as playing Security Breach. We're gonna have to go and look back at those.
Okay. Will Showtime ever return for Security Breach or future games?
So, you know, there could be some sort of Showtime, but not as what you expect.
Okay.
This is
Yeah.
true.
Cool.
Yeah, that did happen in the game. Yep.
I was very, very happy with that original song that people found.
I know.
Alan Simpson, who's done music for this game as well, did that one. Yeah, he last name Simpsons, and he did do some songs on The Simpsons, which is funny.
Oh, that's cool.
That's
He's
funny.
an improv musician that does like on stage improv shows.
Yeah.
You know, like, hey, do something in the style of, and everybody's singing, and he just like, he's magic. He's just amazing.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun developing that song with him.
How fun has it been making FNAF games?
Oh, it's been a blast.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
It's
far
so
we're
much
kind of doing
fun.
general
It's
questions.
like, especially as like a newcomer to the franchise, like the number of times where I have to stop and I have to ask someone like, "Hey, if we do this, doesn't it affect all of these other little pieces over here?" And it's like, then I have to hear a dissertation on
Yeah.
the history of.
So they were worried about the lore, like that would get hit. So that calms my worries about some other things, like the arcades, for example. I'm writing that down. 2920. Ray McCaffrey mentions that he was worried about messing with the old lore, with the older lore of FNAF when making Security Breach. I have not done a stream reacting to Scott Cawthon interviews. I'm going to do that on another stream in the future. By the way, this is my first time ever watching these.
The history of FNAF. Yeah.
Exactly.
So don't ask me where I got my information on Security Breach from, because I can't say.
Whoa,
Probably
whoa,
there
whoa!
for
We
hours.
can't have
The
that
moment.
pattern on the sock.
Exactly.
Hold on.
Yeah.
And then honestly, like just the community, I like, you know, I've seen really, I've worked with really passionate communities before, but nothing even close to the FNAF community. Like
Yeah.
Three.
Just everything about the folks that
There's three
see
italic.
online, just
Yeah.
they love the franchise. They love these characters. They've grown up with them. They care about them.
Yeah.
And that's like, that is an inspiring thing, because that means that if we don't care about them, we're not doing everybody who loves these games a service. And that's like
Yeah.
our job. Like, the job is not to produce games. J-Top's job is not to be the creative director of a game. Our job is to build something that
Yeah, so they were worried about lore implications in the story. So that's good. That lessens my worries of what I was worried about in the beginning of the stream, with them saying, oh, I really like these characters, you know, Helpy and Sun and Moon and stuff. And then we see so much of them in later games, but like Monty and Chica kind of got a little shafted in Ruin and stuff like that. So it lessens my worries hearing that.
love. That is our job.
Yeah.
And it, the whole team feels that way. We all approach the job that way. And so, yeah, it's an honor. And honestly, I'm hoping everybody loves the game as much as we do.
Yeah.
Hey, that's awesome.
It's amazing that the artwork that you see,
Yeah.
you know, the videos you see people make.
Yeah.
You're like, oh my dear Lord. Like I mean,
Do we see Big Top? We don't see Big Top or DJ Music Man in Ruin. No, we don't.
when I stop playing the game at night and I try to go to bed, you know, I'm like, I'll be looking at my phone, going through Reddit,
Yeah.
and just seeing like all the amazing stuff everyone's doing, or just people's ideas. And I don't know, these days, I mean, when I was little, everybody knew the same shows, because you know, you had 5 channels on TV. You know, a movie would be in the theater for a year, you'd see it multiple times, everybody knew the same references always. But in like the last 10 years or so, it's gotten harder and harder and harder, because you can go online and you can find one weird little niche thing, and if you're into it, you can just find, like, all I want to ever listen to is synthwave 80s style.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can find like YouTube videos for like years that are just that. And so to have people that are coming together and have been talking about this one, you know, this one IP, and they love it so much, and that's just great. I mean, I have a kid, like my daughter is 8. She's been, you know, a huge fan since she was like 4.
Yeah.
You know, when I go and take her to school and whatnot and look at the backpacks of the kids, it's like Freddy's,
Yeah.
you know, and it's like,
God, that's crazy to think about, isn't it? That's crazy. So that person has liked FNAF at this point for longer than they've been alive. Or for longer than they didn't, I should say. My bad. They have liked it for longer than they didn't at this point. For the majority of their life, they've liked FNAF. I'm the same way, but God, that's just crazy to think about, man. I know, this makes me feel old, and I'm 20. I'm only 20. This makes me feel old.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
crazy.
It's so nice. I worked at Pixar for 14 years, and I worked on
14.
tons and tons of stuff that my daughter doesn't give a crap about.
I love Pixar.
Right,
When
but
I
it's
found
like,
out you worked at Pixar, I fangirled, man. I fangirled hard.
we'll talk sometime. We'll have to talk. but like my daughter's like, oh yeah, I saw that. That's great.
Yeah.
But Freddy's,
no.
what are you guys doing for Freddy's? What are you doing for Freddy's? Right? It's like, that's the one.
Because we were talking about the era, like you were the 80s era and stuff. Mine was like early 2000s and stuff. So like Finding Nemo, The Incredibles, and stuff like that. So it's really weird that I'm talking to somebody who worked on those things. Like I watched as a kid all the time. Like I love The Incredibles. I had a Dash costume.
Oh,
that's
I got my. Oh, that's awesome! I've got my Incredibles tattoo.
Oh, nice! There it is.
I got that at the animation rap party.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Will there be any Easter eggs in Security Breach?
It's funny. We have so we got, you know, because of the deep lore and because of the history, there's a whole bunch of stuff that we were able to do that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you want to talk about some of the stuff that we got, J-Top? You want me to?
Oh, you go for it.
So as we're building the game, I get an email from Scott, and he says, "Hey, put this stuff in the game," and I look at it all. I examine it as a producer would do, and I say, "I have no idea what any of this means." And he goes, "Yeah, put it in the game."
So yeah. So where are we right now? We're at I'll say 32. Ray McCaffrey mentions getting an email from Scott Cawthon with assets to put in the game. It made no sense to Ray McCaffrey. Whoops, McCaffrey. But it was put in anyways.
Sorry, I know. Cool, you got it. And so, on top of the fun things that we did, we've got a bunch of stuff. It's all really, it's really interesting stuff. And so, yeah, there's no shortage of things to discover in the Pizzaplex.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Yeah, Rockstar Rose stuff for sure. I feel like the Night Marion plushies might have been another one. Yeah, there's definitely. Thank you, everyone, for saying bless you. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I say one thing that you've already called out, like in videos, so far, is noticing the arcade skins in the background.
Yes.
Yeah, there are a lot.
Okay, so the arcade skins count as Easter eggs. Okay. $34.24. So J-Top mentions that the arcade cabinets are Easter eggs. That's interesting. It was art so far that we know of.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The majority of them came from Scott, and he's got a team of artists, right? And
so it came from Scott specifically. Interesting. So those were sent by Scott specifically, those arcade cabinets. Like the majority of them.
So they did all sorts of great Easter egg stuff. Like, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
And then there's a bunch of, when we were going, well, we have to do a whole bunch of skins. Hey, everybody in the studio, just come up with stuff.
Yeah.
And we made ridiculous arcades. There's some silly ones.
So everything you guys have been saying about Easter eggs and stuff, like this game.
So some of them are fun and goofy. So I would imagine the ones that are fun and goofy are like the Buff Funtime Freddy, stuff like that. But then the ones that are Easter eggs, like House of the Bear, Catch That Fetch, Theo's Brain Blast, a couple other ones. You know the ones I'm talking about were sent from Scott specifically. So there's one of two ways you can interpret that. One, they're meant to be canon. Those stories are meant to be canon to the games. Two, they're not meant to be canon to the games, and that's his way of saying that they do not exist. These are now just fiction in the universe. And considering that we have Theo's Brain Blast, a character from that's interesting. The one with the bird outline with the crown. I mean, it's gonna be hard to decipher who made what. That's the issue. It's going to be hard to decipher who made what. And the big reason why I'm leaning towards, well, they're meant to be more of the fiction route is just because we have like characters from the Silver Eyes. We have some characters from the Silver Eyes. Flat out. But I also wonder if those are the goofy ones. So that's interesting, to say the least. And some are just goofy ones made by Steel Wool. So it's interesting that Scott wanted some of these Easter eggs to be arcade cabinets. We'll look at the list of arcade games after this. We don't have much longer in this.
It's going to be big. So let's say if I was doing a Let's Play, how long is it going to take me to do everything? Everything.
Well, man, so last night, I was trying to do a comprehensive playthrough where I got every single collectible. And I started at 9 and it was like 1:30 in the morning and I was like, okay, I'm gonna stop now. I was still I was not even near the end. And I was like, man, I just haven't found everything yet. I'm trying to remember where I put some stuff,
Yeah.
Beating everything, saying how long it takes to beat everything in the game is a complicated question.
Yeah.
Because there's a
True,
lot
Rebel,
of
true.
variables. Like,
yeah.
For
Rebel, when I get my new computer, I'll go through the files and look at those. I actually, okay, now y'all got me curious. I want to see, do they have the file names for these on the wiki? FNAF SB arcade cabinets. Oh. Tex Arcade. Bed Maker. Bon Bon Fun Ball. Bonnie Bites. I mean, yeah, that one's obviously a goofy one. Huh. Yeah, it doesn't really. I think, could it be art style that we should be looking for? Because in that case, Catch That Fetch and Bonnie Bites are very similar. And some of these are more like, I don't know. I don't know.
it's gonna take a long time. Like, it's gonna take a long time, not just because of the size of the pizza books, but also because it's a FNAF game. Like, it's a challenging point where it's like you really wanna go for it.
Oh damn! There's gonna be some hard moments while playing.
Yeah.
Am I gonna rage?
Oh yeah.
No! No, please.
I mean, I hope so.
Oh, like, is it going to be as hard as the freaking baby plushies in
It
Help
won't be plush.
Wanted?
No, it is not that hard.
There's no plush babies.
Okay. The thing is with plush babies now, I
J-Top, you fucking liar. There is plush babies.
can do it first try now. But at the start, it was freaking, like, really difficult. Out of all of the models that you have made in Security Breach, which one would you say is your favorite if you could pick?
I mean, I think
Ooh.
DJ Music Man is like the most impressive model in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You know, like I love Daycare Attendant that's my favorite, but man, yeah, DJ Music Man.
Okay, we're coming.
I'll mark that down because people could definitely interpret that in certain ways. 3650. J-Top mentions that DJ MM is by far his most favorite model in the game. Ray McCaffrey agrees.
Coming up to the final questions, but I'll ask one more about the game itself.
Okay.
Is the game going to have subtitles when it releases?
Yeah.
Yeah. Straightforward. Nice.
Yep.
Which I
Awesome.
thank them for, because I hate when
On a
games don't
scale
release
of
with
1 to
subtitles.
10, how excited are you guys to get this game into the hands of the fans?
And excited,
Millions.
like 11 and a half terrified.
Oh no, don't be nervous.
No, I mean, you're launching a big game. It's always nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it's going to be
I've
nerve-wracking.
Has never not been nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, I am so excited to get it into everyone's hands because I think everyone's really going to enjoy it.
Yeah, it's like I've always had this sickness, from working in film, for working at Telltale, is just like sitting there and doing reload, and just see comments, see reviews,
The art in Security Breach is amazing. So, oh my god, the Steam poster that was shown, like the cover, is insane. Got like cutscenes from the trailer, and the art and the posters and the promotional art, the cartoons, everything. The art has been insane. So people have asked, in the future ever, do you think you guys will ever release like a behind the scenes like Security Breach art book or anything like that?
We've not talked about an art book, but one thing we have talked about is actually doing kind of like some dev diaries. So
Awesome.
Basically having videos drop online with our game design director and
I don't think this ever happened.
Our sets team and one of our art directors.
I don't think this ever happened.
Just getting all those folks out in front of everyone so they can talk a little bit about how we were all able to bring their vision of what that world should look like to life. So we're talking about doing that right now, actually.
Awesome. You guys have freaking really pushed FNAF, the audience with this game. Like, I remember seeing on the PlayStation YouTube channel how many people watched those trailers and how many people outside of FNAF came back to it after years and been like, you know what, this is looking like the biggest FNAF game ever. I am interested in playing it now. And for it to coming out on consoles as well and stuff. So I just want to say again a massive thank you for all the hard work that you're doing, with Scott as well. A massive thank you to Scott for getting you guys involved with the game and being like, you know what, I'm going to take a step back and let a studio make their own game. I feel like that was definitely the right decision. So thank you, Scott, and thank you guys. Honestly,
Yeah, I agree. I think it was the right decision.
I feel like it's took FNAF to a new level. It really has, and I don't know where FNAF would be right now without you guys. Honestly, you've done a really good job with Help Wanted as well. I still think Help Wanted to me is one of my favorite ever. Yeah, thank you for keeping going with FNAF and.
A class. In this world, it is something.
like, I was thinking about it the other week in bed. I was just like, I don't know, when is FNAF gonna end? Like, when is it gonna end? It's gonna be here forever.
right after Star Wars does.
Right, exactly.
Right after Star Wars
It's
does.
hitting so many people. It's had such a huge start, and look, and the it's just picking up more fans. It's just
exactly.
bringing more people on board. And it's so nice.
And it's like totally spot on. An enormous thank you to Scott. Like that's like collaborating with him has been an incredible experience from my perspective. Like it just super into our ideas.
Thank you to that one person who subscribed, but I can't read it because it's really small on my screen.
Like, really helps put fuel in the tank. It's been a really good working experience, honestly.
Oh, that's good.
And then at the end of the day, thank you so much for the kind words, but thanks to all the fans, because if it wasn't for y'all, we wouldn't be able to do the thing that we love to do more than anything else. Like, you get into this
W. Ray McCaffrey,
you have a passion for it. You do this job because you've got a Steam library of 200 games and you've only made 3/4 of the way through it. And it's your
I'm guilty of that.
You love. And so being able to give that feeling that we all feel every day with the things we love, being able to give that to the community is immensely rewarding. So
we're gonna wrap it up, guys, and I'm gonna give you guys one more question. So
shoot.
The final thoughts of Security Breach. Almost a week to go. Do you have any final hints or anything you can say about Security Breach?
Let's listen.
That will get people excited. Even just one word, like a code or anything.
Schematics.
Okay, so pizza flavor.
Schematics.
It's a bit of a difference there. Pizza flavored cotton candy and.
So, schematics. So 4235. Yeah, that's more Secret of the Mimic too. When asked about anything they can say to hype fans, Ray McCaffrey says schematics.
Schematics. Okay, thank you. But yeah, thank you guys so much for today's interview. You guys have been awesome.
Just because we love Daco, we're gonna watch to the end to give him the watch time because we love Daco here.
That you've gave for some of the questions, and people are going to be so excited to watch it. And
so you know what? For now,
excited and ready for the release.
So yeah, so what can we gather from this? Arcade cabinets. Some are Easter eggs, some are not. Obviously, there's some that are placed around on purpose. J-Top really likes helping in daycare attendant, which probably explains why we see them a lot more. The Pizzaplex was meant to be 10 times smaller. It was meant to be 2 floors. There was meant to be a lot more schematics involved and other stuff. So that sounds like Secret of the Mimic.
All of the passion you've put into the project, and honestly, I'm just so excited.
This is weird.
I'm looking forward to the future with you guys as well.
It feels like it was meant to be like a more modern Secret of the Mimic.
You guys are amazing. Andrew as well. Kai, Andrew and Kai, who I've met as Andrew. Hi, Andrew, if you're watching. But yeah, super awesome team.
I don't mean that. They're my best friends.
Yeah, hopefully in the future as well. We guys actually get to meet in person. That would be so cool.
Yeah.
To do like an interview in person or something.
Let's meet at Disneyland and do.
Yeah. Let's go on the Incredibles together.
That'd be cool.
Yes, let's do it.
Yeah.
Next video's
I'm a little.
But yeah, thanks guys.
That's interesting. It feels like Security Breach was going to be a lot more in lines with what we got in Secret of the Mimic.
J-Top and Ray for joining me. You guys are amazing. I appreciate it. So yeah.
That's how I feel about this right now.
Oh my my god.
Like
I'm gonna
everybody at work watches them, so you know.
I am gonna, if there's any like plot twists or any cool reveals.
That's how I feel right now at the moment with what we know.
From me, like honestly, I'm so excited for it.
That's where I'm at right now.
I said this to my friends.
Is that Security Breach was meant to be a lot more in line with what we got in Secret of the Mimic.
But I'm also really intimidated by it, and because the game is so big, I'm actually nervous. I'm nervous to go around. I'm intimidated by it.
We should do like you should get a bunch of string and pictures and do a big board behind you.
Yeah.
I'm playing through.
Yeah.
Oh god. Yeah. Like same thoughts about like when I flew to America as well. I had the same thoughts. Like I love America, but I'm also intimidated by it because how big it is. It's coming from a small country. Yeah, it's pretty big. It's pretty big. So we'll compare like Fnaf 1 to the UK and Security Breach to America. That's how I feel right now. But yeah, honestly, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it.
Maybe, I don't know.
And yeah, Security Breach comes out the 16th of December for $39.99. You've got a price. So yeah, really excited. So PlayStation Store and Steam, right?
Wow.
Yep.
I'm kind of
PC.
right now. I'm at the mindset that Security Breach was meant to be more Secret of the Mimic.
I'll be on it straight away.
Like,
I will be there waiting. Like as soon as it releases, I'm gonna be ready for it. But yeah,
Thanks, man.
thanks,
you.
guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for watching, everybody.
WJ Top W Ray W Daco. So then we have two other ones. We have a Secret of the Mimic one. Oh yeah, with Daco. My bad. And then one with John FuhNaff. Oh hey, there I am. Yeah. So we'll get into the next one, which is with John FuhNaff.
It's Swisher time.
Helps fight gingivitis for 12 hours.
Maybe, but the thing is, Secret of the Mimic was meant to be the AAA game.
Rookie, pro, and all-star. I'm gonna track all of my stats with the clock.
Okay, so when did this one come out? This came out on May 31st, 2024. So now we can get into like the next thing. So next thing is John FuhNaff interview on, it was what, May 31st? Yeah, May 31st, 2024. Okay. I mean, Ruin definitely was a course correction. But yeah, I don't know. Really quick, I do want to be right back. I want to quickly make some dinner. It won't take me long. Give me like 5 to 10 minutes, and I'll be right back. I promise, chat. Pinky promise. Be right back. Yo, guys, really quick. I see what y'all are saying. No joke. Apparently there's pizza on the way. You already know what I'm doing to that pizza. I'm putting mayonnaise all over it. I'll even put it on camera when I get it. Yeah. Y'all are gonna get live mayo pizza. How do y'all feel about that? Okay. Here, you are going to see a mayonnaise pizza. And I'm going to eat it. And I'm going to enjoy it. There's nothing you can do about it. However, let's stop messing around. So yeah, this was made by John FuhNaff, released on May 31st, 2024. And it is an hour and 20 minutes long. Oh no.
Right now, I'm currently at Steel Wool Studios headquarters, sitting with Jason Topolsky from Steel Wool Studios. Say hi, Jason.
Hi, Jason.
Hi, Jason.
Who would be that
And
guy?
today we're going to be doing an interview about all things Steel Wool FNAF games, and it's
Yeah, let me turn up the audio.
So
Hold on one second, guys. My
see
bad.
this interview. There's a lot of juicy things in here. We just filmed it, and there's also Circus Baby in the middle. So let's get started with the interview. Here we go.
Also, this intro was so good by John FuhNaff. I don't know if he may have commissioned
Hi.
something, but it was so good.
Check.
Thank you so much
Hi,
for being
everyone.
here.
Because there's 3 cameras, and I'm like,
There's so many.
I'll say hi to these guys and these guys and this guy.
Thank you so much for being here. Like, this is seriously a dream come true for me. But today we're going to be doing an interview with Steel Wool Studios. And I just want to say thank you so much for watching already. I know this is something that doesn't really happen often. So it's really an honor to be doing this.
Yeah, this stuff is always cool
and
to see.
Hello to Baby as well.
So this will probably be more Help
yeah,
Wanted
Trey,
2
yeah,
related,
regular
but
sauce, crazy, amazing.
He's so
really quick, actually, I wanted to talk about this Circus Baby head.
Thank you so much for watching already. I know this is something that doesn't really happen often. So it's really an honor to be doing
I wonder if this Circus Baby head was the one used in the movie. I genuinely wonder.
this. Oh, yeah.
everything that he does. This was another one that we had at PAX as well.
But yeah, I'm so excited. Let's get started.
Okay.
When did you first hear about FNAF? Like, did you hear about Scott's games when they were coming out?
Well, I didn't know about the ones before FNAF until later.
Okay.
You know, because, I mean, Scott had like 30 games by
Right.
the time he did the first
Yeah.
FNAF.
Right.
But I was working at Telltale
I played a
Games
few
at
of
the time,
these. I
and
need to get back to playing them.
there was a producer that I worked with named Chris Schroyer. Really neat guy. He had this cool like pink mohawk and everything. And he knew that I loved horror. And he came up to me. He's like, "Okay, this game just came out. You need to get it." I was like, "What?" He says, "It's like Family Fun Center horror, like Chuck E. Cheese. You should check this out."
Really?
And then I grabbed it and downloaded it, and I was playing it.
Oh, you
that day.
played it?
like
Like,
when
right
it
when
came
it came
out.
out? No
yeah,
way.
because of Chris. Chris was one of those like
Wow.
he was always on top of like you
True.
know, what everybody might
You know,
want.
I know so many people who know the regular sauce. I would love just to ask the regular sauce about stuff. Like, obviously, I'm not going to ask him about things that haven't already been released, obviously, because you just can't. That's NDA territory. But I would love to ask him about, like, what's it like? What's the process? You know, and is there really any lore behind the things you make, or is it all for fun and all that kind of stuff? I would love to do an interview with the regular sauce. If he ever gave me the opportunity, I would be honored, but I don't think it's happening anytime soon, at least.
Right.
What everybody might want to see, and
Right.
he'd let everybody know, "Oh, this is totally in your wheelhouse," and give
Oh
everybody,
my
yeah.
gosh.
And that, I mean, that's when I heard about it, and it was fantastic. You know,
Wow.
I played it at work.
Oh, you played at
I was
work
playing
on
at
the
work.
clock.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh.
And Telltale closed, so they're not gonna get it. They're not gonna get me now.
Do you have like a favorite FNAF?
Favorite FNAF game?
I mean, I guess of Scott's.
Yes, of my favorite one. It's so funny. Is I really like the Pizzeria Simulator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love everything that he had done
I like
before
Pizza
that,
Sim
and each
too.
one's so unique and different. But
Mhm.
I always liked Scott's sense of humor.
Oh my gosh.
You know,
Helpy. Like,
and then we get to
Helpy-
Helpy, yeah.
Yes. Helpy's humor is so good in that
Well,
game.
and it's just filled with it.
Yeah.
All the descriptions of, you know, all the different things that you can fill your pizzeria with.
Yeah.
Where it feels like a sim game, but at the
Yeah.
same time you're still playing some classic FNAF. I just think he did a great
Yeah.
job. He took a
Exactly.
big chance. He
Oh
took a
my
big
I would have
chance
to
on it.
agree
It
there.
was
It
really
does kind of
good.
feel like
it
a
was,
sim
it was
game
a lot
little
different
bit.
than the other ones.
Yeah.
It was taking a big chance for
Yeah.
sure.
And I think he did that a lot with his originals. Everyone had something so unique,
Right.
and you'd follow that path, and it's like cool. And he broke out of a pattern and he tried something very different. I thought it was
Right.
cool.
But yeah, there's a different mechanic in every game. It's
Yeah.
really cool. It's really cool. But now you're making your own FNAF games.
Yes.
Kind of. You're part of the team.
With Scott.
Yeah,
Yeah, with
right.
Scott.
With Scott, of
Yeah.
course. What comes first when making a game? Is it like story? Do you think of like the mechanics of the game, like setting? What
That's a
comes
good
first in your
question.
mind?
Really, the first thing when we hit any new title
Mhm.
is a high concept. What do we want this game to be? And we work that out with Scott.
Mhm.
So we work on this,
Okay.
come to a consensus. This is what we want the game to be.
So the first thing they do is talk to Scott on what we want the game to be. Okay, 340. The first thing Steel Wool does with a new game is figure out what they want the game to be with Scott Cawthon's input. Okay.
And then every one of them's been a little different. Sometimes we'll just go straight into script. Just write a bunch first pass, a bunch of dialogue. You know, what characters are we going to have? What kind of situations we want to be in? Other times we'll have, hey, we don't have these people available because they're working on another project or on the previous project as they're finishing up. And we might start the next one while we're wrapping up. You know, like while we're working on Help Wanted to start on Fredbear.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the kind of thing where it's like we just started getting the next ones. And then, 2 or 3 of us will start while everybody else is finishing up. And so we get in this pattern of, we don't have our sets people. As soon as they come on, then they'll start building all these like cool white box sets and everything. Or, who do we have when?
Right.
Okay.
And as people are available, sometimes that drives, sometimes that drives our schedule.
Right. So what about Help Wanted? Like, what was the first thing that you did, like, you thought of in Help Wanted? Was it the story or
The original Help Wanted, we only had I think we had 7 people, and by the time we finished Help Wanted, we had like 12 people working on it.
That's crazy.
So 12 or 11 people.
That's cool. So like, I'll do like 455. So when they started working on Help Wanted 1, they only had 7 people, and by the time it finished, they had 12 people. That's really insane to think about. Amazing job from Steel Wool there. That's insane.
I don't remember. I'm old. It was 11 people. But we started that saying, hey, we want to make the original FNAF 1 in VR. And that was the thing. That was the thing that started it and sold it.
There was no like tapes, glitch trap. It was just remaking FNAF
It was
1.
make FNAF 1.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was, and that's when we met Scott, and we, we got the deal with Scott, and we had done, here's part 1, and we're like, because he really wanted to make part 1 VR.
Yeah.
And we're like, we're gonna also do part 2.
Yeah.
And let's do part 3.
Yep.
And
Okay, so yeah, then Help Wanted started as just FNAF 1, and then later moved on. So that's cool. So Help Wanted 1 started as just a FNAF 1 VR version, but later turned into what we know now.
let's do what we can for part 4, without it being, so tied into sound.
Right. Right.
Because in VR, everything is just way more impactful.
Oh
and
my gosh.
way more horrifying.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
The plush trap minigame for me, like, still to this day, I can't do it.
I agree on that. Okay, I can do the plush trap one. I can't do the Nightmare Balloon Boy one. I actually shake when I do the Nightmare BB one. Even out of VR, I start to shake and get monstrous anxiety from it. I do not like that one. Just because of how horrifying it is. Same for the Funtime Foxy one. Those are the, oh my god, chef's kiss. They did amazing on that, but I'm glad that they did make us play FNAF 4 in VR, because oh no, man.
So much fun.
I can't do it. So like when FNAF Help Wanted came out, take me back. What was it like having so many people like dig into your game? Is that like the first time you've experienced something like that? Like dig into your game for like lore, secrets, like trying to figure everything out. Were you expecting that?
For games, we had never gone through that before.
Really?
Yeah, I had gone through some of that when I was at Telltale. You know, because there were big fans that were like reading into the stories episode to episode.
Yeah.
You know, like Tales from the Borderlands, Minecraft story mode, and you'd get like fan theories and people digging into stuff while we were working on 5 episodes at a time.
Yeah.
And when it came to Steel Wool, we didn't have that kind of experience at all. That was new to everybody. You know, coming from feature, we'd have a lot of people that were just...
You know how scary that must be as well, knowing that you're stepping into a community that is really heavy on like the details, even the small details, and you're making a game for that, and it's your first time ever experiencing something like that. Oh, I'd be horrified. Oh my god, I would be horrified.
Hanging on to everything that the characters were doing, like a Toy Story stuff or monsters, but not quite like lore. There weren't a lot of big secrets,
right?
Right. So it was really unique.
Yeah. Was it fun just like sitting down watching theory videos?
It was.
Yeah.
It was a blast.
Yeah. I bet it was.
I remember. I mean, I very specifically remember watching Daco.
My gosh, yeah.
Because he got to play. He got to play when we had a demo at a Sony booth at PAX East.
I remember that.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I want to say it was him and a couple other guys. I want to say that maybe Razbowski was there.
Really, I
apologize if I've got it wrong, but I know there were a couple other people there, and there were lines, and he got in. Couldn't show any footage, but we got some reactions.
No way.
And so we're like, oh. Hey, this Daco guy, look, he got in.
Did you know of his YouTube channel before?
We did.
Okay.
Because we were watching some of that stuff, as we were working on the IP. It's like, hey, the YouTuber base is huge. Lore videos, all this stuff. Like, we really needed to get into it and expose ourselves to everything.
Right.
And a couple of guys in our crew were already really into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Into Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yes, and the lore videos, and so they were already on top of that. Like, Phil is one of the guys that comes to mind.
Okay.
Wow.
It was like,
and there was only 12 people or 11 people at the time, so that's crazy.
He was
okay. So so there were already people in Steel Wool. I love that Help Wanted 2 shirt. But there were already people at Steel Wool that enjoyed FNAF and its lore. Yeah, 820 people at Steel Wool already enjoyed FNAF and the lore. So far, not too much that's juicy right now.
He's one of our first employees in the studio, too.
Oh,
yeah, like straight out of art school.
Wow.
Yeah. He's really cool. You'd like him a lot.
So Steel Wool was really small.
It was really small.
So like, what was your goals with Steel Wool when you first started? And how did that change when FNAF came into the picture?
It was funny. When Steel Wool first started, it was a group there were just 5 of us, and we all worked together at Pixar Animation Studios.
That's crazy.
And
working on like The Incredibles and Ratatouille and Toy Story 3. And that's wild.
I was there.
I would love to meet them. Ratatouille. I love Ratatouille. I love Ratatouille. Anyways.
For 14 years. And some of the other guys, like
14 again.
One of our other co-founders, he was there for, I think, at least 20.
Wow.
Long time. But we loved games. I've always loved games. And we wanted to do a side project. And so you could do a carve out. And what you do is you'd propose your idea. Like, let's say you're in the story department. You're like, oh, I'm doing comic books, and there's, Comic-Con coming up.
Okay.
They would propose their idea. The studio would buy off on it and say, yeah, you can make this.
Huh.
And you can sell it. And go make your comic and sell it at conventions.
Okay.
Like, cool.
Yeah.
And so everything was above board. It was all like, there weren't going to be any legal issues.
Right.
And so we we pitched this idea for a game called Fly Hunter, which is a side scroller.
Yes.
Yeah, and it was pretty funny. It had like 20 minutes of cutscenes, and we were just experimenting. None of us had made a game before, right?
Right.
And we just had fun
Right.
with it.
That's
And
awesome.
that's where we started.
That's
And so
cool.
our goal was always we wanted to just have fun and make fun games.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And it's, I assume the goal's that's still the same.
Yes.
Yes. So I want to kind of go game by game.
Yeah.
So let's start with Security Breach. I mean, we just did Help Wanted. Let's do Security
yeah.
Breach. What did you learn from making
Okay.
Security Breach? Because that was a big step up for you guys. Like, you didn't
Yeah.
have many people, I'm assuming, when you started making
didn't.
Security Breach. So what did you learn from that game?
You know, it's funny because I think people wouldn't guess the number one lessons we learned from Security Breach, but we started right before COVID.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
we only
they
had
did.
like 12 to 20 people.
12 to 20 people working on Security Breach.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. So they started work on Security Breach right before COVID and only had about 12 to 20 people working on it. Wow. These guys are insane. I wonder how many people work for them now.
Yeah, in
That's wild.
person.
Yeah.
And so like Evan, who's one of our creative directors, he was an animation director for a long time. The two of us were in a room working on ideas for like, always knew we wanted to do this Pizzaplex,
Mm-hmm.
right? And we were talking about that with Scott, and it's like, oh, it'd be fun to do a big game,
Right.
like a non-VR game,
Right.
you know?
And you guys have never done something like that before, right?
Right. Fly Hunter was the only what we call flat game that
Right.
we did.
Right.
But after Fly Hunter, when we all kind of broke off from Pixar and we started doing our own things, I went to Telltale for a couple years to get
Mhm.
like some practical game experience, you know, in a studio.
Yeah.
And I love Telltale. This is so much. I really enjoyed it there.
Good. They make great games. Or made
God,
great
yeah.
games. Yeah.
Evan and I, we went in one of our conference rooms, you know, post-it notes, take out all our little note cards. What are locations that we would have? So like, here's all locations, like a restroom, this, how about a chica maze? A chica maze, like a mirror maze. It started as a mirror maze and then
A mirror maze.
Okay, so Maze Side started as a mirror maze. Okay. So like, yeah, 11:45. Or 11:40. Mazer size. I don't remember how to spell it. Forgive me. Was originally a mirror maze. Yeah, Chica maze, Fruity maze, and it was going to be a mirror maze.
yeah, and then you know we told our engineering guys, they're like, ah,
Yeah, they're like,
mirrors,
"Oh,
mirror
no,
mirrors,
that's
mirror
gonna
mirrors,
work."
right? Okay, I thought it's more like fruity maze, like
Right.
fruity maze, right?
Right.
Like Fruity maze. Changed it to what we have now, more like Fruity maze. As J-Top describes as Fruity maze. So yeah, I think that's another little connection there. Chica maze, Fruity maze. Well, okay, so Mazer size was originally going to be a mirror maze. Like they're like, we want a Chica maze, let's make it into a mirror maze. They're like, that's gonna like destroy the game and like graphics and stuff. So like, okay, let's dial it back. Let's make it more like Fruity maze. And then that's what we got.
And then so we started making all these locations based on the characters that were going to be there. Everybody had their own zones.
Yeah.
And we made this big flat map on a table.
Yeah.
And we started working on white box sets. And then as people were becoming available, we were doing medical stuff at the same time.
Okay.
And so while we were getting ready in our pre-prod, people were finishing up some VR medical apps and things.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool. I
Really-
didn't know that.
Really pretty amazing stuff.
Wow.
That's
So
cool.
as people came available, you know, then we started building the set and we started building the models and everything. And then COVID happened. And then for the first time, we all had to go. We didn't know how long it was going to last.
Yeah.
Remote.
Mm-hmm.
we shipped everybody's computers out to them. Everybody had to work at home.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was
It's a big
really
change.
hard to
Yeah.
like get around.
Right.
Yeah, that
You
must
know,
have been
How you
really
do-
hard.
When we were doing, like Help Wanted 1,
Mhm.
we could all watch somebody play in
Right.
headset and then snicker at them through a window and be like, hey, come over here. You know,
Aw.
they fell over.
Yeah, no, I love that. So I've like been able to experience things like that where I've seen games being made and cool projects and stuff like that. And I always love like being able to be like, yo, come look at this guy play this game. Like, I don't know what it is, but it's so cool. It's always so much fun to see like the process of game development, especially when you're like at a studio that does it. So cool.
It's like, they're crying. Right. So we couldn't get any of those responses for seeing how people would react to it.
Right. Right.
It was really
Right.
interesting.
It's a big change, and I think people don't think about that a lot when they think of like when making a game and specifically security breach. But yeah, that's
was really
tough.
hard.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
then since then we're still 100% remote. We have
which is a good thing and a bad thing, right? Like you can hire people from everywhere now. There's a bigger pool of people to choose from, really talented people all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a good and a bad thing for sure.
It is. We've definitely learned how to.
Mirror Maze is a carnival thing, right? Something. Well, I not really anymore. It is something you'll find at like carnivals, sure. But I've also just seen mirror mazes in malls and stuff like that. Or just establishments that have them. So it's not really just a carnival thing anymore. Way back when, yeah, it was more of a carnival thing. But now, not so much.
How to hone that skill.
Right.
Of distance.
So how did you take what you learned and implement that? Like what you learned from Security Breach and implement it into your future games?
As soon as we were able to start meeting in person again and getting on flights and everything, it was so important to.
You've never seen a mirror maze in a mall? Go to Mall of America. There's one in Mall of America. I know there's one there. I haven't gone to it, but I know there's one there because I see it every time I go there, like once in a blue moon. I know there was one at the mall that used to be where I live. I know there's a place somewhere a few towns over where there's just a mirror maze place.
Have big kickoffs, all the leads,
right?
All departments, all leads, everybody to get on the same page, and not just be on a Zoom call, and then we'll do like day-long presentations, people showing what they're working on, get everybody on board, like here's what pre-prod has done up to this point, here's the story to this point, wherever we're at, and then really get everybody involved in a nice, fun, in-person kickoff.
That's awesome.
Which
helps a lot
invaluable.
with the development. Yeah, right.
Yeah, invaluable.
Right. I think this is a really interesting question. Was Security Breach always the name of Security Breach?
Ooh.
Did it have a different title?
It had, it's funny. I don't remember what our code name was for it because I'm old and it was a long time ago. But when we were talking with Scott about it, we had a list, like we made like a spreadsheet of potential names.
Right.
And I want to say that we had this list of names of what it could be and what it could be and what it could be. And then I think Scott was like, how about Security Breach? He was like,
really?
Like
it was Scott's idea.
Yeah, like he did that for Fredbear as well. We had all these names.
Wow. So Scott named Fredbear and Security Breach. Okay. 1510. Scott named both Dreadbear and Security Breach. I'm going to leave that open-ended just for now.
For what it could be and what it could be. And he's
wasn't like Frank and Freddy?
Frank and Freddy was a name.
Rise of Frank and Freddy or something.
That was one of the names we were playing around with.
Yeah.
Right, on this list of names.
Right.
And he was like, Dreadbear. What a Dreadbear. And we're like,
wow.
That's it. That's awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, we're doing that. That's the one. That's good. Yeah.
Do you remember any of the other names for Security Breach or no? Can you throw one out there?
Actually, really quick. I'll note it. Don't worry, MC. But one thing I want to note really quick is that they were playing with Frank and Freddy, not Franken Fredbear. So it makes me wonder, is Dreadbear meant to be a Fredbear in that case? But this was also before they even had a name for Dreadbear, so how concepted was he too?
Trying to. I can't remember.
Okay. Dreadbear's original name concept was Franken Freddy.
It's like one of those. I'd have to pull up the doc.
That's
I
right.
want to say it was like 50 different names.
Wow.
And none of them were as good
as Security
Breach. I don't remember the other ones.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love Security Breach, and I have so much fun
thank you.
theorizing about that game. Like, especially
Me
like
too,
the
John.
environments. Like, something I do in my videos is look at all of the environments in Security Breach, see what stories they're telling in each one. I love doing that. So, how much thought?
I do the exact same thing as of late. I've been doing the exact same thing. I am with John on this 100%.
Was put into like the environments in Security Breach, because there's so many little details. There's so many little details.
It's a ton.
Yeah.
When getting into Security Breach and the set being a character, right? The set is its own character,
right?
And it really is in all of the Freddy's games. Every one of the pizzerias is its own character, and you want to like honor that moving forward. And looking at Scott's, it's like,
so they put a lot of thought into it. So yeah, 1620, they put a lot of thought into the environment. 1620. Steel will put a lot of thought into the pizza plex's environment.
hey, every time that there's a new Freddy's and there's a new location, the bedroom is its own character versus, Freddy's 2.
Right.
Freddy's 2 versus Freddy's 1, right?
He's so good at set dressing.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I mean, the Freddy's 3.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much going on there with the museum, and it's like, this is so cool.
Yes, I heard this explanation of like FNAF games. It's like you're seeing.
He said there's a lot going on there with the museum.
Not seeing something.
Like, there's so much going on there with the museum, and it's like, this is so cool.
But he's saying that was FNAF 3. Hold on.
That's crazy.
I mean, the Freddy's 3.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much going on there with the museum, and it's like, this is so cool.
Yes, I
don't know. I'm not gonna say that's a security breach museum, but it's weird. Yeah, like essentially it is a museum, but it isn't. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I heard this explanation of like FNAF games. It's like you're not seeing something happening in the moment. You're not seeing the pizzeria in its prime. You're seeing a snapshot, like a piece of history, like it frozen in time.
Right.
And it's telling a story in its own way through the environments. So like with Security Breach, I bet that was a lot of fun to do that with Security Breach.
And one of the big things in Security Breach is that, so when I was a kid and we had like Chuck E. Cheese, right? In Tacoma, Washington, I think I've said this in maybe another interview somewhere, is
you did.
We had a 2-story Chuck E. Cheese, right?
Yes.
With the balcony that went around and everything.
Yes.
And like
Hi, Punky.
pits. All our soccer parties were there.
Yeah.
It's like kids' birthdays were there. And it was cool and it was fun and we loved it and it wasn't creepy.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
When we're there as kids, it wasn't creepy.
Right.
Right? I'm sure some of the parents were like, oh.
Yeah.
But it was fun and it was super cool and we wanted to go there. And one of the things we really wanted to do with Security Breach was take a moment where there was a heyday. At that time in the Pizzaplex, Freddy, the gang, everyone is still like polished.
Yeah.
And you would want to, you'd look at it and you'd say, I can see how a parent would want to bring their kid to a place like this.
Right.
Look how cool that is. Look at all the stuff they've got.
Yeah.
And of course,
okay.
I want to go somewhere that has putt-putt and laser tag and go-kart racing. And, it's like, everything you could think of for a family fun center. Yeah. Like the ultimate, what's your dream fun center? What would that be?
Right.
And it's not ruined yet. It's not in disrepair. Which, there's a lot of people that didn't like that. But that's why when we get into Ruin,
Right.
that's the flip.
Right.
Is we want to
Yeah.
see it in a state where, oh yeah, I could see people going here.
Yeah.
You know, and it's
Yeah.
popular again.
Yeah.
You know, they've gone through what Fazbear's gone through,
Yes.
and now it is popular. And it's like, Freddy's not a bad guy. We like Freddy.
Right.
Freddy's helping a kid.
Right.
You know, and to see that as a contrast,
Yeah.
you know, from some of the originals, and then to get to the creepy, broken
Yeah.
down, you know,
Yeah.
our shattered versions.
Yeah.
Okay, so they describe security breach as like during the heyday, so that makes sense. I like that. That's cool. Thank you, J-Top. Thank you, Steel Wool.
Throughout, and that was one of our goals. There was to
Yeah.
make it just this incredible set.
Oh yeah.
And
There's so many little
Yeah.
stories like throughout.
oh yeah, all
There's
over the
lots
place.
of hints to little things that I've talked about in videos. But it's
All over
it's
the place.
awesome. It's awesome. So
Yeah.
going along with the environments of security breach and like the theory videos and looking into every little thing,
Yeah,
Brian, the design director, I believe, at
Yes.
Steel Wool,
yeah.
in a previous interview,
Brian
said that
Freiermuth. Yeah.
yes, his favorite Easter egg in security breach was something that no one has found yet. And I think first, do you know what that is? Do you know what
Yes.
it was? You know what it was?
Yeah.
What was it?
And it was at the time. You
At
all,
the
you all
time.
found it.
We found
Yeah,
it.
you all found it.
Okay, great. Wow. So
Yeah,
we won't
So
know
we
what
found
it
it.
is.
No, it was. Nobody was talking about. There were certain things people weren't talking about at all.
Right. Right.
And one of them is they weren't. You know, they really weren't talking about. You know, the sewer, and the things in the sewer,
Yeah.
and the parts and the notes. And you know, at the time that
multicolored notes.
yeah, at the time people weren't talking about the little post-its down there.
So yeah, okay. So around like the 20-minute mark, J-Top mentions how people weren't looking at the Easter eggs in the sewer involving the parts and notes. And well, I'll say and the colored notes.
Not post-its
Really?
because it's post-its.
Yeah, they're like pieces of paper.
Yeah.
It's weird. But
Yeah, at that time nobody was talking about it.
interesting. So it's
Yeah.
something down there.
Yeah, and then you've talked about it in videos too.
I talked about it.
Yes,
I
you've talked
found
about
it.
Yeah, there's a lot
Wow.
of things that you've talked about. We're like, no, nobody's even commenting on this.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And then I'll watch a video. I'll watch one of your videos like, John did it. John got it.
No
you know?
way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my god, I'm keeping that in. You hear
Oh.
that, everyone? I'm just kidding.
Well, that's, I mean, that's
It-
one of the reasons I like watching. I like watching YouTubers. And
Yeah.
I love watching yours.
Oh,
You
thank
know?
you. Thank you.
Daco.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Matt Pat.
Yeah,
Like, it was
yeah.
so great watching everybody to see like who's close, who's
Right.
got this, who
Right.
doesn't.
And does it still feel as exciting as it did when Help Wanted dropped? Like when you were first watching theories and stuff like that?
You know, it's deeper than that now.
Okay.
Because at that time it was like a shock.
Right.
You know, it's
But
like,
then-
oh wow, look at
Right.
everybody.
To go into that a little bit,
Mhm.
are you ever shocked that no one has picked up on something that you were trying to put out there? Like, it reminds me of like putting the yellow paint in video games. Like, do you put the
Oh,
yellow
yeah.
paint on the ladder to show the audience, like, hey, there's the ladder, climb it up?
Yeah.
Are you ever surprised that it's like, I'm so shocked they're not picking up on this little story bit or this little thing? And
Sometimes. Yeah,
Really?
sometimes I am. Like, I know it's like the yellow. It's like, that's just good design.
right,
Right.
right,
It's like,
right.
that's just good design. And as we had been, you know, adding and filling out our design team, and we're like, in VR,
Yeah.
how does somebody know they can climb something? Well, they're gonna have to throw some yellow spike tape on. it.
Right. Does seeing how people theorize about your games, specifically maybe Security Breach, does that change how you go about the storytelling in future games?
You know what's funny is I'll make these comments where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do this thing in YouTuber bait. People are gonna love it.
YouTuber
Oh, yeah, I
bait.
am YouTuber bait. I'm like, people are gonna love this. You know,
Don't
and I'm like,
do
I'm gonna
that.
put this thing in here and people are gonna love this. And then you're like, and then if people don't say anything about it, it's like, oh, I thought it was being like really obvious, but maybe it was being too subtle.
Oh my.
So they'll sometimes specifically put things that are incredibly obvious so people think that it's too obvious to theorize about. Steel Wool. will put things in their games for YouTuber bait so that people think it's too obvious to theorize about. That's... Can we get a round of applause for that genius thinking? It's so obvious that they're not going to want to theorize about it.
Wow. Get it?
I'm going to make sure I heard that right.
I'm like, people are gonna love this.
Don't
and I'm like,
that.
I'm gonna put this thing in here, and people are gonna love this. And then you're like, and then if people don't say anything about it, I'm like, oh, I thought it was being like really obvious, but maybe it was being too subtle.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but people don't realize. Okay, never mind. Let me change that. And if people don't find it, he'll think he was being too obvious, but maybe it was too subtle. So he'll put things that are so it's literally hiding in plain sight. Hiding in plain sight is where they're hiding some things in their games. That changes how I view these games a lot more. Especially with some things that are like, yeah, but that could just be there for just convenience. Now it makes you go back and look at those and think, they did that on purpose. He did that on purpose. He put that there on purpose to be obvious. Like he wanted us to find that and start climbing up the ladder to find other things that they're hiding later that are not as obvious, but we'll miss them and miss a whole beat of the story. I think we may do a marathon stream at some point, like a marathon where we do Help Wanted one stream, then we do like Security Breach the next, then Ruin the next, then Help Wanted 2 the next, and Secret of the Mimic the next. I think that's what we're going to do. Hiding in plain sight. Now, really quick, I'm going to go make sure that my pizza's in the oven, so I'll be right back, chat. Give me just a moment. Oh yeah, right. I muted there. All right, chat. So there's like 5 minutes left on the timer, so I'm just going to pause this for a second. Let's talk about that. What do we think we could have missed in these games that was so obvious, but it could have led us to a ladder that gave us lore? What do we think we've missed? Because when looking back, it's like, it's so weird. Also, high counterattack. It's weird. It is really weird. Because like the CD locations, some of them are really weird. I mean, yeah, that could be another one. God. We're gonna have to go back through these games. Like to see, like. That's so weird. Because that makes me look back at a lot of things, and like now I'm connecting these things in my head right now, like as I'm just talking to you all. Yeah, Foxy. Well, Foxy was planned. Bonnie was killed, which is interesting. I don't know. There's so much. We're just gonna have to go back through these games, I feel like. And since I'm getting a computer soon, I mean, I think what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to get a lot of these games on Steam so I can like Unreal unlock and stuff and just look around at things, which is a lot of money. So maybe, I know I have Seeker of the Mimic, so maybe we could do Seeker of the Mimic, but I would need the other ones like Help Wanted 2, Security Breach. Yeah. I mean, it seems there was a Glamrock Foxy planned in the lore, but yeah. Terminal you can Steam share, that would be so goated for you to do. That was such an interesting thing for him to say. They'll put something in plain sight that's meant to be obvious, and we won't notice it, and we miss a whole story beat. That might be why a lot of this stuff feels so dumb and not well put together. And that's why I'm excited with like my next video. As much as I don't want to self-glaze, I've been kind of doing that a little bit. Man, just thinking about it is just like blowing me away right now. Just the thought of these things that we've missed is like, wow, we really missed a lot of things. So I wonder how much of them has been found since this, because I know this sent people crazy for a while. But huh. I'm just thinking. I don't know what to say. That was a bombshell. Yeah, the parts of service broken room. That's always bothered me too. I've looked at that, and there's tally marks in there. There's tally marks in that broken room. Also, hello, Jonah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they just trash everything. Which makes it interesting that where the mimic might have originally started, which is in that silo, connects directly to the sewer. Like, I wonder if he was an endoskeleton that they thought was just faulty and they threw him away. Yeah, with a fresh set of eyes keeping this reveal in mind. Exactly. Yeah, I'll replay through like Help Wanted and all that stuff. Like, try to get all the collectibles because I want to look at the collectibles, and so much stuff that could come from that is insane. Also, my pizza should be done like any second now, so I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna go get my pizza. Y'all are gonna see my mayo pizza, so I'll be right back. I shouldn't be long. Give me like 5 minutes, 10 at the most.
One
Mayonnaise on pizza is the greatest thing I've made. Mayonnaise on pizza. It's such a delicious thing. And this is my mayonnaise on pizza. I approve of this message. Delicious! There's a version on YouTube. Mayo pizza, what's it taste like? Pizza with mayonnaise. It's an open face sandwich. Alright, if you like tomatoes, if you like cheese, you like bread, you like meat, you just like a sandwich that's just a pizza, just a little less pizza. Absolutely yummy. Delicious even. Oh, I like my meat. I like my meat a lot. Okay. So while I eat that, we'll keep watching this stuff.
That's terrible. But I love it because we'll never know what's YouTuber bait and what's not.
No, you would never know.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Actually, really quick, I'm going to make y'all look at this again. If you want to possibly appear in a Narrow Raven live stream, eat a mayo pizza, submit it to my Discord in the mayo pizza submissions. I'll react to it and see what you rate it. It'd be a lot of fun, so I recommend it. I love mayo pizza. I've converted Terminal. I've converted Clipsy. I'm trying to get other YouTubers to try it right now. I know Nervous is going to try it this Friday, I think. So, yeah. Yeah, John said that's terrible. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
There's just those things where it's like, it's part of the story. It's part of the lore. It'll be part of the world.
Right.
And it's one of those things like, oh, we should do this thing because people will love it.
You can't give me an example of one?
No.
Okay, that's fine. I get it.
Yeah, there's some, yeah.
It's got to remain a mystery. For sure. Even me, like, I don't want to know everything. You know, it's
you figure out a lot of stuff, which is great. You know, you do.
Oh my
gosh. Which is really nice. I really like that. You know, I mean, nobody's ever going to figure out everything.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
There's no way.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. So, like,
there's still more games to come. So,
is there? Anyways, so.
Wait, what did you just say?
There's no way.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. So, like,
there's still more games to come. So,
is there?
Oh.
Anyways, so about the little details scattered throughout.
I mean, I don't think there's any secret that we love working with Scott.
You guys work well with him.
We really like working with him, and
he's awesome.
You know, we will continue to work with him.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. We'll talk about that a little later.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 years ago now. Yeah. May 31st though. When did Help On 2 come out? When? Yeah, it came out a little bit before that. Yeah.
Stay tuned. We'll talk about future things later.
Okay.
So about all of the Easter eggs and details and everything in Security Breach, how do you keep track of everything? Like, I feel like there's so many little stories, so much lore, so much stuff in your games. Like, do you have a big document? Do you have like a book, notebook? Like,
so anything that's script, right?
Yeah.
All in the script, right? So I have everything in the script. Any of like the notes that you find, I have documents of the notes that we find, you know?
Yeah.
And then one of the things that I do personally that nobody will ever see is the point of view. So you might have found a note from somebody talking about like, oh, my kid cried, and you know, it's like
in Security Breach.
In Security Breach. And there's a name. And I'll have like names of characters that have posted these things or put them in, or you know, that one's like anonymous. It's like someone came in. But other ones, it's like, but nobody will ever know the names because they're not meant to be seen. It's just there are points of view.
Interesting.
You know.
Interesting.
It's like, oh, what was this person's role? There's like a thread. There's a thread of some messages that if you kind of put them together,
right? You know, like I made a video about like.
Lily H. Lily H. That's one of the names that comes to mind immediately because she's the daughter of like a higher up at Fazbear Entertainment. I'm actually, So what we'll do. Mentions that names can lead to a line for a plot later on. Yeah, J-Tom mentions that names and other details can lead to a line for a plot later on if connected by the fans.
Like the staff meeting, like there's this big staff meeting storyline, and what is that about, and where did it take place? And I mean, don't confirm anything, but I think that's very interesting. People should look into that. Like there's kind of so many little stories. Like there's a cop showing up at the Pizzaplex. There's the person who ordered lasagna, but they don't serve lasagna or something like chicken parm or
chicken Alfredo.
Like, but the staff bots, like, you know,
exactly.
There's a lot of little storylines.
Exactly.
Do you think there's? I mean, I guess you would know. Do you know if there's any mysteries about Security Breach that have not been solved yet?
Yes.
There are?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, for sure.
No. This is going to send me on a hunt.
Your boy don't stop winning. There are still mysteries that have not been solved in Security Breach. There's a lot with those messages. I do like ranch. I don't like ranch on pizza. I don't. I like it on the crust, not on the pizza.
So there's things in the game that you purposely put there that no one has really picked up on yet.
Right.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's the thing is that there are things that are, you know, maybe not paid off yet.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh.
There are things that may happen in the future, and then things might make sense. Like, do you ever watch Gravity Falls?
Yeah.
Okay. Like Gravity Falls, there's all these clues throughout the whole series.
Right.
And then when you see it happen later, you're like, oh, that was in episode 2.
Right.
Or, oh my God, there's a picture of Bill. Oh, there's Bill is in the window. You know, it was there the whole time, right?
Wow.
J-Top describes some mysteries like Gravity Falls, where it pays off later instead of right away, which I believe is so true. I've been starting to say this to people. I'm so glad I'm on this right track without ever watching these.
Wow.
And as people were figuring out the show, it's one of my favorites, one of my daughter's favorite shows too.
It's a great show.
Yeah, it's so good.
So going off that,
Yeah.
do you think that every question in Security Breach will have an answer one day? Or do you think there will be like mysteries forever? Like that you'll just keep.
I think there will be mysteries forever.
Wow.
You know,
it's about audience interpretation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. 2650. J-Top says some mysteries will stay mysteries forever. Interesting.
And it's like, you know, you can come up with questions about everything in the world.
Right.
You know, whatever room you're in right now. You know, you can look around and say, like, why is this color?
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody...
Oh, don't say that. Don't talk about
you
colors.
Know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Hey, so these chairs are yellow.
Yeah. Why are they yellow?
Why are they yellow? Somebody made them yellow.
But you're thinking so much about this, but not about the giant baby head sitting between us.
And I know why that's there.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like, I know why that's there. That's,
yeah.
But these yellow chairs.
Right. Why are they yellow?
Who specifically picked them and why? Why are they here in the studio? You know, is there something more to it? Where did they come from? I don't know.
So you're referencing maybe something like this in Security Breach.
There's so many possible questions that you may never know. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think I like it that way. I think I'm content with that.
Yeah.
I think audience
the yellow chairs
really
itself
fun.
are important,
like,
but like
I made a video
what he means by saying like why are these yellow chairs here?
You can kind of make a theory for
He's
anything
using it
in
as a
this
way to
franchise.
explain
And
some
it's
things in
mostly
Security
about
Breach.
what timeline or what theory makes the most sense to you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's awesome. I think some things should remain mysteries.
Yeah.
It's just part of the brand at this point.
Yeah.
So
I mean, one of my favorites. I love David Lynch, the director, and Twin Peaks has always been one of my favorite, series. And nobody will ever know everything. They just won't.
They won't.
Yeah.
You just have to be content with that, I guess, as a storyteller, right?
Some things in a show like that are not meant to be explained ever, and you gotta be like, that was so weird. Why? What? The way that somebody delivered this one word.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jack. I see the casting
that
thing.
meant something.
I see it.
David Lynch gonna put out like a book that explains every little bit? Like, no.
No.
Yeah, no.
That's the fun of it.
Yeah, and you might have heard something in a performance and then said like, do that again, but put an emphasis on this.
Ooh.
That was eerie.
Yeah.
And then it might pay off.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It reminds me of like.
Thank you,
Cassie's
Tyrion, for the
line in
$2.
Security Breach,
Yeah,
where
chairs
you
have been
blurred
looking
out
awfully yellow lately.
a section at the end of like, follow instructions.
Right.
Anyways, if you could change anything about Security Breach, where you blurred out a section at the end of like, follow instructions.
Right.
Anyways, if you could change anything about Security Breach, what would you change? Like whether it's story, environment, or anything.
It's funny because it's like, it's tough to look backwards.
When you're looking forward probably so much right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Where if you were able to go back and remake it, okay, it's like Star Wars, the special editions.
Oh, yeah.
The story there being, George wanted different effects. George wanted these things to look different. And so he went and did a pass on the first 3 movies of adding so much additional CG, putting cut scenes back in, like adding Jabba,
getting
and all
rid
this
of the
stuff.
Puppets, right?
Right. And
didn't Yoda go from a puppet to not a puppet? Am I misremembering?
Still a puppet, but I think there was some tweaks right there.
Right.
I don't remember exactly, but there was so much stuff that got added where it didn't feel like Star Wars anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, well, this isn't the movie I remember watching over and over and over again.
So it's hard to look back,
Yeah.
Yeah. I understand.
Because then you could change something that somebody fell in love with.
Right.
And
can't
then they're
mess,
like,
can't mess with the past.
Change that one thing that was my favorite rock.
Exactly.
You covered up that rock. Oh,
Especially me.
Rock.
I'm like, why'd you get rid of that sticky note
in
the corner over there?
Yeah.
I loved that sticky note.
Yeah. It's like when they replaced, replaced the Max Rebo band in Jedi. With, with that song. It's like, no, I loved that.
Yeah.
Like, those are some of my favorite figures. When I was little. It's like, So you can't make everyone happy, and then when you go back and change things like that, you don't know what the ripple effect's going to be.
Right. I agree. I agree with that. Do you think we'll ever get another game involving the Pizzaplex? Like, are you content with the Pizzaplex era being done with Ruin? Like, do you ever think we'll see the Pizzaplex in a functional state ever again?
You know, I would say that no location is off limits, right?
Okay.
Everything.
No location is off limits. I'm gonna write this down really quick at 3125, but listen to it. No locate. So, Shadab says that no location is off limits for FNAF.
Everything in the universe, everything in Scott's universe, could be revisited,
right,
at some point. There, not everything's answered. When do you see it?
Not everything's answered in Scott's games, you're saying?
All of
all of the
in all of
FNAF
Freddy's
games, yeah.
It's like there's so much stuff that you could go back and look into.
Right.
I really want to see the FNAF 1 bathroom. What's that bathroom look like? I don't know. Like, right?
Right.
Hold up. And what did they do in Secret of the Mimic? They let us see the FNAF 1 bathrooms in Proto Freddy's. Oh my god, if that was intentional, that's hilarious. If that's intentional, that's hilarious. That's actually so funny. I don't know what the bathrooms of FNAF 1 looks like, and we go to Secret of the Mimic and go down to Proto Freddy's. And there's the bathrooms. We get to see the bathrooms. Oh, that's beautiful. Also, good night. Whew. Okay, really quick. I'm going to take care of my dish, so give me like 5 minutes, and then we're going to be back on this full time, guys, all right? One last intermission, I promise. All right, my skibbity sigmas, welcome back. We're back at this full time. We got about another hour to watch. And then we have another one to watch after this. So let's lock in.
So basically anything's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
You're not
out...
like restricted to certain
yeah,
areas.
I wouldn't rule out anything.
Yeah.
Love to see the exterior.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
That'd
be
be
cool.
What's the exterior look like? Where is it located?
Right.
What's the town?
Exactly. Is it Hurricane Utah?
Who knows where it is?
Who knows where it is?
Right?
Wild.
You just there's so many unanswered questions. So I wouldn't limit anything.
Okay. I like that answer. That's a good answer.
Because then, as soon as you're like, oh yeah, we're never going to a pizza place again. It's like, hey, guess what? There's this really great idea.
Yeah.
And everybody's super jazzed about it.
Right. Right. I like that you keep your options open.
Oh yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't close any of those doors.
So, Ruin.
Yeah.
Ruin was awesome. I think the community agrees that Ruin was such a great game.
The only part I hate is the part where you have the endoskeletons right outside of the Fazbear Theater. I think that's one of the worst parts of the game.
And in the interview you did with Daco, Ray McCaffrey, Steel Studios, said that there were already, this was before Security Breach came out. He said that there were already plans for a DLC before the game came out.
Yes.
So I guess the question is there a world where we get Security Breach without Ruin? Or did you always know that you would need Ruin to tell more of the story?
Ruin specifically evolved.
Okay.
But we always knew
Okay.
that the story didn't end there.
Right. You always knew you'd need some DLC.
Wanted to do DLC.
So did you have the name Ruin when you were before Security Breach came out, or was that a...
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did not have the name. And then I want to say that was another one where it was like playing with names, and then
Scott?
I think Scott was,
No
I think
way.
it was Scott that was like that was started calling it Ruin, and we're like, oh, that's great, you know.
Wow.
And then it's Ruin.
That's
right?
awesome. That's awesome. So I think we can all agree that Ruin was a lot scarier.
Okay. So Ruin evolved from what the original idea was. Essentially. So like what, 3330? J-Top says that Ruin evolved from its starting point. Yep, right back at the keyboard. J-Top says that Ruin evolved from its starting point and that Scott Cawthon named it Ruin. And I put an apostrophe there when it didn't need one.
Like you were talking about earlier, it's like completely the opposite of Security Breach. Like Security Breach, bright and fun. Ruin, not so bright and fun.
Yeah, they're supposed to pair like that.
Right. And it was very like linear. It's more of a linear experience.
Yeah.
Especially, I love the scene between Roxy and Cassie at the end.
Oh.
That was wild. What was the main goal you wanted to accomplish with Ruin?
Really one of the biggest goals with Ruin was to show the decay.
Okay.
Right. It was like, we want to see it during the functional phase when people would like love to go there. It's like, if that was a real place, I want to go there.
Oh,
you know,
yes.
absolutely would love to go there.
Oh my gosh, me too.
You know,
Yes.
it's like I would go to El Chips like
So I love how the story doesn't change either. It does not change. It always has the same story of we want it to feel like a place you would go to and have fun. It does not change. Also, hello, I'm going to call you Serene because I don't think I've ever said your name before and I don't know how to say it. But hello.
Twice during my trip, and then I would go down to Monte Golf and play putt-putt,
Literally,
you know? Absolutely. I wouldn't spend any time in the maze or.
Okay, so J-Top is a Monte Golf nerd. What kind of nerd would want to go to Monte Golf? Woohoo! Monte Golf.
Size gym.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Because I imagine the smells.
You don't want to eat pizza while you work out. Yeah, no.
You imagine the sweat on top of like the melted cheese and like all the food that's
right.
Right.
Don't describe
really was
it.
Meant to be. Here's the decayed version.
Okay, so that was the main goal. Just show that it's completely the opposite.
Yes, absolutely.
With Ruin being a lot scarier, I guess, than Security Breach, do you enjoy making more horror, scary type games, or more fun games like Help Wanted 2?
I like doing a mix.
Okay.
Okay.
You know, it's like when it comes to like horror, like I love horror.
Right.
I'm never going to make anything that's like over the top bloody or, you know.
Because I feel like you are really good at like comedic stuff. Like I feel like you had a blast with Help Wanted 2.
Yeah, blast with Help Wanted 2.
But yeah, it's a mix.
And Scott's always had that mix.
Right.
You know,
right.
Phone Guy is funny.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
The writing is really funny.
It's
and
really
then
good.
The way he evolves every night, you know, it's like, it's funny. It's a nice dark comedy.
Yeah.
You know, really.
It is. And that's kind of what Helpy is. Like, kind of dark humor a little bit. Yeah.
Really early on, even when we were working on Fly Hunter, we had coined this term for like our style of games, the things we wanted to make as being grimsicle.
Okay.
Like, we wanted them
Grimsicle?
to be funny and be dark.
Yeah.
And we applied that to everything we had done early on.
Okay.
And that when Freddy's came along, it just fit exactly
It fits so well.
the tone.
That's kind
that
of
we
exactly
wanted.
like the tone of.
I do want to say I feel like with that, it's like Security Breach was a little more whimsical and Ruin was a little more grim, but combined together, they're that grimsicle that they're talking about.
Of the previous FNAF games that's got made, yeah.
And it's like, you know, I love horror, but it's, you know, I studied theater in college and educational theater, children's theater, you know, and want to challenge kids. And horror is a great way to challenge and get over fears.
Right.
You know, you don't want it to be like Splatterhouse. I mean, even though Splatterhouse is awesome.
Yeah.
If you've played Splatterhouse, you're the GOAT.
I mean, a lot of people said that, like, I think even the director of the FNAF movie said that the FNAF movie is like for like beginner horror fans.
Yeah. Emma Tammy.
Emma Tammy, yes.
Yeah.
Grimsicle sounds like a popsicle. You know what Grimsicle sounds like if McDonald's made a popsicle stick based off of the purple guy. What is it, Grimace? And they just called it Grimsicle.
A question that I really want to know the answer to, that I think is super interesting, is in Ruin, you can get Chica's voice box by beating Chica's feeding frenzy. Yeah. And then you can give that voice box.
Well, it's a voice box. Now it's called a voice box officially. We're going to go back and change the asset.
Okay.
I can't believe we missed that one.
I know. What the heck?
It's too perfect.
That's actually, wow.
It should be a voice box.
It should be a voice box. And you can give that voice box back to Chica.
Yeah.
And that kind of left everyone wondering, was there supposed to be an ending to Ruin or even Security Breach where we fixed the Glamrock animatronics?
Well, you can play it where you do. You know,
you can play Ruin.
You're helping them all. Like
in Ruin.
You know, when you compare like Gregory to Cassie is like she's like the healer, repairs. She's
yes.
You know,
as much as I hate to say it, I feel like what they're implying is that the only way to fix Monty was literally like just to put him down. It was literally reset Roxy, repair Chica, put down Monty. That's how you fix them. And that is dark. Okay, 3750. J-Top describes Cassie as the healer or repair character.
She helps. Her natural inclination is to help the animatronics.
Yes.
This is true. She even does this in Escape the Pizzaplex. That is true.
I could see Chica. I could see Roxy.
Yeah.
Freddy. She just kind of was
too far gone.
Yeah, it's too far gone.
Too far gone.
Yeah.
But
yeah. And Monty is too far gone. Reason why Monty isn't repaired is because he's too far gone. Alrighty. So yeah. So the way to help fix and repair Monty was to just end his existence.
Monty
too far.
So that doesn't really.
Yeah, Monty's too far gone. But
yeah.
But Chica and Roxy, she's able to.
Right.
You know, it's like, why does she put herself in so much danger for her friend?
Interesting.
You know,
so there wasn't supposed to be like a different ending that got cut. It's just that's kind of how she is.
It was the payoff. I mean, it was really like the payoff for the player.
Yeah.
Is to be like, we see Chica like first. She's one of the first ones that we see wandering around.
Right.
And although Cassie's like initially horrified, she takes a moment and she says, you know, oh, what happened to you? And she feels bad for her.
She's sympathetic.
Yeah. That, you know, they're all to be pitied. They've just been wandering around in this place for how long?
You're right.
You know,
how long? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right. For how long?
Yeah, for how long?
Yeah.
I didn't think about it like that.
So hopefully people that did it then felt like getting that payoff of Chica speaking again.
It did feel good.
Yeah. After Gregory stripped it out.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly.
We found another one and we put it in.
Interesting.
We fixed her.
Interesting.
We found another one and put it. So it's not the original one. That's a different one. Okay. Chica's voice box in Ruin is a new one and not the original that Gregory takes. That's interesting. That is a little lore slap there. That's interesting.
Was like that one of the last things that you added to Ruin, or was that always like you always wanted that?
That was there.
Interesting.
Yeah, that was there from pretty early.
Okay. And I feel like if the environments were big in Security Breach, they were like 10 times bigger in Ruin. Like there's so many things because there's like literally.
Where was Bonnie's room? Well, we see Bonnie's room in Bonnie Bowl. But if he was a part of the main band and he had his own kind of like thing, his own setup, then I would have imagined it was Monty's room. And then it just would have been Monty was over in Monty Golf. I mean, that's pretty much how they show it to us. I mean, there's also a whole backstage area in Monty Golf where he can be, where his green room is, and all of that stuff. So I feel like maybe there's like little green rooms in each area for the animatronics for them to just kind of be at. You know, if they're like Roxy's watching a race, Freddy's watching a game happen and congratulating the winner at Fazbear Blast, and Monty's performing up on his stage while watching people play golf, and Bonnie's hanging out while people are bowling, stuff like that. You know, Chica's, you know, hanging out over in Mazer size in the most mid place possible, stuff like that.
Two
is how I'd
separate
imagine it.
realities that you can see. Do you have like a favorite part of Ruin? Favorite area of the game?
Oh, a favorite area of Ruin. I mean, I love that we did the you know, abandoned log ride.
Oh my gosh.
You know,
that was so
Fox's
Yeah.
log ride.
Yes.
J-Top's favorite area is the abandoned log ride. Yep. All right. J-Top's favorite area in Ruin is the abandoned Foxy log ride.
That was one of those. No, there were other like attractions. And even when you look at, you know, the initial launch of Security Breach, it's like there's boarded up sides.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
and you can't get back in there.
Right.
Well, there was something. Yeah, we've got
So
a longshoreman Foxy that's like out there in the kids' cove, you know,
Yep.
play area.
Yep.
And it's like, oh, but Foxy didn't have a ride?
Yeah.
It's like, Foxy had a ride.
Ooh.
You just didn't see it yet.
Oh, that's
And that was
so cool.
and that was like,
Okay.
oh, we're gonna get to show people the log ride.
Yeah, I
you
love
know?
the set dressing with the staff bots and like them like pulling ropes and like doing all that stuff.
That has been interesting to me.
It's so funny. It
That
was so good.
Yeah, when those got posed, I saw those in a review and just was laughing. I
Oh,
was
it's
like,
perfect.
that's finally
that is like
in.
the peak of like environmental storytelling.
Yeah.
Like that is so perfect.
Oh, there was one funny one. It's just it got removed, but somebody had dressed so many staff bots into one scene that it wouldn't run. You know, there was just this giant
game wouldn't
pile,
run?
like this giant pile of staff bots,
Oh
and it
my
was just
gosh.
like, no, we cannot have
Right.
this many staff bots. Here.
Right. It's like
silly
sewers in Security
performance.
Breach. They're
Yeah.
everywhere.
They are.
They're like shish kebabbed.
Yeah,
in
and
some
there's
parts.
like bits of them, and this one
Yes.
was like, oh no, the full bottle out there over and over and over again to the point where it's like, oh no, come on.
That's hilarious.
Yeah,
That's
too many.
insane.
It was funny.
Another big question that I wanted to ask: the mixes machine in Ruin.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna ask like what does mixes stand for because I know that's a big secret, but I've noticed, and I feel like people in the community have noticed that it looks a lot like the
Whopper.
Whopper machine from the 1983 War Games.
Wait, yeah, no, it does. The Whopper. Dude, I forgot about this movie. I saw this like maybe twice in my life. Yeah, it does look a lot like the Whopper.
Yeah.
Was this intentional? And how often, when creating your games, do you reference back to like movies from your past?
You know, there's always good reference in other movies and television
Right.
or images of the time periods that you're looking at. That is deliberately supposed to be an older machine. So
Okay.
the Whopper being like a good example of like, hey, here's a supercomputer, right?
But it's old.
Before computers are like this big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh God, I feel like that was a big drop.
It's like, this is not that's not a modern computer.
No.
Okay. So I'm just going to say 4150. So at 4150, J-Top confirms that the Mex's machine in style was based off the Whopper from War Games. I think War Games 1983 to make it look like an older machine, but a supercomputer.
No, it's
Right,
not.
the model just is not a modern computer.
No, it's not. It's
Right.
very old.
It looks old.
Right. It does.
Looks old.
It does. And we'll leave it. We'll leave that question there.
And keeps mentioning that it's old. And keeps mentioning that it's old. A lot.
I love that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've gotten there yet, Faz. We did watch the first one. And I do want to say, the Daco one, I loved watching that because so far, a detail that I and chat have noticed so far is that what Security Breach was meant to be sounds a lot like Secret of the Mimic. 10 times smaller, only 2 floors, like above ground, obviously. And there were some other things that we pointed out where it made it feel like that the original plan for Security Breach was Secret of the Mimic more in line with how it was going to be. But then it got changed to 10 times bigger, and that's something that he said. So I've been thinking Mex's is F10N4. I've been saying that for a while.
So the next question, in Ruin, this is just for me. I've always kind of wondered this. Eclipse says, "Happy birthday." Is that a reference to Frosty the Snowman?
You can thank Brian Fairmouth for that.
Okay.
I think it might have been in the session we were recording with Kellen too, and it was like, oh, we should have him do happy birthday like
The Frosty the
Snowman.
No way, that was right? Oh,
Yes,
let's
it was. That
go.
was
That's so
right.
cool.
Let's
It was
go.
like, oh, that's so good. And like when Kellen did it, it's so perfect.
Oh my gosh.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. And it makes
That's
sense
cool.
because Roxy talks about her birthday later.
That's cool. That is so cool. I love that. I'm going to do like 4250. So 4250, Eclipse saying happy birthday. Whoops. Birthday when he is revived is a reference to Frosty the Snowman. That's really cool. I love that. I should tell my mom about. My mom loves Frosty the Snowman. Oh my god, she loves that little talking snowman.
Yeah.
Like in every way, it's so perfect.
And it's, and we see the Eclipse, it's the first words out of Eclipse's mouth.
Literally.
And it doesn't sound like sun, and it doesn't sound like moon.
And I love the little thank you.
Yeah,
at the end.
thank you.
It's so good. So good. I love that section.
Yeah,
that's so good. Help wanted to.
Did you miss a lot? There's a couple things so far. Yeah, there was a couple things that you've missed. But I'll tell you about them off stream because I also want to talk to you about something terminal. After stream, if that's all right. If you got time, obviously, I don't know how long this is gonna go on for, but yeah.
Ew, Help Wanted 2, love that game. Also, Help Wanted 2 available on MetaQuest right now. Link is in the description if you want to go check it out.
That was 2 days ago.
I know. When they see this,
yeah.
When they see this, it's gonna be a while, but
It's
maybe
like
a couple
it'll
weeks.
be like a week.
Yeah,
2 weeks.
Okay, so this was 2 days after the release on MetaQuest. So let's do 4330. This interview was recorded 2 days after the MetaQuest release for Help Wanted 2. Also, Terminal, really quick, what I'm going to ask you is going to be a lot of work, but I need some help with the next video. I need a team for what I'm planning on doing. And Fazent, I might offer it to you too.
Yeah, it's like 2 weeks.
We'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, go check it out. Link in the description. It's a great game. You should play it.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I don't know what day it is.
Me neither. Me neither. So before FNAF, Steel was mostly a VR studio, right? For the most part.
Yeah, after
So
Fly Hunter.
now that you have so many more people, I feel like you were able to do a lot more with this VR game. Like, what was it like having such a big team now with a new VR game?
We ran things completely different than anything else we had done after this point. Yeah.
Interesting.
What we did was we made this so God, after we heard like, hey, we're gonna do a sequel. We got, worked it out with Scott. Here's the idea. This is what we're gonna do. I spent like a weekend coming up with, here's a list of games we didn't use the first time around. Here's stuff we'd like to do. Here's material we didn't hit before.
Right.
Characters we hadn't seen. Characters we'd like to see.
One thing I would love is to see how they would do Ultimate Custom Night. If they were ever to, like if we ever got like a Help Wanted 3, I would love to see some form of Ultimate Custom Night in some way. I think that would be so cool. If anything, I feel like a Help Wanted 3, including UCN, should be the end of like Glitch Trap. Like should have been. But and maybe Help Wanted 2 wasn't the end of Glitch Trap. Maybe that's like, a big plot twist or something. But yeah.
See more of. Just all that. And I think I put a bunch of that together in like the first like weekend and came up with like doc number 1, and then had started writing dialogue and everything for, interactions with characters you might hear in the background and stuff, places. There's a lot of stuff that was unused. That was really pretty cool too.
We'll talk about it later.
Yeah. There's a lot of mini games that we didn't finish. We didn't do as well.
Oh, we'll talk about that later too.
But someday maybe those come back. Right. Put things like on hold, and then hey, what's the reception to these things? Maybe we'll.
Okay, so I'll do like at the 45 mark. J-Top mentions unused characters and levels that they're putting on hold for now in Help Wanted 2. Also, I see that I have an error here, and I'm going to fix that. What I want in a Help Wanted 3 is I would love some Secret of the Mimic VR stuff. I think that would be so cool. Like working as an employee while MCM was like not collapsing would be so much fun. I would love to see, a little bit more Pizza Sim, because there's so many characters from it. And we do know one of the characters that were unused was Molten Freddy. He's still in the files of the game. Molten Freddy was going to be in Help Wanted 2. I don't really know if I want to see more Sister Location. I think I'm okay with where Sister... Maybe like some repair stuff like on Funtime Freddy. That would be cool. I would love to do stuff. I would love to do things where like there's more repair mini games for like other characters, like for the toys, for hell, maybe even the nightmares, the Sister Location animatronics, some of the Pizza Sim characters. Even the interviews from Pizza Sim would be so cool. Like, yeah, there's a lot that I would like to see in a Help Wanted 3.
We'll do more of those later, or whatever.
Another ad.
Right.
But we took the entire studio for the most part, and we broke everybody into pods.
Okay.
And so we had all these pods. They all named themselves.
Oh.
It was like the Anxious Axolotls was one of the groups.
Oh,
and all these
I
cute
love
little
that.
names, and everybody had these little themes and did their own little logos and stuff. It was really cute.
That's cute.
There was a designer,
that's fun.
some sets people, an engineer, and then a QA person. We put QA in from the beginning, which was very different for us as well. So they got to work with each of these groups, and it was. And we were kicking them off on, here are your set of mini games, and we would give them one sheet. So Brian, me, and then Marlena is one of our lead designers as well. And so the three of us would then like take ownership over certain pods, and all three of us would meet and review, and then we'd work in an isolation with. There was so much going on,
Right.
and we were doing it in a very short timeline.
Right. Can you say how long that game took to make?
Within a year.
Within a year.
Within the year.
Within the year. That's
yeah,
crazy.
it was within the year. I
Of
can safely say
2023.
that within the year. Yeah.
Wow, they made Help Wanted 2 in like within the year of 2023. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. Help Wanted 2 was made within the year of 2023. Wow. That's crazy. So if they really wanted to, they could just be printing these games like crazy. They could just be printing Help Wanteds left, right, and center.
From the point in which we put down the first, it was a couple months from, here's my first doc. What do we think of these? Working with Scott, and then, hey, like, is this what we want to do? We want to do this? This is where we're headed? Okay, great.
Wow.
And then we're all in agreement, and we pull everybody on, split into these pods, and we handed them each these, we gave them each these one sheets of what these games were.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of ownership that they had over how things were going to be done. So it wasn't like 100% detailed.
Right.
And then we spent time with them, building up all these games. So it was
That's awesome.
very
That's
unique.
cool.
I feel
That's
like
so
Help Wanted
cool.
2 was a lot of fun. Like, I feel
It
like you
was.
had a blast making that game. Do you have like a favorite mini game?
Oh, God. One of the mini games, and playing over and over and over and over, like new build, stay up late,
Yep.
play through. QA's been playing all day. Everybody's looking for everything. It's like, just make sure everything is like as tight as we can, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I never got tired of playing any of the food prep games.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I
And
love the
I
food
know
prep
people have been
games.
begging for like an endless mode
Yeah,
of food prep. That would be awesome.
Yes.
Maybe one day.
I would
but-
love that.
Yeah.
I would absolutely love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love that too.
Food prep was
Please.
so much fun because the thing is,
Yeah.
like when I was in high school, I worked in concessions.
Yeah, I worked at Chipotle. Like,
Yeah, you worked at
L
Chipotle.
Chips is literally my
Yeah.
life. So
I worked in movie theater, and so
Oh,
in
okay.
between threading films, like as a
Y-
projectionist and
yeah.
usher,
Wow.
then here's the rush. This is how old I am during the release of Jurassic Park, for example.
Oh wow. Okay.
Just crowds and crowds, and just doing concessions, trying to hit all the orders right, and people coming up with the dumbest requests.
Yeah.
And then your shoes when you get home smelling like butter, and leaving them outside because they just reek. It's like they smell
Yeah.
like artificial butter, and it's just food everywhere, and like the cage behind.
Yeah, no, when I worked at McDonald's, I hated the smell coming home from McDonald's after working on the grill. You smelled like the most rank hamburger grease in the world. It was horrible. I would come home and I would like lay down for a little bit and then I would smell it. And I'd be like, I need to get in the shower right now. I cannot stand this smell. I need to get in the shower. Oh my god. Don't get me started on the horrors of what it smells like to be next to the McDonald's grill all day.
And all the storage and
Yeah.
the cups and everything, and
Yeah.
that stuff really, really still speaks to me.
Oh, for sure.
Unless you've done it,
Oh yeah.
and you're working in service.
Oh
it's
my
like,
gosh. Yeah.
it's hard. It can
is
be really
super
hard.
hard. And you're
It
dealing with
is.
a bunch of different personalities.
Yeah.
And I feel like with the stat
Yeah.
bots are a great example of like those.
Yeah, no, I met a lot of interesting personalities working. There's this one girl who was still in school at the time. I think she was like 16 at the time, maybe 17. Really fun person. Barely spoke with her because we were two different stations, but she showed me like some really cool drink combinations that I get all the time at McDonald's now. Because they're just so good. Like, I think one of them is like Sprite and High C or Sprite and Fanta. One of the two, I forget what the orange drink is at McDonald's because I don't eat McDonald's anymore because of my autoimmune disease. But oh my god, that would be so much fun. Like it was so much fun. There was a lady who only spoke Spanish. We only communicated via pointing and saying the word. And that was it. Lots of fun. I love her. I hope she's doing all right. Were there any other like personalities? I don't think there were really any that stood up. Also, is stream really behind for you guys? Because I'm noticing one of you is still on about the UCN thing.
Customers of that,
Yeah.
like, why aren't you going faster?
Yeah.
I've been waiting all day.
I have my film starting.
Oh,
It's like,
exactly.
you know, I mean, my show's starting.
Exactly.
It's like, hurry up. You know, it's
Exactly.
like, maybe come in earlier. You know, it's like...
I feel like you would have said the Help You First Aid mini game. Was that a lot of fun to make?
That was a lot of fun to make, too.
It was kind of a reimagining of, like, the FNAF 6 gameplay. I feel like it's safe to say. And it's like, I feel like I can see the meeting in my head where you were like, oh, what if Helpy was there, and like it was like a medical thing, and like you can't make him scream, you have to make him stop screaming, and it's like yeah. What was that like, making that mini game?
That was a funny one. I remember very specifically the original screams.
Really?
And like the original Helpy scream.
Was it yours?
No, that one wasn't me. It was like this digital noise. It was our sound designer was working on those, and I was like, oh, it has to sound worse.
Hey, really quick, someone tell Asmodin that he might be really far behind, because we spoke about Molten Freddy like forever ago. Can someone type in chat that he might be like really far behind in the stream? Because I don't want him to think I'm like ignoring him. And I'd feel really bad if I had a viewer that felt like I was specifically ignoring them. If anyone can do that, please and thank you.
You know, no, it really needs to sound worse. Like, you really don't want it to be this robot to be in pain.
Yeah.
You know, it's got to sound like just grating. Like,
right.
Oh, stop. You know?
Yeah.
And every time it happens, you're like, ah!
You nailed it. Yeah, that's exactly what it was like.
Marcy, our sound designer, nailed it.
Gosh.
It was so much fun.
And the animatronics crawling through the vents.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I feel like the animations in Help Wanted 2 are like unbelievable.
Our animation team they were just stellar.
I think of like the Ennard walking animation.
That was really good.
Oh my God.
I love the Ennard walking animation.
Really what's his name? Bon flying at you. So good.
The Biddy Babs crawling through that one freaks the hell out of people. It's so good.
Grabbing the mini arenas and just chucking them across the room.
That was so much fun.
It's incredible. That game's so good.
That one was a lot of fun. I love. It was really
okay. Good to know that. I'm gonna call you Muddin is back. I didn't want you to think that I was like ignoring you or something. I know YouTube has been doing that randomly, where it'll like slow you down a little bit. It's really annoying, but I didn't want you to think I was ignoring you. So, thank you to MC and Glitch for telling you that you were behind. So, glad that you're back with us.
It was really hard to get all those interactions in because they're all randomized, right? Within certain sets.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, oh, I need to test this one. Like, oh, I gotta do the brain. You know, I gotta do the brain.
Yeah.
And it hasn't happened for me 10 times in a row. You know, it's like, oh, randomly I'm not getting that one, and I want to test all of the variants.
When I was trying to do B-roll for my video, I was like, I need the brain because I wanted to look at the Helpy brain chip, and I was like, oh my gosh, please give me that gym because it wasn't showing up.
Yeah.
There's so many variations.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Also, hello,
that's also another
Skull.
thing. It's like Help Wanted 2 is so replayable. Like, and I love the like you enter a mini game for the first time.
Great Lakes, please try mayonnaise on pizza, please. Just once. Just once. Record it and send it to my Discord. I'll react to it live on stream today. Actually, I'll check my Discord really quick. I wonder if anyone sent anything in. Let me check it really quick. Has anyone submitted anything? Nope. Not today. Also, really quick, I've been pinged by my friends in our server. All right. Anyways.
And you get a certain speech, you enter it again, and Freddy's like, "You're back."
Yeah.
It's like it's perfect.
That was actually one of our goals for the game. It was
Bacon and chocolate. I've tried bacon and chocolate. It is really good. It is really good. I love bacon and chocolate. Now, is it something I eat all the time? No. But I've had it and I like it. I have just normal bacon more than I have bacon and chocolate.
one of our pillars was we wanted things to be as replayable as we could.
Yeah.
You know,
so I feel like
you didn't just know, oh, it's, and as in when I get into the scene, it's left, right, and then I'm done. It's like once you know the pattern, you're fine. You know, I don't know what foods I'm gonna get. I don't,
exactly.
You know, I don't know what all the music beats that I'm gonna have to match with like DJ. You know, that was one of our big goals, and I think we hit that. I think
for
happy about that.
Oh, for sure. One of the my favorite moments in Help Wanted 2 is probably one of my favorite moments in the entire FNAF franchise was Princess Quest 4. Being able to go inside Princess Quest was unreal. I think everyone can agree that that was a crazy moment. What was it like conceptualizing that and then getting in the headset for the first time and experiencing it?
The whole concept, and I remember when I was kind of pitching it internally, and people were like, "What?" I was like,
"Really?
No, just imagine, just imagine if it's something you've never seen in VR. Like, what's the thing we want to see is there's some unresolved issues with Princess Quest.
Yes,
like we beat the game.
Yes,
but there's more, you know, and then actually going into first person and seeing the princess there walking around as like a 2D sprite, you know. Oh, and we're controlling it.
And suddenly you see yourself in the room.
And you see yourself, and it's like that being, you know, a huge moment for, you know, a goal that you're being led towards.
Yes.
You know.
Yes. So was that pitched way early on in development, or was that was the game basically built around that? Did you always know that was going to be?
It was there early.
It was there early.
It was there early.
Yeah.
I want to say in the original docs of like, here's all the mini games, that one wasn't on that. It came a little bit after. It was one of the last like types.
Yeah.
Game type. It's like, you know, I don't even remember how it popped in.
Yeah.
But there's this image that we had back on Help Wanted 1, which I'd love to share the image. Maybe we post it somewhere.
Maybe that'd be great.
It's Jenny made this image of a giant glitch trap in this swirly purple space.
Really?
With Vanny in its hand. Ooh. This little tiny Vanny.
Yeah.
And we always wanted to do that.
Yeah.
It's like, we want to do, because scale in VR is so amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Like, we always wanted to do
DJ
this.
Music Man is a great example of that.
Right?
Yeah.
We always wanted to do, we're in this glitch world space. And then we're in the palm of Glitch Trap, you know, and it's like, oh, and it's like, oh, we do this Vanny thing. It's like, oh, we're really early on. And it was when we had started Security Breach. We're like, oh, it'd be so cool to do that. And so I had that in my head for, you know, when we were talking about endings and resolutions for, you know, instead of having a giant Vanny.
Yeah.
You know, turning around and being, this is, you know, the end of Glitch Trap.
Yeah. So it is the end of Glitch Trap. Squished. Gone.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Speaking of Prince.
Okay, so yeah. He even says bye-bye to Glitch Trap. So, okay. So we'll just do like the 54-minute mark. I guess, PQ4 ending was... I guess the PQ4 ending was concepted in Help Wanted 1. Did I spell concepted wrong? I don't think I did. Where it was the player in Glitch Trap's palms. However, in Help Wanted 2, when they were concepting I spelled concepting wrong. Oh my god. Yes. The mini games, they thought of this and decided to have it be the end of Glitch Trap. Bye. Bye-bye. Okay. So yeah.
Princess Quest 4. An interesting question is something I haven't seen anyone really talking about. I mean,
hold on. Stuff crashed. My Chrome crashed. It did the thing. Hold on. I'm ending the task. Okay. I don't want y'all seeing my personal Google Chrome account because I do have one just for like personal life stuff. Okay. Hopefully it saved where we were. If not, I'm gonna cry. Oh my god, it didn't. I think like about right here is fine. Okay, now let's go back a little bit. Yeah, it's about like right here. Yeah. Okay. So at like 55:20. Like 55:20. Volume no good. Oh, okay. So it completely reset the audio too. My god. All right, J-Top mentions that the dialogue, whoops, that old man says is meant to have grammatical errors. Okay, that works.
Interesting.
You know, some of that goes back to what era. You know, what era are certain things from? If you remember old NES games in like poor translations, you play the original Zelda?
No.
Oh, the phrase, you know, you walk into a room and there's an old man with a sword. Master using it and you can have this. And it's like, what? It's like, wait, what?
Oh
it's like,
my gosh.
Oh, I have to get to a certain level. I've got to get enough hearts, and then he'll give me the new sword. It's like, but you have no idea what it's talking about. You know? Yeah. The secret is in the eye of Goma. It's like, what in the world are you talking about?
And so that's like a callback, like riffing on that a little bit.
Yeah, I've always loved that, like kind of broken English translations of like early NES games.
Yeah, that's a satisfying answer. I think that's really funny.
Yeah, that's cool.
Good. And that's how I felt that video game character would speak.
Right.
Because you know, there's little bits of Zelda in Princess Quest. It's very much our fantasy.
I could see that.
Yeah, I've always said it feels like Zelda.
Yes.
Were there any cut mini games in Help Wanted 2? And also, we have beef because there was no Monty, really. I'm telling you, a Monty Golf, putt style in VR would be so cool. Yeah. So, any cut games?
You know, we talked about Monty Golf specifically, and we felt that we had...
Yeah, The Legend of Zelda, The Legend of the Princess, yeah. Real quickly, I'll just do 56. 56. Princess Quest does have Zelda references. All right.
We had accomplished what we wanted with Monty Golf and the courses in the flat mode. We would just be repeating it.
You mean in Security Breach?
In Security Breach, in our flat mode, right? And so that was a flat game.
Interesting.
And there's a lot of like, you know, if you go and make a putting putt VR title, it takes a lot of work just to do that.
Oh, I bet.
You know, that's a whole different set of mechanics.
Yeah.
And when given like the choice of what we had, I wanted bowling.
Yeah.
Which is tricky.
I think bowling was great.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that just make VR bowling.
Oh my gosh, yes.
You know, and
okay, I do want to say I hated the VR bowling. There's literally a strategy where instead of throwing it like a normal bowling ball, you kind of throw it like a basketball, and it always goes perfectly in the center once you figure out how to throw it. Are you kidding me? You can't hear the
that's
video?
all you need.
Yes.
Oh my god, it's doing the stupid thing. Why is it doing the stupid thing? Hold on. Yeah, hold on. All right, one second. I'm going to fix it. I need a new application audio. Game audio. Then boom, boom.
To put more into bowling than to also do you know, golf.
Right.
You know, to the detriment of Monty.
Right.
But yeah,
maybe
there are
day.
other games that, you know, we had discussed, and other mini games that I want to say didn't make the cut, or
But basically they were just talking about how like it's a whole new set of mechanics with Monty Golf, and they would rather do bowling. That's basically all you missed.
just didn't fit for the time.
Right.
For now.
Okay.
You know, someday we
Interesting.
might go back and do some of the other ones. Monty is in the game.
Oh, he is, yeah.
His model's there.
He's models there. You can,
Yeah, so you can
he's
see
doing
him.
like a little
Yeah.
pose like this.
We wanted people to at least be able to see Monty.
One of my favorite questions to ask people, because I love like the different answers that it can get. I asked Atreyu this question to Regular Sauce about his cosplays on an interview I did on my channel. How do you know when a project is done? Is it the deadlines that usually stop you, or are you like typically satisfied by the end of a project?
You know, that's a funny one. I think that's one of those general like questions about artists.
Yes.
In any type of art, right? In doing your YouTube videos,
Right.
You know, there's a point in which you have to be done.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes.
Otherwise,
Yes.
you could
Yes.
nitpick and nitpick and nitpick, and
Yes.
go, hey,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
it's great. Not it's good enough, but it's like it's great.
Oh yeah, really quick. In case anyone's wondering why there's complications with my computer, mine is currently dying, and if we get $55 donations, I'll be able to afford a brand new computer that won't have these issues. So, yeah.
It's like, oh, but it could be a little bit better. Like my whole career in everything, like on stage, doing film, doing, you know, animation, everything, games. There's always that person that's trying to sneak something in the last minute, and you're like, look, if this gets in, it could break everything else. So things are solid. We're at a good spot.
Yeah.
It is. We're happy with it.
Yeah.
Let's not push and break anything, you know, and then start ramping people off, you know, which is a good way to wind down and stop.
Yes. I feel like it's a mix of like feeling content with it, but also like we have a deadline. We have to have this game come out eventually. That's how I feel about my videos. Like the video has to come out, but also I feel most of the time content with what it is.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you hear the fans.
Oh yeah.
Like one thing I'm worried about, like that next video that I've been talking about, like usually I upload once a month, but like I just haven't been able to, because this next video is so big that I'm worried, you know, one, if it's not going to be received well, and two, when it's going to be ready. Because I'm planning for it to come out mid-February, but I'm so worried that it's not going to be ready because of the absolute sheer size of it. Like, I can already tell you that, like, some of the people that are involved in it are, like, dual process theory. I know Fazen's going to be a part of it. Terminal's going to be a part of it. Meat Loafers is a part of it. Avash is a part of it. I'm currently looking at talking to maybe T-Dreads and Hyperdroid. And so many other people. Like Candy Bunny's in it. And then I have my editor, Alepi, who's been helping out a lot. Because I'm telling you right now, if it was just me editing this, scripting this, and like asking for help with voice lines, with SFX, with all that stuff, I don't think this video would come out for another 2 to 3 months. Flat out, I don't think it would. So, yeah. And I'm still looking for help from other creators that if they would like to be involved in it. In case you guys are wondering, it's currently on page 20 of the script, and I'm only at Security Breach. I still have to do Ruin, Help Wanted 2, and Secret of the Mimic.
Like, where is this? Where is this? Where is this?
Yes.
And it's like, yeah, there's something coming. There's something coming. We can't talk about it. You know,
Really?
there's a surprise coming. You know, the lightning in a bottle. You know, I love that Scott would do like just do the drop.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, especially FNAF
Here's
6.
sister location. Oh, what? Wait. Oh, I saw a
Yes.
trailer for that at one point, but today? You know,
Yeah,
it's like,
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And he's very, like, in interviews, he's in an interview, the Daco interview, he just says, like, if it's done, it's done. Like, why
Yeah.
not just release it?
Yeah,
you know?
that's perfect.
Yeah.
I
sure.
love that he does that, and that, you know, that's his feeling.
Right. Yes.
It's like it lines up with us really well.
Yeah.
Because that was one of the things when I was working in featuring when we were at Pixar, you know, that internally it's like, you know, Lightning McQueen.
Of
right?
course.
McQueen was named after one of our animators. And
No way.
yeah. And Glenn, he had this saying that he would talk about is like every one of the films that we would work on was lightning in a bottle. And it's like, we can't tell our families, we can't tell anybody what we're working on for years.
Yeah.
And it's like, we've got this, you know, here we've got magic, we've got this bottle, and someday we're gonna release it.
Is the unwithered truth in it? No, not right now. But I do want to ask him if he would like to do any voice acting or anything like that. So, but I do want to ask him. I do want to reach out to him again because, yeah.
And it's everybody's.
In case any of you are wondering where the Unwithered Truth 14th Locker podcast is, we've delayed it. It was going to happen in January, and then my computer took a dump. So we're just waiting for me to get a new computer before we do it because I want it to be something really good and really grandiose. And I'm also completely revamping the 14th Locker podcast as well.
Is going to be surprised and this big exciting. Oh my God, we had no idea what to expect.
Are you feeling that right now in your life? That lightning in a bottle feeling right now?
Pretty much with all our releases.
Interesting.
Everything that we've done in FNAF, in Scott's World, everything that we've done together, you know, it is that excitement of we're gonna press launch.
Oh, I can't imagine.
You know, here it is.
Yeah, I bet that was fun with Help Wanted too.
Yeah, and then we get to watch people react. And
oh my gosh. Oh no.
We had, I mean, I think we've told you this one, but we had like a bunch of people on Discord and we had you streaming. We all shared on there and we were like, oh, we got to see John's reactions.
Oh my gosh.
And we watched Daco. We watched Daco's reactions.
Just watching everyone's reactions.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And it was so much fun.
Oh, I bet.
To see, you know, the community reacting to and noticing and responding to the stuff we had been working on.
Yeah, do you just take
really quick, if you guys like, I'm willing to share you some of the voice lines for the video I'm working on. It'll be Glamrock Freddy's, but yeah, I'm fine with sharing that after like we're done with all of this.
Like a secret for so long.
Yeah, do you just take like a couple days off to just watch stuff or
no,
or a day or no
no, because there will always be like, you know, oh, we launch. And then, oh, someone noticed something. Oh, we didn't catch that.
Oh,
or,
yeah.
hey, you know, we have the next thing on deck.
Yeah.
You know, and we try to do some downtime.
Yeah.
But there's kind of always something. You know, as soon as you launch, we're still QAing.
Yeah.
And we're still checking builds and we're making sure that everything's okay. You know, especially with like simultaneous launches.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot that could go wrong.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. How do you feel about audience feedback? Like specifically when it comes to the story you're telling.
I feel like the rest of this at the moment there isn't much, but we're gonna watch till the very end because we love John.
Differently, or do you usually stick to what you have?
Because there's not much left.
I'll
anyways.
answer one outside of story.
Okay, yeah, that's
right. Audience feedback from Help Wanted 1. One of the things that we got, you know, nobody would ever know, right? But one of the bits of feedback that we were seeing or we were experiencing was, it's too scary.
Really?
It's too scary.
Really?
This is too intense. This is too scary.
Really?
Yeah. And like, we would.
I would say that would best apply to like the Plush Trap, Nightmare BB, Funtime Foxy, and maybe a little bit of Night Terrors. I could see maybe Vent Repair, specifically Mangles, gain a few people. The rest, though, I was completely fine with. Because either they were easy to learn or just not that scary. Like FNAF 1, 2, 3, Parts and Service, Vent Repair, Night Terrors minus Funtime Freddy are like all fine. Plush Baby is also fine. Pizza Party is fine as well. The rest were absolutely horrifying.
See it and we laugh and we have so much fun with like, hey, put your mom in the headset and show your dad and show your friends and oh my god, everybody's freaking out. Hey, let's bring in someone new to watch, and then we all hide behind the mirror. Not behind the mirror. We weren't doing the one-way glass, but it was like we would see somebody with the headset on, they couldn't see us, watching them experience, and then you see somebody go, put the headset on, and there's Plush Trap at the end of the hall. And they're like, yeah, nope, I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah.
Right? That one's terrifying.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've had that happen where I made like my friends or family try help wanted. I put, and like they put themselves in that level, or I put them in that level, and they're instantly like, I'm not doing this. Nope.
And then you'd experience people responding to different things.
Yeah.
We had this one woman that was a teacher at an art school. She's like, none of this jump scares don't scare me.
Oh.
And then she did the chica repair. And when the roaches came out, she was like, oh my god, no. It's like that was the thing that got
I can see how that gets some people.
Matt Pat, like that got Matt Pat. Like
Yeah.
the roaches freaked him out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right?
it's weird because that doesn't affect me. I think it's some sort of like phobia, maybe.
Yeah,
It's
people have
definitely a
reactions to
phobia.
different things.
Right.
So the feedback that we had from Help 101 being it's too intense, VR is really scary.
Yeah.
Evan and I had been talking, we were talking ever since that came out about like
for them.
I want to say I think Help Wanted 2 was honestly probably the best middle ground they could have done, because there was a lot of fun mini games for people to enjoy and have fun, and there was also a lot of scary ones, like from Sister Location specifically. Like I think there's a nice balance, and that's why I preferred over Help Wanted 1, because maybe I just want to experience the world of FNAF without having to stare down a dark corridor with Plush Trap staring me down. Maybe I just want to, make some food and L chips kind of thing. So I think Help Wanted 2 is the best middle ground. Like Help Wanted 1 for scare factor, Help Wanted 2 for like fun and scare factor, because it's a nice balance, I feel.
Who's Evan?
Oh, so Evan is our other creative director.
Okay.
You see him all over in our credits and everything, and he's been one of like, I want to say one of our original hires, probably in like the first 5 people or something that we had in the studio. He was an animator, and he was our animation lead for a long time. And then we were working on game designs together. We started Security Breach together.
Oh wow.
Most projects we've started, in the creative room, discussing things, and Evan's great. You really like him. So Evan and I had been discussing, well, it's so scary. How do we curb that? And then we brought Brian into it, and Marlena when we were working on Help Wanted 2, and we came up with a system of how many screaming children. And we did so on my documents of here's all of the game types. It's like, this is a 4 screaming kid. This is a 1 screaming kid.
That's funny.
Is the crying child. This is the 3 crying child.
What in the Monsters Inc. ass measurement is this? What in the Monsters Inc. ass measurement is this?
It's like a rating system.
Child,
yeah.
And we use the image of crying child on those, to just mark them for ourselves.
That's wild.
Yeah, and say like, oh, well, maybe the first time we do this, we have a mode that's less intense, but then we build the intensity. So like when you're doing a later music game or food prep,
right?
We build on it.
Yeah.
So we have people
that's
that can
good.
experience and have fun, and then not go, oh, I can't. It's just the whole thing's too intense,
right?
But we want to have the intensity, and we want to have like I'm not going to get screamed at the whole time, am I? Like, well, you will maybe, but you can still have fun, right? You can still have fun with it.
Right.
And so that was one of the things we were playing with when it came to part 2.
It's interesting that you got flack for Help Wanted being too scary. And then, like, I feel like people hear that and will be like, but we miss the scary. Like, we want it to be scary again. It's not scary anymore. But I feel like people need to understand that there needs to be, like, a balance.
Yeah.
Like, this franchise is kind of for everyone. It's not just kids. It's not just adults.
Right.
Like, it's about finding that balance. And I think Help Wanted does find a good balance of that.
Exactly. That's why I prefer Help Wanted 2 over Help Wanted 1. Not only from a business perspective, but like as just enjoying a game. Help Wanted 1 is just so scary that I don't really feel the want to go back to it. Especially in like some mini games where it's just like repetitive. Like FNAF 1, 2, and 3, they all have their cheese methods that are just absolutely insanely easy and it's just repetitive. But with Help Wanted 2, it's always different. And it's fun. And then there's like Sister Location, which is horrifying. They change it up every single level. And it's never the same. There's not just one strategy to it. And that's why I like Help Wanted 2 more.
Like the carousel. Like that's a scary one, you know? Yeah. I feel like you found a good balance with that. So I feel like that's important to say.
That was another one of our pillars. We wanted it to have both.
Yeah.
We want the super scary, you know,
Like a relentless weed.
least Funtime Freddy come up and stand next to you, reaching out, and you're trying to do the levels. People freak out.
Yeah.
You know, it's like
that was so cool.
Right. It's like when we did our PAX demo.
I also love how there's an Easter egg for that one where you can actually boop his nose when he gets close to you, and it counts as a trophy.
Oh, it's like, well, do you want to play Bonkabon? You know, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah, super fun.
It's super fun. You get jump scared if you do really badly.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Or do you want to do Funtime Freddy? And people that came in and they were like, I want to do Funtime Freddy.
Yeah.
Right, I want to do that.
Yeah.
And it's like, there you go.
I
and
went
like,
right to carousel.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Yeah.
Carousel.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I'm going to do carousel. You know?
So fun. So a big part of my job as a FNAF theorist is like looking and deciding if a detail is intentional or not. Is it like, oh, was this put here for a purpose, for a storytelling purpose, or was this just like, oh, this would be funny if we put this here, if you know what I mean? Like, how do you find a balance between an intended lore detail and something that's just there as like a fun Easter egg? Like, how much do you think about how fans will perceive something in a game like that?
I'd say there's, you know, there are certain things that from the beginning, like when it comes from script and when we're intending on like a specific scene or encounter or a location.
I just realized there's no captions. I'm sorry, guys.
This needs to be there. Here are these details we have to have.
Right.
And we have 90 people in the studio and a lot of people working on and owning their own portions of that.
Yeah.
Everything gets reviewed. So if somebody adds a thing in the corner somewhere, well, we'll look at and review, walk around the locations, you know, fly around, clip through the walls and everything, and look at things. We're like, oh, this over here, that sends the wrong message.
So,
you know, that somebody might put something in and be like, oh, I thought it'd be cool if, and we're like, hold on.
Right.
No, that can't
it could be
here.
interpreted some way different way. Yes.
And
so,
we really want.
So they do look at these things. Okay. So 10900. Steel Wool does worry about placement and messages of things in their games. That's good to know. But be a little less worried about those kind of things.
Want to avoid those like misleads.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. So that's good to know, I guess.
Yeah.
That you really do put a lot of thought into that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, as someone who like that's what I look for. It's really nice.
And we also don't want to stifle the team's creativity, you know, and say like, oh, that pixel.
Right.
You know, oh no, the pixel needs to be to the left.
It's the color purple, and the purple is associated with this,
right.
and it's like
there's color theory that's tricky.
You can't do purple, you can't do green, you can't do like there's a lot.
And that one does come up a lot where colors
yes.
are dressed in locations, or you know, it's like, well, can you change this to this color because it gives the wrong
Yeah.
You know, gives the wrong impression.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I can see that happening.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a lot of calculated
Right.
choices. Every choice is calculated. You know, somebody is dressing a thing. Somebody is animating a character. And it's our job, like everyone in the studio, to catch the things that might point someone in the wrong direction.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I love that. That's
Yeah.
awesome. So like as someone who theorizes about the franchise, because this channel's mostly about that.
Yeah.
Do you have any constructive criticism for people who theorize about FNAF? Like, is there
Oh,
anything you want to
please!
say
I need
to
to hear
like
this.
the theory community? I guess.
You know, I love watching the YouTubers. I read the Reddits, and I love people's theories. I love their thoughts. I love their drawings. I love everything everybody's doing.
Right.
It's fantastic.
It's crazy.
It's such an amazing community. I would suggest that people that might get incensed or a little bit adamant about their point of view, that this is the only correct answer. It has to be this. And then they push other people down, or they're so opinionated and they can't change their minds or anything, that people need to be a little more malleable. They need to be a little bit more open to other people's theories. I think you're really good at that. I do. I think you're really, really...
Yes, I agree with this so much. Oh my, you know how many times I talk to someone and no matter what I say, what I do, how much I talk to them, like they just will not hear me out. I've had moments where like I've been screamed at by people. And it's crazy to think about. I've had people who have yelled at me. Like I've had one creator yell at me over a theory. And I don't talk to them anymore. But I've had that happen. And it's just like, after these experiences I've had where I've been screamed at and yelled at for theories that I have or connections that I have or that I feel are correct or have some merit to them, it caused me to be a little less talkative about my theories until I know they're fully baked. And it's also caused me to be more careful with who I talk with. But it's also caused me to want to spread the message of being really relaxed and being open-minded. Because, like, for example, there's someone here earlier. I don't know if you're still in chat, but they believe that Andrew's in the games, and they really want Andrew to be in the games. And they also want Jake to be in the games. And as much as I disagree with them, as I don't think Andrew's in the games, as I don't want him to be in the games, I see his, her, they point of view. I don't know your pronouns. And as I don't agree with them, I see their perspective and I accept that. And I feel like that's just a lesson of life as well. You don't have to agree with everything. You don't have to agree with like your grandma's politics at Thanksgiving dinner. You don't have to agree with really anything in the world. But we just need to relax and accept each other. Obviously within reason. But we have to accept each other. That applies to FNAF theories, that applies to working a job, that applies to hanging out with family, with friends, and everything. So, and as a creator, I've seen the FNAF sphere kind of go like up and down in terms of how hostile they get over theories. And usually, it's whenever someone brings forth a really big connection about something, like for example, like when 14 Theory came out, people started getting really talkative and upset about some things. When Schedule Theory came out, same deal. When God David came out, same deal. Whenever a game comes out or something big happens, is when the community starts to get a little more adamant about something. And I remember the worst point in time of this was the Vengeful Spirit. If you believed it was anyone other than Andrew for a long time, you were bullied. I was one of those people who was bullied by that. So, yeah. From experience, we will learn more about FNAF and grow as a community more if we just accept each other's theories and opinions. But yeah, enough of me yapping.
Really good at that.
Thanks. I did not tell him to say any of this, by the way. He's saying it on his own.
I've heard people say like, oh, and this is this way, and we know that for a fact.
Yes.
And it's like, when I'm watching it, I can't comment because we don't comment openly. I want to be like, is it?
Yeah, exactly.
How sure are you about
right.
that? Right.
It's and I think I fell into that trap sometimes before, in like my way early theories of being like, no, I really think this is what this is, and it's like, well, I guess yeah, there's a difference.
You get strongly
right. You get caught in a trap when you start saying it's confirmed that blah blah blah. You know?
You can't fight this. This is the correct
Also,
answer.
hi,
and I
Evan.
know it.
Hello.
I was
Exactly.
the first one to do it. It's like, yeah, when people get really when people can get a little toxic, and I think a lot of people, in really nice ways, like you'll see on Reddit, like you look at other Reddit threads and other, you know, IPs or whatever, and there's some people that get really, really toxic.
Yeah.
I think that the Freddy's community really, I mean, I think that they love it so much that someone will step up and say, hey, you know, let's not treat somebody that way. And you see people in comments say like, you know, everybody's entitled to their opinion or whatever. And it's really nice to see that and people protecting each other.
Right.
Yeah. You know, it's just occasionally you get...
I love seeing that. I've had that happen in my own comment section. I've had that happen so much where I see that happen around the community and it makes me happy, but it also makes me just sad that someone even has to be told that. But yeah.
You can get some people that are like, no, I'm absolutely 1,000% sure.
Yeah.
And you're never going to convince me of anything else. It's like, enjoy.
Right.
You know, enjoy it.
Right. It's fun to theorize.
Yeah.
Like that's basically it.
Yeah. Even if there's a theory that's like super like
out
nuts.
there. Yeah. Yeah.
And you're like, but that was fun.
Right. Like,
right. It might be totally wrong. Yeah. That was fun.
My viewers will know that I just posted a video about how I like tried making a theory about how the kid from Fnaf 4 mini games is like the most important kid ever, and it's like, but I don't think that's the case. It's like you can make a theory out of anything. You can make anything really make sense.
Yep.
But yeah, I think the community needed to hear that. So I appreciate you saying.
I think I could literally make a theory about how the whole entire FNAF world just takes place inside of a hot dog and make it make sense somehow. I'm sure I could. I'm not going to, but I'm sure I could.
I think everybody kind of tells each other that a little bit already.
Yeah,
you know?
I agree.
But that'd be one of the things to say. I also say, like, you know, keep the ideas going.
Yeah.
You know, because all of the lore videos are so much fun.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, right or wrong, it's great to watch people's thought processes.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of really creative people out there too.
I agree.
It's special. It's special to this community, I think, you know, especially.
Have you ever watched any FNAF speedrunners? And do you ever use
yes.
like do you ever use like the speedrunners videos to figure out, oh, that bug needs to be fixed and that bug needs to be fixed?
Oh, absolutely.
Interesting.
Oh yeah. When
when
Security Breach came out, and then it was like, oh wait, what? They can do that? No. Oh, wait, they can get up in a corner. There's a seam that's just like a pixel off, and somebody hits at the right angle, and then, you know, QA looks through, and the guys are finding stuff, and they're like, oh, we saw this video. We'll look into it.
Oh, wow.
You know, and we'll find out what happened there or whatever.
Is there any part of you that just leaves some of the bugs in for the speedrunners? Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because there's some times where we'll see something, we're like, you know what? A like normal player isn't going to run into this game-breaking spot.
Exactly.
And the people that are doing the speedruns and having fun with it and trying to find other things.
Including me. I did a lot of speedrunning back in the day of Security Breach, and it's super fun.
And we talked about that. We're like, let's not fix that.
Yeah.
You know, let's not fix those things.
Yeah.
You know, if it's something that like a person could accidentally fall out of the world.
Oh, right.
And it's like, oh, you know what? If somebody does this exact combination, you know, then the game's broken for them. We don't want that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it was fun to watch people come up with these like just crazy game breaking paths.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, like using Freddy to get through doors that you can't. And the curtain climb. I don't know if you got the curtain climb. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
So funny.
It's so funny. How do you feel about fans digging through the game files? Are you comfortable with that?
They do it. I mean, when I was at Telltale, people were digging through the files.
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Finding omitted voice lines. You know, oh, there's something about this here. And it's just these little like treats for people that are digging around and finding interesting stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I don't fault them for finding it.
For sure.
You know, I fault us for cutting certain things or missing them, you know? And it's like, oh, how did this end up in the build?
Yeah.
Like I forgot the name of it, but like one of the craziest, most egregious ones is there was a game that got released, like a AAA title, and there was a folder that got left in where somebody had copied the entire South Park movie. And it shipped with the game.
No way.
Yeah, that was one of those like, whoa, how'd that happen? You know what? There was a file somewhere and it ended up in the build and people didn't spot it and they didn't pull it out because there's so much material.
That's wild.
You know, and then you send it out to the world and somebody finds it. It's like,
wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So
That's crazy.
As of right now, there are no publicly announced Steelwool games set to come out.
That's too bad.
I know. Can we expect Steelwool to return in any way? Is there anything you can tease about future FNAF projects?
I would say that Steelwool is going strong.
Mm-hmm.
It's been fantastic. We have an amazing team of people.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing in the industry that is affecting our studio.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like there's been some like real tragedies out there with like other big studios and a lot of, you know, small studios across the board. There's a lot of, you know, just entertainment, just like that we have a good number, you know, we've got like 90 people and we're not letting anyone go, which means we have work for 90 people.
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I think that's good. And I think throughout this interview, there's been little things that people would...
Sure. There's stuff.
Yeah, there's stuff. How excited are you about like the future of FNAF?
Oh,
and how long do you think FNAF will last?
I'm super excited about the future of FNAF. Like, you know, there was a moment when my daughter was in first grade.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I might have said this before.
Is it about the backpacks?
It's the backpacks.
Yes, you saw the Freddy's backpacks.
There were more Freddy's backpacks on kids than Star Wars.
I believe you said in the Daco interview that FNAF will end when Star Wars does.
Right?
It's like that's just what it is.
There are so many people that are grown up with, or you know, even older players that it
Pause really quick. I just want to pause really quick. Of course, MC. I want to preface this in my community. I respect everyone, no matter pronouns, no matter what country they're from, no matter what their skin color is. Everyone is welcome here. And if I ever get something wrong, whether it's your pronoun or anything like that, just tell me, and I'll do my best to fix it. I'm never intentionally like misgendering someone or anything like that. Never intentionally doing that. And I want my community to know that this is a safe place for absolutely anybody, because even my best friends are members of the LGBTQ, and I have team members that are on One More Night that are all around the world, so no one should feel excluded. All right, back into it.
Hits across the board. It was young and old.
Yeah.
You know, there's fans of all ages, which is it's a sweet spot.
Yeah.
You know, that's how I always felt about like, you know, films and past like game projects. You know, if you go back and play like Telltale games, the stories are still strong. Like they're really good. You know? All the films that I worked on, you know, animation and stuff, they were great.
Yeah.
FNAF has such a huge fan base.
It's unbelievable.
And people are always gonna be imitating it. You know, being inspired by it. There's people that want to get into games. There's people that want to become YouTubers. They're inspired by all of it, the whole community.
Yeah.
And as it remains healthy and fun and engaging for everyone, you know, I think that's just.
If I ever got the chance to do something
FNAF
with FNAF like that, I'd be.
It's turning 10.
It's so crazy.
Do you have anything planned for the FNAF 10th anniversary, maybe? Or just going to be celebrating at home?
Carrot cake.
Carrot cake?
Carrot cake.
Interesting.
Oh, carrot cake.
Interesting.
That's Cassie's favorite cake.
That is Cassie's favorite cake.
I'm going to get a carrot cake.
You're going to get a carrot cake?
I am going to get a carrot cake,
that's
FNAF
for sure. 10th anniversary?
Yes.
Interesting.
I'll send one to Scott.
Wait, what?
I'll send one to Scott,
Oh,
too.
you'll send one to
I'll
Scott?
send one to Scott, too.
Interesting.
I don't know if Scott likes carrot cake.
I'm sure he does.
I'm going to ask him.
Scott, comment down below. Do you like carrot?
Scott, where are you? Do you like carrot cake?
What's your favorite cake? What's your favorite cake? It's Scott's birthday. It's not mine. It's Scott's big birthday. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Like, it's so cool.
It's wild.
Yeah,
it's wild. Thank you so much for being here. Like this means the world to me. And I hope that I didn't let any of you down. I hope that I did
Beautiful
fine.
interview.
I've never done something like this before, so please
Wasn't
be
that
nice
as
to
like
me.
insanely packed as the
But
Daco one?
yeah,
It
this
was
was
insanely
so much
good. It was a
fun.
lot of
Doesn't
fun
seem
to
like a
watch.
Jeepers.
Really?
It does not. It does
Oh,
not
I'm
at
just
all.
chilling. But
It does not at all.
but it's like I'm talking to a friend. You know, it's very.
I feel like I'm talking to a friend.
Oh,
So.
okay, cool. Thanks. But yeah, thank you so much for watching, and this was a dream come true. So make sure to subscribe. Go get Help Wanted 2 on Oculus or MetaQuest down below.
Yes.
And yeah, that's about it.
Woo!
Woo! We're done.
Excellent.
Sorry.
wait, do that again. Okay, do that again. We got it. Oh, okay, there we go.
Good job, John. That was a beautiful interview. All right. We got one more in us, which is this one. There I am again.
Hey guys, it's Dawko. I have a.
All right, this is the last one for the day, but really quick, side note, Cassie plush moves around randomly. All right, so now we get into the Daco SOTM interview, and this happened on May 10th, 2025. Huh. That was a day before my birthday. What was I doing on my birthday? I don't even remember. I like barely celebrate my birthday. Like I think did I even do a? I don't think I even did a birthday stream. Also, give Daco a good old like. But yeah, no, I remember when I first started to become a YouTuber, I had like a lot of like younger people in my community, and a lot of them were like really homophobic and stuff like that, and I hated that so much. So I'll tell you all what I did. I did something really funny. So I decided to play Dead by Daylight on stream, and I decided to play the only LGBTQ character at the time, which was a David King, and rock all of the possible LGBTQ flag charms, and just play all day and just, you know, keep saying that we're a community that accepts anyone. It worked. I have not received like a homophobic comment in ages. It worked. That's the crazy thing. Like now there's like more LGBTQ characters in Dead by Daylight. I know there's like Orella Rose is one of them. But yeah, no, that was what I did. I did like a stream for like a full day of playing at the David King with the LGBTQ flags. There's like a bunch of them, but you can only choose 3. And I just played all day. And it's probably one of the like more favorite moments I ever had. I find it funny that it worked, and I'm glad that it worked. And I want everyone to feel welcome in my community, because I didn't have really a place to go to growing up that felt safe. Like I had home, which was pretty nice. You know, there's the moments, but I wanted a place for anyone just to be able to come and talk. And growing up, I didn't have Wi-Fi till I was probably like 12, 13 years old. And even then I used it, but I didn't use it a lot to talk to people. So yeah.
A very, very special video for you today. I am so honored to be interviewing Steelwolf Studios again. This time I've got Evan with me, and we're going to be talking about Secret of the Mimics.
Okay, so he's with Evan Lampy. So Daco is with Evan Lampy, and that's what he's a creative director.
So, yeah, I've got Evan with me, and we're going to be
creative director, who is the creative director behind Secret of the Mimic. Okay, cool. So we know who our guy is.
Talking about Secret.
Also, really quick, I want to say
this time I've got Evan with.
This is cool. I would love frames like this for my stuff. That's cool.
Me, and we're going to be talking about Secret of the Mimic. So yeah, very, very excited.
Yeah, this was before Secret of the Mimic came out, like right before, right?
For so long. We got the trailer a couple months ago, and it looks insane. And everybody's hyped up and so excited for the release in June. So yeah, I'm
General curiosity question is dude non-gender like me? Like what my pronouns are? Is that what you're asking? I'm sorry, I'm not well versed in like a lot of things. I just try to be as respectful and accepting as I can be. So yeah.
Excited for this interview. Well, Evan, thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, is dude non-gender? I consider it gender neutral because I call everyone like dude. I say dude to everyone. I call everyone dude. Like, what's up, dude? Or what's up, man? I even say it to my girlfriend. I'll go, what's up, man? Like, I just do that to everybody.
For
thanks
this.
for having me.
Yeah,
great to see you.
Yeah, great to see you as well. I loved your posters in the back, by the way, of like the FNAF Hello Neighbor as well.
I'm missing my Help Wanted one. I need that's what I need.
Yeah, you did Help Wanted one, yeah. And Help Wanted 3 as well. But yeah, just want to ask, how's it going? Like, how's everything going so far with Secret of the Mimic and just Steel Wall Studios as a whole?
It's going really great. You know, things are getting all crazy, close to launch. You know, we're in the home stretch. Everyone's working super hard. The team is working incredibly hard to polish things up, and you know, it always gets wild, but it's all coming together, and it's really great to see it. You know,
bro, my girlfriend just says what's up, dude, all the time to me. What's up? She says what's up, bro, to be like, I'll even call her bro, and she's like, what's up, bro?
I think we've been doing play testing and stuff, and Trey, you know, the regular sauce, he's been doing his tests, and it's so much fun to watch. He's having such a great time. He's about halfway through the game, and he already says it's his favorite Steel Wool game ever. So that makes me feel very happy. But what's funny is he hasn't even gotten to the coolest parts yet. You know, don't tell him though. I want him to be a surprise.
Oh, that is so exciting. I love the regular sauce, and yeah, that's so amazing to hear that it's his favorite Steel Wool game. I'm so excited to play it. I really am. So what was it like developing this game, like branching out to something completely different that we haven't really seen in FNAF before, like the prequel to everything that we know so far and stuff?
Yeah, all right, let's see what this is.
Spoil anything?
Yeah.
But it has been really interesting to, you know, explore this new setting.
My rule of thumb is if I don't know someone's pronouns, I'll say they or them, unless I accidentally slip out like he or she by accident. I usually go with they or them until they just tell me. Because I know some people don't want to share their pronouns, so I'm not going to ask. I'm just going to keep it as gender neutral as I can.
In the 70s time period, you know, these new characters with Edwin and maybe the origins of the Mimic, right? You know, it's great because we get this opportunity to explore a side of the FNAF universe that nobody's ever seen before, and I think that's very exciting for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think loads of people are excited as well because I've
Okay, Richardson.
Verizon.
Wanted a game like just before everything, like before, you know, like a FNAF Origins style game. So yeah, I'm super excited. One thing I wanted to talk about is Ruin. So I know so many people had a positive reaction to Ruin and the vibes of Ruin. Do you guys think you took on those positive reactions from Ruin to put into this new game?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've always talked about, as we're concepting this game, keeping the tone darker, more similar to Ruin. I will say there's a little bit less linear than Ruin was, but we wanted to keep a lot of the bespoke, really interesting horror elements there, right? The game is much more claustrophobic than some of the games in the past, which I think we really liked.
Because when I was at PAX, I played Secret of the Mimic in VR, right? But from the trailer, it looks like it's flat mode. Are you doing both?
Yeah, please just let VR come soon. I want to play it. So I would love to play it in like the marathon that I want to do.
Both VR and flat mode on launch, or have things changed?
Yeah, we pivoted a little bit. We're launching in flat, Steam and PS5 flat, and we're going to take the VR coming after launch sometime.
Hey, that's awesome, because I get to play it twice then for videos, so thanks for that.
Exactly. That's why we do it. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was worried, like, if both came out at the same time, I was like, okay, what am I going to do first? Am I going to do VR first? Am I going to do flat mode first? So yeah, that's awesome. I can do both then. That's amazing. So to be fair, I was probably going to do both anyway, but it's a bit easier now if they're releasing at separate times. So yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, as you saw at PAX, you know, the game looks great in VR. It's super scary in VR. It's really, really great, but it's very challenging to develop both VR and flat at the same time. I mean, ultimately, these are different mediums, right? They have their strengths and weaknesses.
I wonder why
right?
VR is taking so much longer.
Art and the design, you know, it's challenging to keep both of these tracks, both these trains on the same track, basically, right? So we're separating it out, and hopefully we can provide, you know, the best possible experience for the most number of players, you know, at launch with flat, and then VR coming in soon after.
That's awesome. How carefully are you putting the books in consideration of Secret of the Mimic? So, you know, Tales of the Pizzaplex had a lot of lore about the Mimic and Edwin. Did you take that for this game?
Yeah, you know, we've actually been talking about making this game for a long time, and we were developing the game kind of while these books are coming out. So yeah, I will say it's interesting. Again, I won't go into like the books and all of that, but it's interesting to work kind of in dual mediums.
That's awesome.
So I would take that as like they were looking at it. They were looking at the books. I would say they're looking at the books. So yeah, Evan Lampy mentions how they were looking at the books in tandem while making Secret of the Mimic.
I'm gonna take a pit stop because Steelwall have gave me 2 posters to share during this interview, and I feel like now would be a nice time to do the first one. This is the first poster, and I'm going to show the second poster around the end of the interview.
I find it interesting the difference in these keys. How it like, yeah, wait, 1, 2, 3, 5 keys.
So you guys have to stay tuned and look out for that. So yeah, the first poster that Steelwall sent me, thank you by the way, Steelwall, I appreciate it. It is a poster saying locked out, your data diver is the key. So my first theory looking at that is that data diver has a bunch of keys on the poster as well. I'm guessing it's basically might be a mechanic where you can use the data diver to unlock doors and explore and stuff like that.
You're not far off. I think, yeah, absolutely.
So what's interesting then is that in the demo, he was never actually able to use the data diver. Unless he used it for like something else, but not for door purposes.
Has a more than a passing resemblance to the Faz wrench.
Yes.
Not unintentional, yeah.
Yes, yeah, I feel like people picked up.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And it obviously has a more than a passing resemblance to the Faz wrench.
Yeah.
So it was intentional that it looked like the Faz wrench. 623. Evan Lampy says it was intentional for the Faz wrench or the data diver to look similar to the Faz wrench. Sweet. So that is intentional.
Not unintentional, yeah.
Yes, yeah, I feel like people picked up on that as well on the trailer and stuff too, that it's very similar to that. So that's interesting. I love that. So yeah, you did say previously as well that it's less linear than Ruin. So are we going to go, I'm guessing that's, you know, more exploration in the...
I would say it was more linear in the fact that you were going to end up at one point no matter what, but you could explore a little more than you could in Ruin. That's how I would describe it.
In the factory and stuff, so...
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. When we talk about this game, we talk about it in layers, and that applies to both the narrative and the gameplay. There is we call it the golden path, right? It's the main line that you would go to complete the game. You can follow that path.
Yeah.
But you don't have to. There's other things to do. There's other stuff to find. I'm really curious to see what people are able to find and how quickly.
Yeah,
wow.
I would agree with
that
him on
makes
that.
me so
Yeah,
excited because I love stuff like that. Because obviously not going to theorize about it, but like, you know, if you explore different places, you find things that might lead to a different ending and stuff. So that is
that didn't quite happen, which was annoying a little bit. I would have liked it if maybe there was some difference, but yeah.
I'm gonna shut up now because I'm gonna be like, oh, you get to find like something that belongs to William Afton or something that belongs to Edwin, and you get like a fredbear or something. You know what I mean? I'll shut up now. But I'm so excited. When this game comes out, I hope you guys get to see my
I couldn't
reaction
imagine
to
being Daco doing this, by the way.
I
would be
watching
losing my
the
mind.
reaction videos. I watch all the streams. Yeah, it's the best.
I'm gonna go absolutely insane if things happen that are in my head right now. How much creative input did you guys have with the story? Was Scott involved or at all, like helping with the story, building it together?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the best way to describe it is that we are creative collaborators.
So yeah, they did work with Scott on this game. Okay, so 8 minutes. Scott did give creative input for SOTM. I'm tired of typing out Secret of the Mimic.
But Scott is always kind of the prime mover, right? He sits at the head of the pyramid. You know, we've worked with him for many years now, so I think we've built enough trust that he allows us to, you know, make a lot of the on-the-ground decisions as long as we're following his overarching direction.
Yeah, that's awesome. I don't know if you can answer this, but how is Scott feeling about this game? Is he excited? Is he hyped up for it?
So what I'd imagine is Scott's like, these are the major story beats. Make sure you guys hit these in this order, but how you get there, feel free. As long as this happens in this way. That's how I would imagine it.
I think it's fair to say that, yes, everyone who sees this game is very excited.
Oh, that's so exciting. Oh, my God. Did you take any feedback from Help Wanted 2 as well and development with that and, you know, with Secret of the Mimic?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was one of the impetuses for making the shift to flat is just so that we can have everyone play the game on day one, right? One of the things we heard from Help Wanted was like, hey, that's great. I really want to play it, but I don't have a VR headset or something like that. So, okay, well, that's a bummer, right? We want everyone to be able to experience it all together on day one. And then, like, absolutely we want to support the VR side as well. But if not everyone has the headset, that's kind of a bummer.
Yeah, I think that's the smartest thing to do as well. So everybody's...
Yeah, I do appreciate them for doing that because I remember when, like, Help Wanted 1 came out, how annoying it was because almost no one really played Help Wanted 1 at release. Like, obviously the YouTubers did, but a lot of the fans didn't because, like, no one had a VR headset. Like, at the time, VR headsets were, like, something that, like, major gamers had or rich people had. Like, that had the money to spend on one. Otherwise, you just had a PS4 from back in, like, 2016 when the PS4 came out. I don't know. Like, I'm a little worried on the VR thing because, like, they've shown things that aren't normally in Secret of the Mimic that have been teasing the VR. So it's like, maybe there'll be another ending, or maybe there'll be different Easter eggs, or yeah. But, like, growing up, at least where I was, you know, you didn't have a VR headset unless you were rich or you were a monstrous gamer. Like, that's how it was for me growing up, where I lived. And I only got a VR headset for Help Wanted, like, I think in September, like, right before Curse of Fredbear came out, like, in September. Yeah, it was, like, right in September, right when school started.
Everybody can play it at launch. Yeah, that's great. A lot of people have noticed new characters, new suits and stuff that I don't think were even in the books, the Tale of the Pizzaplex books. So what was it like just having that freedom to do your own things and creativity? Probably mostly for the first time, like making your own designs of costumes and stuff.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Cool. Because this game takes place in a costume workshop. So you would imagine there's more than a few interesting costumes going on here. Scott really early on sent us key art that he had worked on with his artists that sort of showcased these like creepy hallways and stuff. And he said, this is kind of the tone that I want from this game. And in that key art were certain characters like the mushroom and the jester and stuff. And we were like, okay, first things first, we're building these characters. So we basically took almost all of those characters and put them in.
So just like in Security Breach, Scott sent art early on. So what, we're like, yeah, I'll say just like 10, 20. Scott sent art for SOTM early in development.
Into 3D, built them all out, and then we said, okay, well that's some. We need more. So how are we gonna? We gotta flesh out this roster here, and then we started pulling inspiration from other FNAF games and where we wanted the story to go and what sorts of things we were trying to say with the characters. And this isn't a
we've definitely seen that art now.
Like facility, right? So this is, some of it can be connected and some of it's not, right? So yeah, we started building these character roster out that in a way that was starting from Scott's concepts and trying to be in that same world. Gives us a great kickoff point from what kind of world he wants us to be building.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I've already seen online that some of the new characters are people's favorites, which is so cool to see. And I can't wait to see that. Maybe some more characters and stuff. I don't know if we've seen them all, but yeah, it's exciting. This game is the prequel, the earliest game that we've got so far.
Another goat has subscribed. Thank you.
The early years of Fazbear Entertainment and stuff. So, did you any games that Scott's made or you guys have made in the past take any inspiration from the development of this?
Let's see what they say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we look at all of the FNAF games. I mean, we are at this point we are FNAF experts, right? That's what we're paid to do. So yeah, we research very deeply into.
So really quick, I'll say 1140 Steel Wool looked into every previous FNAF game for inspiration, and we'll leave it open-ended for now.
Look for any shreds of reference we can pull and connections we can make, because we really want this to be a contiguous part of the entire FNAF like continuum, right? We don't want it to live on its own as this weird side thing. It's interesting too, as we're developing the game, there's these certain themes that start re-emerging. Right, I call it thematic repetition. They say like, what's the saying? History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. It's sort of like that, right? These ideas that aren't necessarily direct one-to-ones, but there are these like churning, narrative motifs that come around again. And I think we see a lot of that, and having that emerge as a prequel is a
okay. So then, Steel Wool mentions how a lot of the history doesn't repeat, but that it rhymes, which is interesting.
Really interesting dynamic, right? Because what does it say about, right, this like the sequel influences the prequel?
Yes,
right?
yes, yeah, that's awesome. How long has this been in development then? Like you said that you were working on the game early on when the books were being made and stuff. So how long has it been?
I think it was, we first started talking about it kind of early 2022. Yeah, long time ago. And but it was always on the back, right? It was always like we'd kick around ideas and like, oh, maybe this, maybe that, maybe here are these story beats, does this make sense? We're talking about it while Ruin is being worked on. Eventually Help Wanted 2 is being worked on. And we didn't get full active development until after Help Wanted 2. So
okay, so essentially we'll do like 13. So Steel Wool started talking about SOTM back in 2022, but it was a back burner project until after Help Wanted 2. Okay. Write that down. Write that down.
It's been about a year and a half of like, you know, all hands on deck, full studio active development.
Yeah, I feel
We found out that the AAA game was supposed to be Secret of the Mimic.
like you guys have been teasing about like this like for a while with like the Fall Fest posters and stuff. It always feels like you've had it like in your heads for a while. Like I remember in Help Wanted 1 when you guys had the Fall Fest. I think it was Fall Fest 1983 or something like that, and everybody was saying, "What? There's a Fall Fest? Are we doing Fall Fest?" And yeah, it's crazy to think that was 6 years ago, and now we're finally getting something of involving like that kind of thing.
Yeah, how old I was when Help Wanted 1 came out? I was in 8th grade when it came out, and then I was in 9th grade when Curse of Fredbear came out. So I was like maybe 13 years old when that stuff came out. God. I'm not going to think about it.
So yeah, that's one of the fun things of working on a franchise like this, is that we can look like really far in the future, and maybe we don't know exactly what forms things are going to take, but we can kind of see where we want to go and start laying some groundwork in the games that we make.
Like you said, the game's been in development for about a year and a half, right? How big is the game?
Yeah. Okay, so it's funny. It's so hilarious. We wanted to make a claustrophobic game. We were like, okay, let's make narrow hallways, small spaces, and originally being concepted, as a VR experience. Things in VR feel a lot like bigger than they are in flat, right? In VR, you can reach your hands out and touch the walls, but if you were to make a 6-foot wide hallway in flat, it would feel very narrow, whereas in VR it feels very wide, right? So we're trying to find like the right size of this building. And we know it's going to be a character workshop. We know it's a warehouse. So there's larger spaces and smaller spaces. And so like early on, we said, okay, well, how big is this map compared to Security Breach? And we overlaid them, and the entire footprint of the facility could fit into Roxy Raceway.
There you go. So there we go. So we'll do 1510. Evan Lampy says that the footprint of MCM could fit into Roxy Raceway.
Oh,
which I thought was hilarious. It's like, wow, I thought we made a big game. But I think for us, it was all about density of design, right?
Yeah.
And there's multiple stories and secret passageways and, hidden false walls and stuff like that. So, you might find a smaller room, but it might have, a lot more going on than it would if it was the same content but stretched in a much larger space.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, I think a criticism on Security Breach was that maybe it was too big, right? So it's really cool that you guys are doing something like that, like very claustrophobic and in its own like factory and stuff. So yeah, that is very exciting. I can't wait to find all the secrets and the hidden vents and stuff to go through. The Mimic. Okay, so the Mimic is from the books. Just how accurate or true are you guys going to be sticking to the Mimic, or have you like? Again, this might be no. I feel like they might be spoilery, but like, have you got? Yeah, like, have you changed? Yeah.
I will say, if you've read the books, you don't know the full story.
Okay, that's perfect.
Okay, so yeah, so I'll do like 1625. So 1625. Evan Lampy says that if you read the books, you don't know the full story of the Mimic. So yeah.
It seems like you guys, I know you guys are doing something like Edwin's Factory's separate, right? But it feels like you're also still trying to connect it with the Fnaf universe at the same time.
I think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't go into too much detail, of
It's
course.
so hard.
But I will say this game was made for FNAF fans.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of connection if you.
You know, this made me kind of think of something. So I have a project that I've been wanting to do, but I think I'm going to cancel it. It was a FNAF Everything You Need to Know, where I was gonna separate it from FNAF, like Scott Cawthon's era to Steel Wool's era to the books to Mega Cat Studios, and I was going to do that, but then I thought about something. And Everything You Need to Know video about FNAF is never going to be 100% true and accurate because we truly do not know everything about FNAF. So I never really got into making it, and then I just kind of let it sit there. And it was going to be a huge collaboration thing, but it's just kind of sat there. And I don't think I'm ever going to do one. Because I think saying that, oh, here's everything you need to know about FNAF is basically saying this is 100% tried and true. Nothing's wrong about this, and there's nothing else you need to know. Which is just false. That's false information. So I'm probably going to end up canceling that project, but yeah, but I just think it's just something where it's like, even with like FNAF 1, FNAF 2, and 3, like stuff like that, we don't know everything. So I just feel like it isn't right to make it Everything You Need to Know video. And that's not even to diss people who have done that. It's just how I feel about it, is that we don't know everything about it. So I wouldn't feel right make it a video titled Everything You Need to Know kind of deal.
Want to look for it.
Do you know like an average projected length on how long the game's going to be?
Yeah, you know, we've been doing the regular Sauce's playthrough, and he's 6 hours in. I'd say he's about halfway through just the main line of the game, which I would say he won't even discover half the game at that point. So yeah, we're looking at maybe like 8 to 10 hours for a single playthrough, and that's just like I said, like baseline. You could probably go 15 to 20 hours, and if you want to be a completionist about it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'd say that's accurate. Yeah.
Difficulty wise, is this game challenging at all? Is there some hard moments that's probably going to make me cry on camera?
So yeah, like so we talked about layers.
Yes.
So there's like the top layer. You can stay at the top if you want, and the game is you know, moderately challenging.
Yeah, Director Sauce is a really slow gamer. Yeah.
Like someone who's maybe never played a FNAF game before.
Yeah.
They come in, they play the game, and they have a good time, and they beat the game. They get the credits, and good job. But again, that's only the top layer. And as you go deeper, we're gonna start, you know, maybe asking for a little bit more effort. I don't think it'll be like, you know, UCN or anything.
Oh, 50-20 mode. Okay.
No. But definitely, there's some more challenge the deeper you go.
So yeah, like you said, like there's like a top layer. So do you think this is easily accessible for new FNAF fans who haven't played a FNAF game before?
I'd say yes.
Yeah, that's the goal, right? And from a
I
narrative
would
way
say
as
yes.
well, right? We want to, you know, we tell a story that everyone can understand, even if they've never.
I'd say it's probably one of the most accessible
ones
ones for a new FNAF fan.
But that's just this thin veneer at the top, and then very quickly you start moving into deeper secrets and deeper connections, and you know, harder gameplay, and you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's exciting. From the trailer, we see, like I've mentioned before, new characters and stuff. Are there any that haven't been shown yet?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, thanks.
There's a lot, you know. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Huge shout out, by the way, to our characters team. When I pitched them what this game was gonna be, their eyes like, oh, are you kidding me? Like, oh no.
Cricket 5G speeds.
Cricket.
There's too many characters. It's like, no, we can do this. I believe in them, and they pulled it off. It's amazing.
Oh, that's so cool. Awesome. Did you guys have, because this game's set in the 70s, right? Did you guys have any other influences that inspired this game at all, like movies or other games?
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously FNAF games are like the biggest influence, but outside of the FNAF games, I really was pulling a lot from Alien Isolation early on. I think that was a really great.
Okay, so yeah, we'll mark down these inspirations. So we'll do like 1950. So Evan Lampy says some inspirations for SOTM were Alien Isolation.
Point of reference for us, especially because I mean, Alien being kind of like a retro futurism of the 70s anyway. It has some interesting aesthetic tie-ins as well as the gameplay stuff, right? And then outside of games, I would look at like environments and tones of like 70s and 80s horror movies, like The Shining or like Texas Chainsaw Massacre and that kind of.
The Shining and Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Okay. The Shining, Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Thing. Not so much for the content, but for like the aesthetics and the right. And then also I think the biggest one though, outside of all of that, are these like practical VFX workshops, like Jim Henson, like Tippett Studios.
Jim Henson All right, so Jim Henson Studios or Jim Henson. I think I spelled that right.
Right. These practical effects shops, and if you've ever been in one of those, it's wild. You walk down these hallways, and it's like,
oh yeah, they're
like
really cool.
Just
yeah,
in piles. It's just like, oh, that's that thing from that movie and that thing from that commercial.
Yeah,
and it's just spilling into their work. And they're like a hoarder. These guys, they make paths around their like movie props, and they're
true.
Constantly,
Yeah,
just so much creativity spilling out of every corner. And then a lot of the digital VFX guys in those shops work next to the practical VFX guys. So they're on their computers, but they're getting like, splatters from the paint and stuff. And it's just such a really cool, gritty environment. And we really wanted to pull from that. So, a while back we did some work with Tippett, and we went there, it was many years ago. And there's the guys that did the Jurassic Park, practical VFX and stuff. So, it was really great seeing that. Those were, I'd say, our biggest real world inspirations.
That is so cool. So yeah, like in the factory, like from some of the screenshots that we got of some of the rooms in the trailer, like shelving units with just a bunch of random different props and stuff everywhere.
Right.
Yeah, that's exciting. I can't wait for that, because like I'm assuming you guys have put like props and stuff in that FNAF fans are probably gonna pick up on. So
yeah.
That's
when
awesome.
the regular sauce was playing, he'd be like going through some of these and be like, "Oh my god, that looks just like my workshop." And I'm like, "Yes,
that's awesome.
Successful.
That's awesome." Developing this game, has it been a challenge? Have you had some like?
I do want to say I've noticed that like the Daco stream, they were talking a lot about Security Breach and its story and like reveals, and then in John FuhNaff, it was a little more toned down, and in this one it's really toned down. So
challenges that you've had to face, or has it been just a breeze basically? I don't feel like anything is a breeze. There's some ups and downs with every project and stuff.
Sure, yeah. Collaboratively making art has a lot of challenges.
Yeah.
And I would say this game has gone a lot more smoothly than maybe you would expect. I think this was one of our better productions as far as that goes. I think the team is absolutely amazing. They are really pushing the boundaries of what we as a studio are capable of. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm biased, but I think this game is some of the best work this studio's ever made.
Oh, I'm so excited. And you can't even answer this, but after Secret of the Mimic, are you guys still in your FNAF brains after Secret of the Mimic? Future plans?
I wouldn't know. I mean,
I think it's obvious.
Yeah,
but...
no comment on that one.
Right, I'm gonna get the next poster up, because when I saw this one, it made my brain start functioning a bit better than it is at the moment. Next poster that Steelwolf sent me. Again, thank you so much.
Basic security repair
this
creator,
one made me
admin,
theorize
executive.
A bit more. So the poster says, "Where do you believe?"
So we've all seen this poster. So
Teasing a mechanic in the game, or is it just a poster?
Well, it's not random.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's definitely tie-ins to the game and the progression loop of the game.
The symbol that made me think the most is the executive symbol. If this is the if the data diver has these different things, it's hard.
Yeah, basically just security passwords.
Do these different symbols give us access to different areas?
Yep, that's exactly how it works.
That would be one thought. Yeah.
I just want to theorize with you, even though this is the problem.
let's think about this together.
Yeah, because the problem is, right, I can theorize loads, right, but you know the answers. That's the problem.
Yeah. I'm cheating. Yeah.
Because I think from the trailer, I think we did see like the helper on the computer, right? I feel like that might have tie-ins to this and stuff, and maybe logs on the computer. But yeah, it's very exciting. It really is. Do you guys have anything cool planned before the release of the game?
Yeah, so after the interview launches, be sure to stay tuned to our socials.
Yeah.
We'll tease something out.
Yeah, that's awesome. Can't wait for that. Get everybody hyped up for the release. It's coming up it's came around so quickly. It literally feels like last week I was at PAX playing the game in VR. It's crazy how quickly development with games go. Like Security Breach was like what 4 years ago when it released. It's weird. Any final thoughts that you want to give out to the fans watching?
Yeah, I just want to like quickly, Daco, say thank you. Thank you to you. Thank you to everyone who ends up watching this. We love making FNAF games, and we couldn't do it without the incredible support of the community. Like I said
MC.
Before,
So what's funny? So I've always thought about like if I ever like was able to do an interview or something, I would actually do it the opposite way around, where if like I ask a question that cannot be answered, there's just a red laser pointed at my forehead because I asked a question that can't be answered.
Games for the fans, and that's like responsibility. I know everyone.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot in this one.
Loves this franchise so much, and that's a responsibility that we take really seriously. So to see the community like reaction to the demo and the trailers and like all the fan art that's been being made, it just means a lot. So yeah, thank you.
It's going to be so exciting. I'm sure everybody's going to love it. The reaction to the game, was so positive when the trailer came out and stuff. And you guys seem to be experimenting with gameplay mechanics and stuff like that, like taking FNAF in a fresh direction, right? And I feel like it needed that. I really do. I'm so grateful for you guys. I'm thankful for Scott for finding you guys in the first place back when Help Wanted came out, and you guys have been
I'd have to agree with Daco here again
since then. So it's very exciting, very, very exciting. I can't wait.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
What are you most excited about from what you've seen? What's
the tables have turned.
What's the thing you most want to see in the game?
Okay, well, I don't know if you watch my videos, but I want... Everything I've seen so far is great, by the way, but I want... The thing what I love about FNAF is juicy lore. I love lore so much, and I just want to know, like, what's going on, like Fazbear Entertainment's involvement, and I'd really love to see some involvement with Fredbear's Family Diner, and seeing those Fredbear Family Diner posters on the walls everywhere, and I don't know, I feel like something's gonna happen, and
yeah,
I'd love to.
Right, he was
just lore, just the story about Edwin as well. Edwin's involvement, like what's Edwin been up to, and obviously lore about the Mimic, and yeah, Fazbear Entertainment's involvement, like them wanting the Mimic so badly, and
I agree with this full-heartedly.
Too, I'm very interested in, because in the future games, like Edwin is kind of forgotten about, right? And I just want to see just what happens with the factory, and and just again the involvement with fazbear Entertainment. I'd love to see. This is very high, you know, but I'd love to see like Henry or William being involved somehow. That would be really cool too.
Yeah, he got everything he wanted.
So, yeah. You obviously can't confirm anything.
Yeah,
but
no,
yeah.
I can't confirm or deny anything, but hopefully we won't disappoint.
Yeah, that's awesome.
The fact that he's smiling so much is like he already
Okay,
knows that
Evan,
these things
so
are going to be in the
from this
game, though.
interview, you answered the question so passionately. Where did that like passion of like game development come from? Have you got like any? I'd love to learn more about you. You know, I'm sure everybody else would too.
Sure. You know, at the end of the day, you know, I feel like I'm an artist, and games in general, I think, are the ultimate art form. You know, it has the aesthetics and the narrative. I started my career in animation, and so being able to tell stories is something that I love, and I think games do it better than anybody else. That being said, the FNAF community is why I love making FNAF games, truly.
Need me in the team.
Ads.
We've worked on a couple different IPs in the past, and you know, the communities there are fine, but nothing compared to FNAF fans. We've been working on this franchise since Help Wanted 1, and that was, I don't know, I think we started maybe like 8 years ago now or something. Yeah, and it's just been an amazing experience. So thank you.
Awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Evan. We're going to end it there, guys. I hope you guys really enjoyed the interview and it's hyped you up more for Secret of the Mimic. I'm sure there's lots
a good
more
interview, honestly. Like, yeah, it wasn't as crazy as the first one,
so that's very
but
exciting.
I think it was a lot smoother and a lot nicer to watch. So, honestly, 10 out of 10, Daco. I liked it.
I can't really speak how excited I am. Like, I really, truly am. And yeah, that will be on the channel, guys. Massive thank you, Steelwall, for giving me this opportunity to interview the wonderful...
Maybe we'll give the last minute for watch time for Daco, because we love the GOAT Daco.
Who are lurking in the call, listening to everything I say. June 13th on PlayStation, The Secret of the Mimic, guys. Make sure to get hyped and ready for that. It's very, very exciting. And yeah, just a massive thank you again, Evan, Steelwall, everybody. I really appreciate it. Hopefully you guys are more excited now. And yeah, I don't know what to say now, so I'm just going to end it because I keep rambling about how excited I am.
I've had moments like that, yep.
Yeah, you'll see me playing Secret of the Mimic in about a month or so. Probably screaming my head off. So yeah. Bye, guys.
Go to Daco. So, let's see the difference. So, the Daco one goes all the way for 3 pages. John's for about 1.5, maybe 2 pages, and this one for like half a page. So it definitely did go down a lot over time, but we learned a lot of cool things. And one thing I want to do now, I have so many, I have almost a FNAF poster from like every single game. I would love to get like each poster signed by like everyone who worked on those games. Oh my God, that would be so cool. But wow, there's a lot of cool stuff, honestly. And we will do Scott Cawthon's interviews eventually. A lot of it was, yeah. It's just the thing with how much Security Breach sounded like Secret of the Mimic in its original status. Yeah. The warehouse. Yeah, the Fredbear posters. Yeah, they're in talks for a DLC. The old man security guard. Yeah, that was Circus Baby with Can You Trust Her? Yeah, it's 10 times as big. Freddy and Friends on Tours, same as playing Security Breach. Schematics. Yeah. Oh god, that was actually such a fun stream. I want to do that again. I actually really enjoyed this stream. But yeah, I mean, there was a lot. John FuhNaff. So basically, we learned that there was multiplayer stuff planned for Help Wanted. We learned their favorite locations and animatronics, and how much J-Top is really pushed for Help being daycare attendant. You know, how much Security Breach was probably going to be closer to like Secret of the Mimic in size. And then we learned more about just Steel Wool and the stuff that was going on. We learned that, yeah, Dreadbear's original name concept was Franken Freddy. Mazer Size was really Mirror Maze, and then changed to what J-Top describes as Fruity Maze. Yeah, that they'll put little things in obvious places. That'll lead us up a ladder, essentially, to find crazier things that people have missed. There's still mysteries that haven't been solved. I mean, yeah. Yeah, Chica's voice box in Ruin is a new one. Monty is a repair because he's too far gone. Yeah, Frosty Snowman reference. I mean, yeah. There is a lot of cool stuff that we learned there, honestly. Would you guys like to see another one with Scott Cawthon interviews and stuff? Would y'all like to do something like that? Another one has been converted, ladies and gentlemen. Another one has been converted. Yeah, I'll do another one with the Scott interviews. Friday, I may play a video game because we did investigation. We did react, and now I think play a video game. So I think we will do the Scott Cawthon one next week, honestly. I think that would be fun, honestly. So I think that's what we'll do. But yeah. Really quick, I do want to mention progress on the merch is going very well and very swiftly. I cannot wait to show you guys the other design for the shirts and mugs, because oh my goodness. I do have the fourth wall set up. I will confirm. Actually, I'll just tell you all the prices of them right now without shipping. I don't know what they are with shipping right now. But I'll be kind enough to tell you all the prices of these. At least the Mayo Pizza ones. Take a look at my products. So for the 11-ounce Mayo Pizza mug, it's going to be $14. Funny. And for the 15-ounce one, it's going to be $15.55. For the Mayo Pizza t-shirt, it's going to be $21. But yes, but by the company thing. Plus sizes 2XL plus have slightly higher costs. So yeah. Those are the current prices of the upcoming merch. And I will have the fourth wall up in February when the big video comes out for you all to enjoy that stuff. I'm working on something that isn't Mayo Pizza related for the merch because I know not everyone's going to want it. So I'm excited for a lot of the things I'm working on. And I'm really trying my best to make it enjoyable for you all while I'm busy. So I'm excited. Really, I am. And I hope that you all are excited for the merch. And I hope you all are excited for the future streams and that big video. I'm going to try to push it to other YouTubers as well to try to help me out with it or just promote it. Because I've done a lot. I put a lot of time and effort into this. So I'm excited for that video. I sent the script to Impulse Evan earlier today just for him to look at it. And I'm nowhere near done with it. I have so much more to talk about in that video. and a lot more to go through with the editing that I can't even get started on until I get a new computer. So, yeah, we're only about $300 away from a new computer, everyone. $300, $200 in that area. So let's see how much we can make by the end of this month to get there. Because I already got my YouTube paycheck for this month. So, yeah. All right. Well, as always, I hope you all enjoyed. If you did, if you did enjoy, please hit that like, subscribe button. As every single bit helps. Right, comment down below really anything in the whole wide world. Just remember to keep it kind, calm, and respectful. Share with your friends and family, as every bit helps. I don't know if I already said that, but here we are. And, well, have a great day or night. Stay safe. And peace out. Bye-bye. Also, this will be available on my community page in a minute. I'll post the doc there for you all to enjoy it. So, yeah, bye-bye.